Hey, good morning, everyone. Welcome to day 4 of the Sarah Boone shit show trial. I'm just kidding. It hasn't been a shit show. Things are running smoothly. We've had some hiccups here and there, but I hope you guys are doing well. It is now 5:59, and Sarah Boone's defense is putting up their case. Per Mr. Owens, he did mention that we're going to hear from Dr. Brannon, who is a clinical psychologist, I believe. I could have sworn Dr. Brannon was going to be a consultant, though, but maybe that changed. And Owen says we're going to hear from law enforcement. I'm assuming these are law enforcement who... And they're talking. I can't hear. Is that Mr. J? Law enforcement who showed up at the scene for Sarah Boone and George for previous... the banner. for the previous incidents between the two of them. Miss Mentas, hey, you got the notification. Hi, Kay. Hi, Squirrel. AG, Brody, John, Senja, Diana. Hello. Here's Sarah Boone coming in with her blazer. She's wearing red today. What do you guys think? Do you guys think the jury bought her story? There's been so many changes, so many different new information that are conveniently just coming up. Do you think they're buying it? I'm going to use the bathroom, I guess, before this starts. I'll be right back. Hey, Anime. Oh my gosh, dude, the video that I posted for day 3 took forever to upload on YouTube. Oh my goodness. I think I saw that it was uploaded 3 hours ago. Oh well. Oh well, I also had issues with my computer. My computer was very full, so I had to go through and delete some stuff and move folders around. Ugh. All right, let me move on to the other screen. Oh, let me make sure my volume is good too. Okay. Hello, good morning. Hi, Uki. Hi, Sarah, Candace. Sephiroth, hello. Lady, good morning. Hi, Amethyst Sun. Hello, everyone. Her affect is flat. She's not sympathetic. The testimony about the hat was horrific. Wait, the hat? What was the testimony about the hat again? Sorry, please remind me. Good morning. Hello, Dan. How's it going? Hello. Hiya, Corgi. Hey, Kevin. Hi, Don. So like I said, per Mr. Owens, if you can believe him, clinical psychologist Dr. Brannon's going to be testifying today. He was the one that was the expert in the Marsha Thompson case, another woman who was accused of murdering her husband. However, the jury acquitted her. I'm not very familiar with that case, but when I heard that she shot him in the back a couple times, I don't know. They assumed it was self-defense. The jury thought it was self-defense. So we're also going to hear from law enforcement who came up to the scene when Sarah Boone and George were fighting in the past. I think they mentioned there were about like 5 incidents. So we might see some new body cam footages. We've seen some already in the past, and there's some on my channel. But there are body cam footages. There's going to be some 911 calls, some photos, videos, I guess, of Sarah and George. Maybe we'll see some injuries. But I mean, honestly, when we heard from her side of the story about all the injuries between her and George, like, yes, her injuries look really fucking bad. But because she's lied so much, and we've known she's lied about the night of the murder, it's just hard for me to take her word for it for everything. Like, I'm sure there's some truths woven in there, but to completely believe her 100% when she's already found herself to be not a credible person, to me, I'm like, I don't know, man. We're just getting a lot of new convenient truths that are coming out in the woodworks. Especially the one about the neighbors. That was really funny. You know, Sarah Boone claims to have really, you know, not good memory of what happened that night. But however, she was able to be very, very clear about certain things, like what they did that day, you know, how their day was structured, how she felt when George bought more alcohol, how detailed it was with the incident with when she was shaking the suitcase and she thought she was in fear of her life. Things were very detailed. But when Mr. J asked her about other stuff that was not, like I said, in her script, in my opinion, she was like, oh, I don't know. Do you remember that you took this picture? Oh, I don't know. Okay, so you seem to have a memory issues. He didn't say that, but I was thinking like Juan Martinez. But she was definitely having some memory issues on the stand. Selective memory issues, I would say, because she knows that there are questions that she can't dodge. So she would just say, I don't know. However, I don't know. We're just hearing new things that we haven't heard before. And it's just a little too convenient, in my opinion. Oh, I also want to point out, yesterday when I was ending the video and I was doing the recap on stream, I think I like lost my trail of thought. I was trying to say that Owens said that Sarah Boone was triggered because she said that she heard George saying, oh, I can't breathe. Please let me out. I can't breathe. And then because of that, that triggered her. And then she remembered all those times that George would like choke her out, right? And she couldn't breathe. She was being strangled. However, on the witness stand, Sarah said that, you know, after they're having their fun, laughing and everything, she decides to take that moment to talk to George. And then George was getting angry. And then when George was sticking his fingers out, that was when she was like grabbing the bat and she's like, please stop doing this. Please stop doing this to me. Which I'm like, what do you mean, please stop doing this to me? He's trying to get out of the suitcase. What do you think? And she's like, no, please stop doing this to me. I'm just saying that we're hearing some different stories here. And I do want to point this out, that Owens basically testified for Sarah yesterday. I'm surprised there's no objection. You know, the attorney is not the one who's testifying here. It's Sarah Boone. But I felt like Owen was like testifying for her. Giving her like super leading questions or just literally just straight up just testifying for her. I think Owens did a good job at trying to save his client multiple times. Also, when Sarah Boone was struggling to zip that suitcase, she was struggling to zip that suitcase. Imagine if you were George on the other side. How could you unzip yourself? And it was that hard to get in and out of. So she was struggling to zip it. And of course, Owen steps in and helps her. I'm like, hello, can we get some objections here? Are they allowed to just have Mr. Owens do all those things for Sarah? Oh, gosh. So, I don't know. I don't know if there is...
All right, good morning, everyone.
That's my rant.
Madam
My
Clerk's
rant of
going to
the
go ahead and
morning.
call the case to order.
Case number 2020 CF2603, State of Florida, State of Florida. Part of the documents for the record, beginning with the state.
David Ketchner on behalf of the state.
William J. for the state.
Defense.
James Lewis for Ms. Boone.
Tony Henderson for Sarah Boone.
Kevin Becker, we have Sarah Boone.
Ms. Boone, raise your right hand to be sworn. Please do you swear or affirm that the testimony you give shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God. I do. Thank you.
And good morning. Can you state your full name and date of birth for the record for me?
Sarah Boone, 10-10-7-7.
Ms. Boone is seated at counsel's table wearing a dark gray suit jacket and a maroon blouse. She is in custody. However, she's not in any restraints, so we will be continuing to stand as our jury enters and exits. State, are there any housekeeping matters we need to address this morning before we bring in our panel? Defense.
Thank you, Micah.
You got an email last night of the potential witnesses we're going to call.
In addition to the one I received this morning. Yes, sir.
Okay, Dr. Harper did get in last night after midnight. She was over at Koepsell, but in addition, we may recall the phone extraction expert. She's not on the list.
Okay, understood. All right,
something about an email with Dr. Harper, and then they're going to recall the phone extraction expert. And yes, I changed my my title to day 4. Thank you so much for pointing that out. U and E, thank you.
Are we ready to bring in our panel?
Yes.
Okay. All right, very good. Let's go ahead and stand and bring in our panel.
Their past from yesterday. It was frustrating to watch yesterday. Also, I felt like Mr. J, I don't know if he did a really good job of adapting to Sarah Boone's new story and then really pummeling her for the inconsistencies and for the convenient new information that just came in. She could unzip the suitcase, and she made a comment saying, "Oh, this is a lot harder than what normally was," or something like that. And I was like, "Is there no objection here? How is she allowed to make these statements?" Tell her to stop talking. Hi, CK. How are you doing today? Hi, Chad. Hello. Hi, Rain. Good morning. You're screaming objection at the TV. I don't know, man. What a day yesterday. Okay, it's over. New day today. I don't know if it's gonna be any better. Hi, Joseph. Hi, Candace. I had just updated it earlier. It probably needs to be refreshed. Yeah, we are in day 4. Man, I hope we don't have any more long days. The long days are rough. I need court to end promptly at 5 or earlier, please. I mean, per you guys are the body language experts. She was blinking so much, you guys were saying. Hey, Golden Samurai. Hello, hello. No, I didn't watch any body language videos. I usually don't really watch those. They reacted positively to SB. There was an outburst from Mr. J that may have tainted his rapport with the jury. Crosby, good morning. Thank you for the resub tier 2 on Twitch. Thanks so much.
State, do you recognize our jury?
Yes, Your Honor.
Defense, do you recognize our jury? Yes. All right, everyone can be seated. Members of the jury, good morning. Welcome back to 12 Alpha of the Orange County Courthouse. I hope you had a great evening. If you could, again, just by a show of hands, you complied with the court's instructions for the overnight break. Record reflect all hands have been raised. Members of the jury, at this point in time, the defense is going to continue with their evidence and testimony presentation. And I'm going to ask them to call their first witness at this time. Mr. Owens, you may proceed, sir.
At this time, the defense calls Deputy Ramirez Delgado.
Deputy Ramirez Delgado, I think he said. Witness number 2 for the defense. Ramirez? I mean, for sure, here is what the defense told her. They told her that she needed to keep her chill on the stand. Keep your chill. Do not leak an ounce of that superiority, that indignant. Don't be an asshole on the stand. And I think she did a really good job at not showing her true self on the stand.
Please swear or affirm that the testimony you give shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God. I swear.
Good morning. You can be seated. And can you please state and spell your name for the record for me?
Hey, Kiki.
Yes, sir. My name is Jessica, first name Jessica, Jessica. First last name is Ramirez, Ramirez. Second last name is Delgado, Delgado.
Thank you, ma'am. You may inquire, sir.
Good morning, ma'am.
Good morning, sir.
Ma'am, how are you employed?
I am a reserve deputy with the Orange County Sheriff's Office.
And how long have you been employed with the sheriff's?
7 years.
Back on July the 25th of 2018, how were you employed at that time?
I was a full-time deputy sheriff for the agency.
On that date, ma'am, did you have the occasion, due to your duties, to report or to go to 4748 France Lane, apartment number 3?
Yes, sir.
Do you recall what you were going there for, the purpose?
Yes, sir. I was a backup deputy for a call involving a male kicking a female in the face. So it came out as a domestic call.
Okay. And was it another officer who also responded?
Yes, sir. He was the primary.
Okay. Ma'am, while you were there, did you have contact with Sarah Boone?
Yes, sir.
While having contact with Ms. Boone, were you able to observe any injuries
Yes, sir.
to her person?
Yes, sir. She had swelling and bruising in her right eye.
And ma'am, were you able to make contact with Mr. George Torres?
Yes, sir.
Were you able to notice any injuries on his person?
Yes, sir. He had red markings and some abrasions around his neck.
Ma'am, at a certain point in time, did you place Ms. Boone under arrest?
Yes, sir. I detained her and placed her in my vehicle.
Ma'am, at that time, do you recall or remember Ms. Boone asking you, "Why am I in trouble?"
Yes, sir.
And without saying what you said, but did you respond to her?
Yes, sir.
After that, ma'am, do you remember Ms. Boone asking you, "Why?" "Because I fucking fought back."
Yes, sir.
If I can have one more.
Yes, sir.
No further questions.
Thank you. Any cross-examination?
During the course of your investigation, you or the other responding deputies spoke to Mr. Torres as well.
Yes, sir.
After concluding all of your investigation, which involved talking to both Mr. Torres and to Ms. Boone and making your observations of the two of them, did you all make final decisions about how to handle your investigation?
The other deputy, which at the time was Deputy Zito, was the one that made that determination.
Okay. But collectively, what you all looked at was statements from Ms. Boone and Mr. Torres, correct?
Yes, sir.
And your physical observations of both persons?
Yes.
And then whatever else you may have observed on scene?
Yes, sir.
And do you take into account people's demeanor when they are giving you statements, when assessing their credibility?
Yes, sir.
No other questions?
Any redirect examination?
No, Your Honor.
Can this witness be released?
Yes, Your Honor.
Yes.
All right, thank you.
Thank you.
Hey,
Defense, call your
short
next
testimony
witness.
for her. Good for her.
At this time, the defense calls Deputy John Alden.
Deputy John. I don't know. I have no idea. All the leading questions. I don't know.
Do you swear or affirm that the testimony you should give shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do.
Sir, good morning. Can you state and spell your name for the record?
John Alden, John Alden.
All right, thank you, sir. You may be seated. Mr. Henderson, you may inquire.
Good morning, sir.
Morning.
Sir, how are you employed? How are you employed?
I'm employed with the Orange County Sheriff's Office as a corporal.
Back on August the 28th of 2019, how were you employed?
I was a deputy in the Uniform Patrol Division in Sector 2.
As a part of your job duties that day, did you have the occasion to respond to 4748 France
What's his
Lane,
last name?
number 3?
Yes.
What was the purpose?
There ended up being a battery call.
And, sir, were you the lead officer on this case?
Yes.
Were there any other backup officers there with you?
I believe so.
Sir, on that date, August the 28th of 2019, did you come in contact with Sarah Boone?
Yes.
Sir, on that date, did you observe any injuries on Sarah Boone?
I observed redness on the left side of her neck and what to be an old injury to her right eye.
Sir, on August 28th of 2019, did you come in contact with George Torres?
Yes.
And did you notice any injuries on Mr. Torres?
Yes, he had some redness on it by his left eye.
Sir, on that day, was Mr. Torres placed under arrest?
Yes.
Thank you. I have no further questions.
Any cross-examination?
Yes. Is it fair to say that Mr. Torres had quite a few marks on him?
From my report, I remember marking the left redness by his left eye.
And did you have the body-worn camera activated when you responded to this call?
I believe so.
All right. And so that would be the best evidence of both video and audio as to what occurred while you were on scene.
It would, especially since this happened 4 years or 5 years ago now.
And did Mr. Torres refuse to say what happened that day?
He did.
Based on the conclusion of your investigation, which involved talking to Ms. Boone and attempting to talk to Mr. Torres, as well as your visual observations of both them and the scene, is that how you all reach your conclusions?
Yes.
No other questions?
Any redirect?
No, Your Honor.
Can this witness be released?
Yes, Your Honor.
Mr. J?
Yes, sir.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Defense, you can call your next witness.
Who's next? Dr. Brannon? Hi, Mandar. Good morning. Front helm. Good morning. Hello, hello. Two alcoholics, too broken to leave each other.
Judge, may we approach him?
Yes.
What's the point of having them on the stand? They can't even speak freely. Now we're zooming in on Sarah Boone as she writes on her notepads provided by the defense. She's got a blue pen and she sets it down, sitting there listening to the attorneys as they speak to the judge. She's got the eyeliner on today. All right, so,
Defense, you can call your next witness.
Judge, at this time, the defense calls Deputy Koepsell. Or Detective, excuse me.
Deputy heard from Timu. She even has like a new story about a staircase incident. It's like, oh, the noises that my neighbor heard the night of the murder, actually, it was from the day before. They are both mistaken. Yeah, there was actually a staircase incident when George grabbed my hair and dragged me down and clumps of my hair were everywhere. I was missing pieces of my hair. I'm like, why was that not documented when they took pictures of you then? Why did you not mention that to the detectives? The only recent incident that you mentioned to the detectives was the rod incident that happened a month before. You said everything was good between the two of you guys. Then now all of a sudden there's a staircase incident. Maybe she was a AA student, AA. Deputy, right? Who is this?
Do you swear or affirm that the testimony you
Oh, is that
shall be the truth, the whole truth,
Koepsell?
and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
Yes.
Good morning again. Could you state your full name and date of birth for the record? Or, I'm sorry, full name and spell it for us.
She's back on the stand.
Chelsea Koepsell, Chelsey. Last name is Koepsell.
All right, thank you. Counselor, you may inquire.
Good morning, ma'am.
Good morning.
Oh, we back.
In relation to this case, on February the 26th of 2020, did you have the occasion to interview Abraham Marino?
Yes, I did.
Was that interview recorded, ma'am?
Yes, it was.
Do you remember as part of that interview that Mr. Marino,
That's the maintenance supervisor for the building who claimed that the day that everyone was at Sarah Boone's apartment, you know, they're all like police, law enforcement, all that. He claimed that Sarah Boone said that she was trying to teach him a lesson.
tell you that he had contact with Sarah Boone on February the 24th of 2020?
Are you asking the night of the incident when police were called out?
Yes, the next morning.
So not the night of the incident.
The day that we were called.
That you were called out,
Okay.
the 24th.
So yes, he did have contact with her, but it wasn't in the morning. It was while we were there.
While you were there?
Yes.
Okay. What time did you get there? That's probably what's going on.
I got there around 14:20 hours, which would be 2:20 in the afternoon.
Okay. So the afternoon on the 24th.
No, it was later. I recall, I believe I was doing paperwork in my vehicle, so it would have been at some point during the investigation, but it wasn't, I didn't notice him until, I'm not sure if I noticed him until before or after Sarah was interviewed.
All right. But to his interview part, the interview, did he tell you in the interview that he had contact with Miss Boone on that day?
Yes, he did.
Did he tell you at that time that Miss Boone had made a statement to him?
Yes, he did.
Do you remember what that statement was?
I don't wish to quote what he stated, so I don't know the exact verbiage, but he basically replayed what, I'm not sure if he replayed what exactly occurred that day, but I do know he mentioned something about, she mentioned being dragged down the stairs a couple days prior.
Did he say to you during that interview that Sarah Boone told us that a couple of days ago they had gotten into a fight where he grabbed her by her hair and dragged her down the steps?
I would assume that he's reading my report, and that does sound similar to what my report should say.
So this statement...
Interesting. So now we have a mentioned staircase incident, but still doesn't line up with the time frame that she told when she was on the witness stand. She said it happened the night before. He's saying it happened a couple days before. All right, let's see what the jury's going to believe.
Was given on the 27th of February. I'm sorry, the 26th of February. Would you
Yes.
agree with that?
Yes, I would.
Okay. The contact and the statement that Ms. Boone made to Mr. Moreno was on the 24th
Or I guess it could. What did she say, a couple days ago? A few days ago.
of February. Is that correct?
Repeat the question, I'm sorry.
When Mr. Moreno is saying that Ms. Boone came up to him and made this statement that we
Mr.
just
Moreno?
talked about,
Yes,
that was on February the 24th. Is that correct?
that is correct.
So when she said a couple of days ago, that would have brought it back to February the 22nd. Is that correct?
Potentially, yes.
Ma'am, during that interview with you, did Mr. Moreno ever indicate to you that when he had contact with Ms. Boone on the 24th, that Sarah Boone told him what happened was an accident? And did he say that Sarah Boone stated that she was teaching him a lesson and things got out of hand and that she fell asleep?
I don't recall the entirety of that being accurate. Yeah, I don't recall the entirety of what he just said being accurate.
Do you remember him saying that at all?
He did say that she had, I believe he said on the recording, passed out. So that's why, like, part of the statements might be accurate, but...
Okay. Ma'am, would it refresh your memory if you were to see the recorded statement?
His recorded statement?
Yes.
Transcription?
Yes.
Sure, yeah, great.
May I approach the witness?
You may.
I wish I knew more about the conversation between Sarah Boone and Moreno, because
Okay.
When you
George is dead at this point.
ready.
Like, he's dead.
Okay.
And wasn't she panicking and stuff?
I don't
But
recall
here
all
she
the
is talking
statements
about
that you asked.
George
the way
dragging
you
her down the
asked
stairs.
But
Would it help if I repeat it?
sure, yeah.
Okay.
You asked, like, you said multiple statements, so
Yes, ma'am.
this was a, like, 11-minute interview.
All right. The statement would be that Sarah Boone stated to Mr. Moreno that she was teaching him a lesson and things got out of hand and that she fell asleep. And I'm wanting to know
Did
if
you say, okay, I thought I heard you say passed out the first time. I'm not sure if you said passed out or fell asleep.
fell asleep.
Fell asleep, okay.
And what
He said
I'm
passed
asking
out.
is there any indication that he told you that statement on the date of that interview on the 26th?
How's it helpful for the defense? When the state was presenting and he was doing the cross-examination, I think he was trying to, with the maintenance guy, I think he was trying to show that, like, hey, the statement about you saying Sarah Boone's trying to teach George a lesson, did you see this anywhere else? And it seems like, to me, my impression was it was not stated anywhere else until that day when he was testifying on the stand. That was my understanding of it. So I think that's where he's going with this.
Sorry, I'm trying to go to the part where we talked about that.
Yes, ma'am. Take it down.
Okay. Okay, so like I had stated, there were certain things that I thought was accurate from your statement. He stated, I don't really, do I just read exactly what it says? Do you need like the number next to it or anything?
Yes, I have no problem if you reading what he said.
Okay, then she,
I would object.
Approach.
Yeah, I thought you were not supposed to read from it. Or I don't know. I'm trying to think. Because I know, like, there are times where
Ma'am, you cannot read the statement at this time.
you use it
Okay.
to
Thank
refresh
you.
in your memory.
You may continue, Mr. Henderson.
he described,
Hang on. Just wait for a question,
so
okay?
sorry.
It's okay.
Yes, sorry.
Ma'am, and anywhere in that interview, do you see reference to this statement? That Sarah stated that she was teaching him a lesson and things got out of hand and that she fell asleep.
No to the two parts, the first two parts of your question. I heard passed out the first time you asked me this question, and that's why I said that part of it was accurate, because he did say that she passed out in his statement. That was what Sarah told him.
Okay, did she say she was teaching him a lesson? Is that in there?
No,
And things got out of hand. Is that in there?
no, I don't recall that.
May I approach the witness?
Yes.
I would expect this would be done with the maintenance witness, though, not with her.
And again, ma'am, this interview was on February the 26th of 2020. Is that correct?
Yes, it was.
Thank you. I have no further questions.
Any cross-examination?
No other questions, Your Honor?
All right, thank you. Can this witness be released?
Yes, Your Honor.
State?
Yes, Your Honor.
All right, thank you.
You love her facial expression. She's not having it.
Defense, call the next witness.
I believe Dr. Brannon is here. Madam Judge.
All right.
Making sure.
Why did he press on that? To show that when Moreno testified that he heard Sarah saying she was trying to teach George a lesson, the defense is trying to say that, no, you didn't hear that. And that is something that you're making up now on the stand, I guess. Sarah would never lie. She's a sturdy student. So I think that was really good for the defense. I think so far, things are looking good for the defense for the first 3 witnesses. Because if the jury bought a scintilla of Sarah Boone's story about her and George and believe all the injuries that she got.
Yes, sir.
And then now we have deputies testifying in the stand saying that, yeah, I responded to the scene. Yeah, we placed him under arrest. Yeah, she had bruises on him. Yeah, she had a black eye. Yeah, he also has some scratches on his eyes. And then we hear from Detective Koepsell, and they're pushing on, okay, so the trying to teach him a lesson thing, that could be made up, right? Because it wasn't brought up in the recorded interview. But I don't know if maybe that was brought up. I mean, there's no cross-examination. So I'm assuming maybe there's no other report that would have mentioned, hey, Abraham Moreno said that Sarah Boone was trying to teach George a lesson. The maintenance guy was on. So that's why I was like, isn't it better to ask the maintenance guy this and to try to impeach him instead? But maybe they'll do Detective Koepsell and the maintenance guy. She admitted to lying to the police about George before, right? On the stand, she admitted to lying about. She claims that George tried to coach her what to say or like change her story or something. Uki Roma, thank you so much for the 5. I appreciate it. Thank you, thank you. Been watching with one eye all week. You got an eye patch on or something? Sight just came back. You're good luck. Oh, I'm glad your sight came back. For my Halloween costume, I wore an eye patch and that was horrible. Wearing eye patches are not fun. It's hard to keep your eyes closed, especially if it's not taped down. And we went to, and it was dark, went to a Halloween party. It was hard to see. And I was wearing a damn wig. So I'm glad that you're all healed and good now. But thank you so much for the 5. I appreciate it. Hi, Maverick. Gonna lurk? Yeah, thank you. I appreciate the lurk. Have fun in the lurky. Kathy, I didn't want to say it. But I can see what you mean by that. Some of the features, like the nose, the eyes. Just a tiny bit. All right. So I guess while we wait, I mean, we're only looking in the back of her head and she's not doing anything. So she's staying here. Let's see what people who attended the trial yesterday, see what they said. Hashtag Sarah Boone, attorney Kevin Beck told me he thought Sarah Boone did very well in the stand. Yeah, she kept her cool. She kept her cool. She didn't lose her shit. She didn't become super defensive. But at the same time, she was very emotionless, in my opinion. This is from Surviving the Survivor podcast.
Your Honor, this time the defense would call Dr. Michael Brannon.
All right, very good.
In an unexpected plot twist, multiple sources are telling me, ... hashtag Sarah Boone's girlfriend is in the gallery. The two reportedly met while in jail. Could explain some of the smiling. 2 of George's members are here. Family members are here. They're listening, watching closely. Poor family members of George. Poor family members.
Please swear or affirm that the testimony you give shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God.
I do.
Doctor, good morning. Could you state and spell your name for the record for us?
Michael Brannon. Brannon.
All right, thank you. Counselor, you may inquire.
Thank you. Dr. Brannon, good morning.
Good morning.
Good morning.
Ms. Fry, having just traveled from Miami to Orlando.
Yes.
Is that not correct? Okay.
It was a good drive.
Okay, great. Would you please describe for the jury your background, training, and experience, both in forensic psychology as well as battered women syndrome?
Sure. So I'm a psychologist licensed in the state of Florida. I have a bachelor's degree in psychology. That's from a university called Nova University. I also have a master's degree in psychology. I received that in 1980, also in psychology. And I received my doctoral degree in psychology after a year internship where I worked with severely mentally ill individuals in Hialeah, Florida. In 1988, I finished my degree requirements for my doctorate in psychology. And in 1990, I was licensed as a psychologist. I've been operating as a psychologist since then, since 1990. Originally, I started off doing the work that most people kind of think about when they think about psychologists, doing therapy, counseling with people, helping them through with their problems, things like that. In 1994, I began on a career almost quite accidentally as a forensic psychologist when I testified in my first case in front of a jury. And from that time on, I've been doing mostly forensic psychology. My practice very quickly changed from that time on. I'm currently the co-director of the Institute for Behavioral Sciences and the Law, and anywhere between 80 and 90% of all my work now is related to some legal or court-related matter in the ways in which mental health interfaces or impacts or helps to give opinions about various legal issues. I've taught rather extensively in the area of forensic psychology. I teach to mostly legal audiences, but oftentimes too I speak to groups of psychology students wanting to sit up here and do what I'm doing as well. Make long drives and then come up here and talk to people about cases. I also currently on the staff, the adjunct faculty staff for the School of Psychiatry at Florida Atlantic University. I help to train their forensic psychiatrists, so not just psychologists, but psychiatrists in terms of doing this work as a psychologist or as a psychiatrist, a mental health professional who gives opinions in the courtroom.
And are you also required to update your educational background and knowledge as a forensic psychologist?
Yes, sir. So sure. So every 2 years, we're required to get 40 continuing education credits to maintain our license. And part of that is we have to, on a regular basis, update our work in domestic violence or battered women syndrome. So we have to take those courses. We're all required, whether you're a forensic psychologist or not, to take that coursework. So as part of our requirements, we also have to take separate coursework in regards to domestic violence, which is a general term, or intimate partner violence. But along with that comes discussion as well with battered spouse, or what's oftentimes called battered person syndrome now.
And I apologize, I'm kind of bouncing around here, Doctor. I apologize again. For the uninitiated, just exactly what do you mean by forensic psychology?
So forensic psychology is a division of psychology. Most people don't think about that as often when they think about psychologists. But forensic psychologists are individuals who have degrees in psychology who are working to help to answer questions that come up in the legal system. It could be in criminal cases like we're here for today, answering various criminal questions, giving opinions about those questions. Or it could be in other settings like family settings, divorce proceedings, or sometimes civil settings like personal injury. Someone's claiming some emotional damage or something has happened to them. So forensic psychology is really the way that we use the science of psychology to help give opinions about various legal matters.
Now, what is the DSM or the DSM-5?
So the DSM it stands for Diagnostic and Statistical Manual. It's kind of our code book, if you will, to help us to know what the different symptoms are for different mental health disorders, whether it's major depression or schizophrenia or anxiety. So it gives us a code book of here's the criteria you have to meet in order to have that diagnosis. And then we're able to utilize that in terms of either treatment, so even insurance billing, but being able to inform patients too about what condition we think that they're suffering from. It's been updated many times over the years. It started at just DSM, and now it's at the Diagnostic and Statistical Manual 5th edition, text revised. So we've gone through a lot of revisions over the years to try to fine-tune in an empirical or scientific way what the elements are, if you will, of various mental health conditions.
Now, you've been asked to testify today in regards to battered women syndrome. Is the battered women syndrome identified or located within the DSM-5?
So it is not. It is not a diagnostic category in the DSM-5 or other coding books as well. There's others besides the DSM. That's just the most popular one. But it's not a formal diagnosis that it is contained within that book, that classification manual that I just told you about.
Within your field of forensic psychology, however, is there a subcategory that is located within the DSM-5 that experts would recognize as a DSM diagnosis?
Yes, sir.
And what is that, sir?
PSM?
So that category would be in the trauma section of the DSM-5 TR. There's a whole category on trauma disorders, and it's most closely related to something that we call post-traumatic stress disorder. That isn't the only trauma disorder, but that's the one that what used to be called battered women syndrome, now I refer to it as battered person syndrome, but all of it really is more connected to a trauma disorder like post-traumatic stress disorder.
Now, testify that you testify on in criminal matters. Do you also testify? You indicated also on personal injury cases and emotional. That would be civil, correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay. In your experience, you've testified as an expert, as a forensic psychologist. Have you testified for, and today you're testifying for the defense or were called by the defense. Do you also testify for the state of Florida or other states within this country?
Yes to both of those. I've testified in other states. I also testify for both the prosecution, the state or government, depending if it's federal or if it's a state case, and also for the defense. So I really get appointments and hired by both sides.
About how many times have you testified?
Wow. At last count, it was about 1,500 times. It's over that, way over that now. That was from a few years ago. But I testify in a lot of different kinds of hearings and trials over the course of, mostly in Florida, but in other states as well.
Now, you're familiar with the fact that there is a special jury instruction that's been recognized by the Florida Supreme Court.
Approach.
So battered spouse syndrome, not in DSM-5. And then did they say PTSD? And they're talking about under the trauma section. So Dr. Michael Brannon, just a reminder, testified in a case recently. And I think that's why Owens really wanted him for this case. There was a woman named Marsha Thompson that was in an abusive relationship with her husband. And I don't know the ins and outs about this case. I'm just repeating from what I've seen on Court TV and some articles that I've read. But she was in a very abusive relationship and one day shot her husband quite a few times. Some of the bullets went in his back as well. I don't know what her triggering event was. But Marsha Thompson was acquitted.
The objection is sustained.
I apologize. Doctor, you testified as to battered women syndrome, battered person syndrome. Are there other synonyms or similar names for what you're describing, in particular battered spouse syndrome?
Well, we talk about it in terms of trauma disorders like post-traumatic stress disorder, but the way when it's applied to the legal system is called battered wife, or that was the original terminology for it, battered wife syndrome or battered person syndrome. So really depends on your setting. So in this setting, we oftentimes talk about this particular condition that I've been asked to talk about today, is really referred to as battered spouse syndrome.
Okay. And have you been asked to give your opinion as a legal expert and on battered spouse syndrome?
Yes, sir.
How frequently have you been asked to do that?
I've been involved in about 100 cases of just that alone. I've been involved in some sort of testimony about 50 times.
And you indicated that you testified for the state, you testified for the defense, you testified in state cases, federal cases. Could you break down on a percentage basis the number of times you testified for the state versus testifying for the defense?
It's really close in terms of the last time we looked at it, it was about 50-50. On most cases, like for instance, if there's a case that involves battered spouse, potentially battered spouse or battered wife syndrome, I'm usually called by the defense first because they raise the issue. If you're called by the prosecution, whether it be federal or state, what oftentimes happens is it's in response to a defense expert that's been called. So do I agree or disagree with that other expert? So I'm usually, the call usually comes first from the defense, but in terms of who I'm hired by, it's pretty even. It's about 50-50.
Now, this time, Your Honor, I will proffer the witness as an expert in the field of forensic psychology. Maybe approach?
Yes, approach.
Oh, have you guys listened to prison calls? I haven't heard any prison calls yet. Is it me or is the courtroom dark today?
Objection sustained. Wait.
It looks normal to me. Yeah, the judge is so nice. Someone sees in the courtroom, he'll say bless you.
Objection is still sustained. Mr. Beck, you may continue.
Has battered spouse syndrome been accepted, to your knowledge, in the Florida court system?
Yes, sir.
Objection, legal conclusion?
Sustained.
Can you describe the classic system or systemology wherein an individual might necessarily suffer and then exhibit symptoms of battered women syndrome?
Yes. So battered spouse syndrome is a woman, usually a woman's response. Doesn't have to be, but that's a classic historical research went into how women respond in situations in which there's intimate partner violence when they've been the victim of violence. Now we know, of course, in other kinds of relationships, men can be a victim of it as well, or as, whether it's a heterosexual or homosexual relationship, that both men and women can be victims. But we still know the majority of those individuals that are
Hey, he's doing better than Dr. Don Hughes, okay?
diagnosed with that condition or given that condition, classified with that condition, are women.
Bless you.
We do know that it's a reaction, a strategy that's developed by the person who's being abused to someone who's abusing them in an intimate partner situation. And essentially what they're doing is they've made a determination that they can't effectively escape from the abuse. They can't just leave for some reason. They feel in danger or they've been threatened if they leave that something bad will happen to them. So it's a cognitive or thinking strategy on the part of the person being abused that I have to develop some coping skills or ways of protecting myself or maybe even loved ones as well from some form of imminent violence or danger or lethality. Something bad will happen to me if I don't develop a way of handling this abuse, this constant abuse that's coming towards me. So the battered wife syndrome is really a way of thinking. It's a psychological change that happens with a victim in terms of the way they cope and strategize to stay safe for themselves and other loved ones as well, oftentimes.
I'm going to ask a really silly question, if I may, Doctor. I don't know if you've noticed a bruise across the bridge of my nose this morning.
I did see that when I come in. Yes, sir.
Okay. This weekend... Hypothetically, if an individual was digging around in the garbage, the lid fell down and cut his nose, the bridge of his nose wide open, would you as a forensic psychologist anticipate, or a psychologist in general, anticipate that there might be a physical or a psychological reaction or response to that degree of trauma?
So I don't know if it would be trauma or not. It could be, depending on the degree of the injury and the pain and things like that. But certainly you'd view that garbage can differently as you approached it. So it changes your psychology or the way that you look at that particular situation or that particular object. So by viewing it differently, you may engage in different behaviors. You may approach it differently. You may have somebody else approach it. You may approach it with both hands up. So it changes your behavior and your thinking about that garbage can.
Does that also apply to interpersonal relationships?
So it certainly can. No two people always react the same way to every situation. Trauma, one person's trauma is not a trauma to another person. But for people who do develop battered spouse syndrome, they do begin to change the way they view the person who's abusing them and what they have to do in order to maintain either their life or their safety, their physical safety in terms of their behavior and interactions with that person.
Now, is there a specific set of criteria that a psychologist, forensic psychologist, would necessarily rely upon in attempting to make a diagnosis or an assessment of battered women syndrome?
Yes, sir.
And what are those criteria?
Well, you'd want to see, one, if some type of abuse has occurred. That abuse can be physical, it can be sexual, it can be emotional, or it can just be the threat of abuse or bad things that's going to happen to you. So there has to be something bad that's happened or that's threatened to be happening over a period of time. So abuse has to be present in order for this to be underway. Without abuse, there's no battered wife syndrome.
I want him to tie this back to Sarah Boone because, you know, he's giving us what a battered spouse woman is like, a battered spouse person is like, and he's giving us these definitions and how they're fear of their lives and things like that. But how does this tie in with Sarah Boone? I don't know if they're going to tie it to Sarah Boone because I think when they had him on as a consultant. So he's just going to testify to battered spouse, but they try to enter him as an expert. And then it seems like the state objected and that was sustained. So are we still trying to see if he's still a battered spouse expert so we can formally enter him in as one? Or what are we doing here? Because how does this tie with Sarah Boone? Let's just get to the point.
But that's not enough. There also has to be what's called coercive control. Coercive control is really...
Coercive control. Okay, I wonder who did the controlling in the relationship.
Keeping the person's social interactions, overseen on a regular basis, controlling money, controlling preferences, even TV preferences sometimes, social media, looking at social media that the person is accessing or looking at, who they're talking to on Facebook, who they're texting. So it's a combination of abuse and coercive control that results in a person feeling victimized, but that's still not enough. That person then has to feel like they can't escape from that. They've either been told, if you leave me, you're going to die, or a family member is going to be harmed, your children, your mother, whatever it might be. And as a result of that, they develop strategies to cope with that, acquiescing, pleasing, doing anything they're asked to do, demeaning themselves, allowing themselves to be controlled. All of the things that would fend off, if you will, some abuse or attack or threat to them or someone who surrounds them. So those would be the components that you would need to have, and that dance continues to go on usually repeatedly throughout the course of that relationship.
So I think what you're describing is, in a sense, a subjective nature to the syndrome that's being described.
It's both objective and subjective. So objective in terms of the facts, like what's really happening. A person's being abused, they're being told certain things, there's control over them. But then the subjective part is the person's interpretation of that, their perception of that. So there's really both going on, and they have to kind of work together in order for this syndrome to be formalized and properly diagnosed.
You indicated that there's sometimes maybe some defense mechanisms that are, or strategies that are devised by the battered individual, the abused individual.
Yes, sir.
In your experience and your training, do controlled substances, alcohol, drugs, frequently?
I mean, I don't know. The coercive control thing is definitely like ding, 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 ding in our heads because it's like, okay, coercive control. George didn't have a cell phone. George had to use Sarah's phone, Sarah's iPad, whatever the fuck it is that she had, to communicate with other people, to even try to watch porn, but he wasn't allowed to do that. Sarah had control of what George did for activities. So like on the days that George was off or didn't work, I don't know. It's like, okay, George, today we're going to do painting, puzzles, and we're going to do music. Oh, you want to drink today? Well, I want you to have a sense of accomplishment. So why don't we do chores first and then we can get shit-faced drunk at noon? What do you think about that, George? And also, George, your music is too fractious. We got to listen to something better just so we're in a jolly good old mood. Okay, George, what do you think about that?
Appear in your analysis or assessment?
Yes.
Okay, I'm listening.
And the way they appear is they can appear either from the abuser or the abused or both. What can happen from the abuser standpoint is they may only be abusive, or the abuse may become worse if they abuse substances. From the abuse standpoint, it may be self-medication. It may be...
And I'm not saying that George may have not been controlling with Sarah too. He may have been controlling as well. He may have been really jealous, and he may have not liked it when she tried to talk to other people or when she constantly ran back to her ex for every single thing. I'm not saying it was completely one way, but I'm saying that we definitely see Sarah being some of these things. George is still kind of like, okay, we're only taking Sarah's words for it so far.
A way of coping with the anxiety that there's going to be something bad that potentially could happen to them or somebody else. It's kind of a way of dealing with walking on the eggshells. So if I use substances, that can deaden the pain, if you will, for me, or help me to forget about it. So it's oftentimes, not always, but oftentimes part of either the abuser's behavior or the abused behavior.
Do they, in your experience, do they, on occasion, actually defend the individual that is abusing them?
That's a very frequent part of this syndrome. Not always, but it's very frequent. It's why interviewing them becomes difficult sometimes, because they're used to explaining away their behavior, the abuser's behavior, my black eye, my missing tooth, his screaming and yelling in the background while I'm talking to mom on the phone. So they're used to making excuses for it. It's part of the coping strategy, trying to explain away this behavior. He's had a bad day. She's, really upset about something else that's going on. She's really never like this at any other time. So defending that person is oftentimes a part of the battered spouse syndrome, and getting the person who's been abused to get them to stop defending them so they can talk about the actual abuse becomes a challenge.
Now, the DSM makes reference on occasion to rule outs. I assume for the diagnosis that's being applied. What is a rule out?
A rule out in our parlance says that we should consider these things before we look at other diagnoses. So, for instance, if we're going to consider schizophrenia, we should rule out substance abuse first, because oftentimes some drugs can create hallucinations and delusions and psychotic symptoms. So there's always rule outs, just like there are for medical conditions. So look for this before you consider this, is really what a rule out is.
Are there specific rule outs for battered woman syndrome or PTSD?
Sure. So there's rule outs for everything, because you're considering a number of different conditions before you make a differential diagnosis, or you pick that's the one that I think best fits this person. So yes, there's rule outs for both of those.
For my sake, what is a differential diagnosis?
That's how you decide.
I mean, honestly, people pay money to listen to this guy. We're getting a free lecture right now. So we're getting a free lecture. We don't know, I don't think he's going to tie it to Sarah Boone, because that's a different expert. I think he's just here to talk about battered spouse syndrome and, just to give us the ins and outs about it. So we're getting a free lecture right now, okay?
Which one, whether it's your medical doctor, your psychologist, whoever, it's how they pick the right diagnosis. So you're going through kind of a card catalog in your head, and you're saying, all right, there's symptoms of this, but that's also consistent with symptoms of that. So is it schizophrenia? Is it bipolar disorder? Now I have to ask more questions. It's a decision tree. And that decision tree helps you to inform the person and either make a diagnosis in a legal setting or help to treat them clinically.
Now, if the individual, the psychologist who's doing the evaluation, identifies the presence of certain rule outs, what is their response professionally to those rule outs in establishing or assessing the patient?
You have to go down a decision tree. We all kind of do decision trees in our mind every day about what we should do or shouldn't do in certain situations. It happens automatically. It's more structured when you're doing it professionally. So if you have a concern about substances, then you would kind of take that track and you'd have to ask a lot of questions in that area. So you'd want to know what kind of substances, how often are they using those substances, what kind of effect have those substances had on them before. I just picked one of many possible rule outs there. But every one of them you'd have to explore or ask additional questions, because of course you don't want to come up with the wrong diagnosis, because in a legal setting that leads you to a bad opinion, in a clinical setting it leads to bad treatment.
Now I want to go back just a second. We talked about the subjective nature of the abused individual's understanding of what's happening. Does this subjective, or does the experience that they have suffered result in, on occasion, their experiencing or their anticipating or assuming or imagining a threat that others may not?
Yes, sir. Yes.
So lady asked, was Sarah diagnosed with BSS or are they just claiming it? Sarah met with Dr. Julie Harper like 4 years ago. It seems like Dr. Julie Harper did not diagnose her with BSS. They recently rehired Dr. Julie Harper again because, you know, she has the most familiarity with Sarah Boone, met with her a couple times already. So they had the same expert to evaluate her again. And then recently, Dr. Julie Harper, I guess, said that she qualifies for battered spouse syndrome. We're listening to a different expert right now. I think Dr. Julie Harper, we're not going to hear her until tomorrow. Owens mentioned her this morning. I don't know what the fuck he said, but he mentioned her this morning. So maybe we'll hear from Dr. Julie Harper today. But from what he said yesterday, seems like Dr. Julie Harper was coming in tomorrow. But I don't know. Owens, you guys ever watch House of Cards? You guys remember Doug Stamper? He would always be like whispering into like Frank's ears.
Objection is sustained.
Objection sustained.
Doctor, from what you described this morning, I think we're talking about a complex and sophisticated process for assessing and diagnosing PTSD, battered women, the matters that you described. Is that a fair statement?
Yes, sir.
And in this instance, this particular matter regarding the state versus Sarah Boone, were you approached about the possibility of doing an assessment as to Sarah Boone?
Approach.
Assessment on Sarah Boone. I don't know. They said that he was going to come on as a consultant. Dr. Julie Harper is the one who's going to come in as the person that diagnosed Sarah Boone, I guess. Okay, what are we on? We're on day 3. Did my title update to day 3? I updated my title. I don't know if it's still showing day 3 or has been updated to day 4 now. Day 4. What do we have so far with day 4? Day 4. Not this one. Oh, wait. I'm sorry. I forgot. I think I'm a little bit behind. Speed it up here. I think he's doing fine on the stand. I have no issues with what he's saying. But that's because he hasn't tied in with Sarah Boone yet. He's just talking about BSS. Okay, we're caught up with the live now. I think he seems like a professional person. He's well-versed, of course. He's got the professional background. And he's testified in so many other cases. He's doing fine on the stand. And no, he doesn't remind me of Dr. Spiegel. Completely different animals, okay? Dr. Spiegel was in his own little category. Dr. Spiegel, hot mess, man. Hot fucking mess. Man, that face that Ben Shue made when Dr. Spiegel was doing the mouthing was so fucking hilarious. Oh, God. This is day 4, right? Okay, cool. Thanks, y'all.
Doctor, when you are retained to do an evaluation in these matters, what is your practice in regards to the assessment proceedings, the assessment efforts?
Well, I'd first want to know what type of an assessment that it is, because there's different methods of approach that you'd use to analyze and be able to give an opinion on whatever question's being asked of you. So the very first goal for me as a forensic psychologist is to isolate what the question is. So what are they asking me to do? Because I want to know, A, can I do that? Am I qualified to do that, or should I refer that to somebody else? Or B, is that something I'm going to have enough time to do and enough resources to do? Then the next thing I would do is start asking questions about specifically what you already have or what can you get to help me answer this question. So right away I'd start to find out what's available. As forensic psychologists, we're supposed to do comprehensive evaluations of whatever the legal issue or question is, and it's supposed to rely on multiple sources of information. So depending again upon the question, I'm trying to then define early on what are those multiple pieces of information I'm going to need to help to try to give an opinion and an educated opinion about that matter.
Have you done an assessment in this particular case?
No, sir.
Can you tell us very briefly whether that was your decision?
Objection, relevance.
Okay, that's fine. That's fine. Move on.
Objection sustained.
In your experience, Doctor,
Thank you very much.
can battered women syndrome?
Yeah, I agree. So Lady Luck says, Sarah was so afraid for her life that she went upstairs, went to bed, not worried about if he escaped the suitcase. Oh, wait, no, she assumed that he could get out. Her story makes no sense. I wish Dr. J hammered, not Dr. J, I wish Mr. J hammered more on that. And then I wish Mr. J was like, hey, you know, I noticed that you said it previously when you would go upstairs and sleep that you would barricade yourself in. Why didn't you barricade yourself in this time? Huh? Why didn't you barricade yourself in? Especially if you thought that he was going to be free and he's going to be let loose and you're in fear of your life. Why didn't you barricade yourself in? Also, why would you feel safe going to sleep knowing that in the past incidents, according to you, that you fell asleep before and he's attacked you while you're sleeping? So why would you go to sleep again? Also, in the past, you called 911. Why didn't you call 911 this time? You did it all the time. You had no issues with it. Or why didn't you call Brian Boone and ask him to pick you up? It seems like you called Brian Boone and Brian Boone just dismissed you because you're just being drunk and you're just blabbering on. I don't know. I just felt like there's so many things we could just like really hammer her in on. But I don't know. Mr. J was like, speed running. Let's go. Let's Herb finish his trial. I don't know.
Syndrome,
I don't know.
rear its ugly head. For instance, when there are threats to other members of the family,
Why?
two-legged or four.
So yes, that's very common, that it's not just the person. It increases the terror from someone who's doing the abuse to mention other family members that they might also suffer abuse. So whether it's emotional or physical, those type of things are very common. Not always, but it's very common in the course of domestic violence cases or intimate partner violence cases.
And that fear that's developed by the abused individual may exist contemporaneously with other issues, alcoholism, schizophrenia, and the like. Is that correct?
Yes, sir. They can all be combined together, and certainly that increases if there's other family members that are threatened.
Listen, I know we had issues with Miss Carrie Morrissey, but I wish Carrie Morrissey did the cross-examination. Carrie Morrissey, Creighton Waters, who are some other ones out there that are very... Camille Vasquez, Juan Martinez. Juan Martinez disbarred. But we need some energy, okay? Some energy.
Or live in the same home or close by, that can increase the terror. And the purpose of that is to increase control, to make sure the abuser has more control over the person who's being abused.
Don't worry, Jay's listening to us.
Second, Your Honor, may I?
Yes, sir.
He'll redeem it in rebuttals. He's listening to us.
In doing an assessment, doctor, do you look at outside materials?
Yes, sir, always.
And what kind of outside materials do you necessarily review in order to make this assessment?
Specifically to battered woman syndrome?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
So specific to this, you'd want to look at a lot of different sources of information because you're trying to, make a diagnosis if there's a trauma-related disorder, but you're also trying to figure out if there's the other elements necessary to make the diagnosis as well, like abuse that's been chronic over a period of time, and that the person feels they can't leave that situation, and if other people have been threatened. So you'd want to know things like not only what the facts are of the particular incident, usually some crime that's been committed, but you'd want to know the history of those behaviors. Has anyone else seen those? Are there people you can talk to, friends, neighbors, bosses, anybody who's seen or heard of this abuse before? Have there been medical visits where the person has actually been damaged and shown up, made some other excuse, they slipped or fell or whatever it might be? You'd want to do psychological testing as a forensic psychologist because we have very good tests that help us to determine whether someone's suffering from a trauma-based disorder or not. You'd want to know if the person who'd been accused of the crime for this type of evaluation made any statements to the police. If they did, you'd want to hear that statement. Or has there been a 911 call or calls? If that's happened, you'd want to hear that too. So any evidence you could collect, and these are some of those questions I was talking to you about before, you'd want to ask the person who's trying to hire you in the beginning, well, tell me what you have, because you'd want to see whether or not you're going to be able to make this analysis or not. So it's not good enough just to talk to the person, because that's just one form of information. It's almost like being a behavioral detective, if you will, as a forensic psychologist, because we're trying to get as much evidence wrapping around our interview with the person as possible to be able to guide our questions, but inform us and see whether there's what we call convergent validity. It's a fancy way of saying, does everything agree with each other? Does everything connect in a way that it all sort of makes sense? Or are these strange conflicting pieces of evidence that we need to explain away, or it just doesn't fit the criteria? So it's a rather comprehensive and complex evaluation that has to be conducted to come up with this. And the final piece I'd say about it is that because oftentimes the abused person is defending still the person that they've oftentimes committed a crime against, it takes a bit of time to get to where you need to go. With all victims of trauma, whether you're talking about situations where you're doing therapy or you're doing an analysis in this type of setting, a criminal setting, it usually takes some time to break through that and get them to trust you to talk.
Could the prosecutor argue George was also a battered spouse? I don't think so, because I feel like you might need to be evaluated to be considered one. Maybe he can like just theoretically throw it out there. I don't know if he can or not. I have no idea. I feel like George would have to be here, and he's not alive, and would have to be evaluated by an expert. So I don't think so. But I don't know. Maybe Mr. J will try to wiggle in something, you know?
Talk about the trauma, but to stop defending the person and talk about the abuse and how they felt about the abuse. Your goal, if you will, is to be able to see what's happening in that situation through the abused person's eyes. If you look at it through your eyes, often it doesn't seem to make sense. But if you look at it through their eyes, if it meets the criteria for a battered spouse, then you can better understand their world and what they're dealing with.
And real briefly, some of the things that you are evaluating when you examine, particularly the individual themselves, you're looking for anxiety and or fear?
Yes.
Low self-esteem?
Yes.
Are you looking for depression?
Yes.
Are you looking for any form of social or interpersonal withdrawal?
Withdrawal, especially if it's forced withdrawal, controlled withdrawal, if there's consequences to socializing with my family, my friends, calling them on the phone, texting them. So especially in that context.
Stockholm Syndrome.
Sure, that can be part of it.
And what is Stockholm Syndrome, real briefly?
So it's really adapting to someone who's captive or taking over a person, controlling their life, sort of adapting to that situation. The famous model of that would be many, many decades ago, a woman called Patty Hearst, who was kidnapped. But it's taking on the beliefs and taking on an acceptance, if you will, of a kind of a captive situation. And in these situations with women who have been abused, who meet the criteria for battered spouse syndrome, they oftentimes adapt, defend, and take on in an acquiescent way that this is okay and I'm part of this situation as opposed to the situation.
Will this syndrome exhibit itself in physical attributes?
It can, at times, even physical illness at times.
Inability to sleep, inability to keep...
Yeah, and I wanted Mr. J to emphasize on that too. So on the night that you said that you were defending yourself, can you again describe what injuries George had sustained? Oh, okay, that's great. That's great. And then can you also describe the injuries that you sustained? Oh, you mean the injury that you had on your hand from holding the baseball bat and beating George with? Was there any other injuries? No other injuries. Well then.
Food down, and those type of things.
Sure. Yes, sir.
Would that individual potentially experience hypervigilance?
Well, that's a large part of it. Any trauma-based disorder is hypervigilance. What changes when you've been traumatized, any kind of trauma, not just abuse, but what changes is your perception of danger. So whether it's the lid of the garbage can hitting on your nose, or whether it's someone being abusive toward you, those situations change your perception of danger. So you no longer see that object or that person in the same way. You have a foreboding sense of danger could occur. So other people may not perceive it with that person. He's so nice at work, or he's nice at these other settings, or he's so great on the softball field, but at home he's different. So that person who's being abused, their perception changes.
Does that include denial?
It could include denial, and oftentimes that's part of the explanation. The defensiveness of that person is the denial of how bad things are that are going on.
Thanks, Doctor. For this time.
Cross-examination.
Any cross-examination?
Yes, sir.
Mr. Cacciatore?
Morning,
All right.
Doctor.
Good morning.
Nice to see you in person.
Good to see you again.
So there's a subjective component to trauma, is what I understand you're saying, correct?
Always. Yes, sir.
And so hypothetically, a couple could be in a 3.5-year relationship with physical violence, emotional violence, even sexual violence, but either or both of those partners may or may not believe that is a traumatic experience for him or herself, correct?
Yes, sir. People mistake the stimulus about what happens as the trauma. The trauma is really the reaction to it. So bad things that happen, people don't always react in the same way to them. So yes, sir, that's correct.
So for instance, a homicide detective or a homicide prosecutor may go out to a scene and see a freshly dead body, and their perception of that environmental stimulus may be very different from somebody who works at Dunkin' Donuts and just gives us muffins in the morning coming across a dead body. Is that fair?
Yes, sir. That homicide detective may be able to go eat lunch right after it, and the other person
Excuse me, are you sponsored? Dunkin' Donuts?
who works at the
Hashtag
donut
sponsorship.
restaurant may not be able to eat for a couple of days as a result. So, yes, perception is a big part of how trauma occurs.
And I understand your answers today, and I'm not saying that they were different the other day, but I understand you to say that it's very important to do a comprehensive evaluation to get the full picture of what is going on in the perceived battered spouse mind, correct?
Yes.
You want a donut now? All right, what are we craving so far? Donuts, Pop-Tarts, peppermints, juice box, baggy chips, Dr. Pepper, Woodbridge wine. Oh God, why is it so hard to say? Prosecutor runs on Duncan. Cigarettes. What kind of cigarettes do you think Sarah Boone smoked? Does she look like a
The objection
Camel?
is overruled.
Camel Tepagal, menthol, Newport.
So, we've been talking about the importance of doing a comprehensive evaluation with as many collateral sources as one could possibly have when making an assessment about the battered spouse syndrome, correct?
Yes, sir. A relevant piece of information. Yes, sir.
And would you agree that obviously the person who is accused of committing a crime, there are credibility issues that you do need to care for when relying upon that person's history provided about the events leading to that and the past events describing the relationship with the intimate partner?
Yes, sir. In every forensic evaluation, that's the case.
Is this particularly important if there's a comorbidity with an alcohol abuse disorder?
Yes.
And can you tell the jury what alcohol abuse disorder means in the DSM-5 TR?
Sure. It's the biggest part of it is it's not just the use of alcohol, it's impairment that happens as a result. So it's the excessive use of alcohol, but that could mean something different, just like the excessive use of marijuana might mean. But it's the use of alcohol to the degree that it impairs or infects a person's life. And with that may come a lot of other things like deceitfulness or aggression or unreliability, sleep or somatic
There we go. Use the defense's expert against Sarah Boone. There we go.
problems, difficulties. So, but the important thing to remember there is that it's the use of a substance that impairs or affects a person's life.
And if there is alcohol involved in the histories being given about either the event in question or any preceding events, must the evaluator take that into account when evaluating the memories and perceptions of the person giving them that history?
Yes, so in introducing that new topic about memory, we know that substances can interfere and impair memory.
Wait a second.
Problem or infects. So it's the excessive use
Alcohol abuse disorder means in the DSM.
just like the excessive use of marijuana or unreliability, sleep or somatic problems,
Deceitfulness, aggression.
match up with other sources of information, interfere and impair memory. So as a result of that, you want to know what they were using, how close it was. If you're talking about a particular event, like a crime, you'd want to know if there was substance usage, and if so, what the person's memory functioning was, and does that match up with other sources of information about what those events were.
Are you
Nope,
familiar
didn't
with the
match.
narcissistic personality disorder?
Yes, sir, of course.
Is that something recognized in the DSM-5 TR?
Yes, sir.
And can you tell us whether or not a person who is giving a history, whether it's the patient/client or whatnot, has traits, perhaps not a diagnosis, but even just traits of the narcissistic personality disorder, is that something the evaluator should account for in evaluating the credibility of the history given?
Yes.
And why is that?
Well, because all forms of disorders or conditions or just traits may lead to inaccurate information, either not purposely or purposely. They may be deceptive. So certain personality disorders or traits can lead to deception or inappropriate or inaccurate information. That's why you need more than one source of information. Does what this is what this person's saying to me check out with other sources of information?
Nope.
And I don't mean to quiz you on it, but can you tell us some of the criteria for the narcissistic personality disorder?
I can, yes, sir. So it is a grandiose sense of self-worth. It's the consideration of yourself over anybody else. It's kind of operating in your own world, so it's an inflated sense of who you are. It's a misperception of how important you are to other people and your meaning to other people. It's a sense of specialness, that you stand out from other people in terms of special skill or skills, and that other people, if they don't recognize that, they should recognize that. So the biggest heading there is an inflated sense of self-esteem and grandiosity.
Are you familiar with an adjustment disorder diagnosis?
Yes, sir.
What's that?
Is that in the DSM-5 TR?
Yes, sir. Correct.
Can you tell us about that?
Adjustment disorder is a person's reaction, and it could be emotional, it can be behavioral, or it can be both, to a situation that occurs. You broke up with your boyfriend or girlfriend, so you're upset about that. And so as a result, you're tearful, you're anxious or nervous or worried about what may happen to you as a result of breaking up with them, or you behaviorally may start not going to work, or get into more arguments or fights with your children as a result. So it's a temporary reaction to a stressful situation that occurs in some individuals.
And hypothetically, if a person who is giving a history for criteria of diagnosis, let me strike that. If somebody is giving a history and that is being used
I'm smarter than 8 lawyers.
to come to an evaluation conclusion of battered spouse syndrome, if that person has been diagnosed with adjustment disorder predating the traumatic relationship, is that something the evaluator should take into account?
You'd want to know any prior diagnosis, because it may not necessarily be exclusionary, but it could. So adjustment disorder is a temporary reaction. You're upset in a temporary period, and most of them just go away on their own. Whereas something else like a traumatic stress disorder is long-term. It's something that a person's stuck with for a period of time that usually doesn't just go away on its own. So yes, you'd want to know that. For that term I used before, that differential diagnosis, you'd want to know those things to compare and contrast them and hold them up against each other.
Now, hypothetically, if somebody says things like, I'm the best thing that has ever happened to you, and I'm the best you'll ever do, are those indications of the narcissistic personality disorder?
Well, they could be. You wouldn't want just that alone. You'd want to see if that was happening in other settings. Is that happening on the job, with friends, with family members? Is it showing up on psychological testing? But certainly that would be a red flag. You'd go, I want to pay more attention to that. I want to investigate that further.
And is it important when evaluating trauma-based disorders, because they're based on emotional reactions, to do that rule out on alcohol or drug use?
Certainly you'd want to do that. It's not usually disguised as a trauma-based disorder. Alcohol and trauma aren't usually rule-outs for each other, but it could exacerbate a condition. It could make you diagnose a trauma condition when it's just an adjustment disorder. I say just, I don't mean to minimize it, but it's not as serious as a trauma-based disorder.
Is it important to consider whether the abuser and or the abused behave differently in the absence of alcohol or drugs?
Yes.
And why is that?
Well, because you're trying to analyze a psychological condition. If, as a result of drug or alcohol abuse, their behavior changes or their perceptions change, that's not a psychological condition, that's a substance abuse disorder. So that's why you'd want to know that. So if their condition remains the same, maybe it's a little worse when they're using drugs or alcohol, but it's the same perception of threat or danger, then you're going to diagnose a trauma-based disorder. If not, then you're going to diagnose a substance abuse disorder. You can have both, but you'd want to rule one out as opposed to the other.
And are you familiar with the classic 3-step cycle of battered spouse syndrome or domestic violence?
Yes, sir, I am.
Can you explain that to the jury?
Sure. So there's a cycle of violence that was first developed by a woman in the 70s called Lenore Walker, Dr. Lenore Walker. She's a psychologist who's usually credited with developing the whole theory of battered spouse syndrome. And in the classic model, which we know oftentimes happens, not every time, but in the classic model, there's a period of tension buildup where things are happening, little arguments are happening, there's bickering back and forth, there may be some threats or some loud voices back and forth, but it's all things that are leading up to a possible violent episode. Then there's the episode that happens itself, the violent episode. It could be verbal, sexual, physical, but there's the violent incident that occurs. And then after that violent episode occurs, there's a honeymoon phase where the person who's done the abuse they're apologizing, taking that person who was abused out to dinner, buying them things, saying nice things to them, complimenting them to sort of make up for the abuse. And it's kind of it's called the cycle of violence, and the reason why is it tends to repeat itself in a lot of these situations of battered spouse syndrome, where you see this repeating itself over and over and over again. So people are kind of stuck in these revolving doors in their relationship.
And can one cycle be enough to traumatize a person?
Yes.
Does this trauma necessarily have to be coming from a man to a woman?
No.
And in fact, as times have changed, language has changed, and so when we keep referring to it as battered woman syndrome in the courtroom today, what we're actually talking about now is battered spouse syndrome or even intimate partner violence.
Yes, so I mean, inter-partner violence can happen outside legal settings, but it's really a kind of the large over-grouping, if you will, to be able to talk about all of these other things that can happen as a result, like trauma-based disorders and battered spouse syndrome. And you're right, the later research has kind of pulled us away from thinking this only happens to women in heterosexual relationships. We know now there's all sorts of derivations, and that men can suffer also from battered spouse syndrome, battered person syndrome, homosexual couples. So we know it goes around to everybody, but still, women are more often diagnosed with battered spouse syndrome than anybody else.
Does the trauma have to come in the form of physical violence?
No, sir.
Does it have to come in the form of sexual violence?
No, sir.
Can it come in the form of emotional or mental violence?
Yes, sir.
And would examples of that include such as running the partner down and telling them that they're no good and, just general insulting and lowering their value?
It could. Remember, that's the stimulus, so it would depend on how the person who's receiving that responds to it as to whether or not it becomes traumatic. But yes, sir, that would be the first red flag you'd want to investigate.
And you mentioned isolation before. So if somebody in a hypothetical intimate partner setting is trying to isolate the partner from his or her family members or friends or coworkers, can that be, and I'm not saying necessarily, can that be indications of intimate partner violence that could lead to battered spouse syndrome?
So sure, that would be an example of coercive control. So if a person was doing that, that's consistent with that classification of battered person syndrome. Yes.
And hypothetically, controlling another person, the intimate partner's personal property or effects, such as a birth certificate or identification papers, can that be indication of emotional trauma towards the partner who is lacking the control over those identification papers?
So that's a stimulus that could
That sounds very, very specific. Did Sarah Boone do that to Brian Boone or something? That's a very specific thing.
Result, depending on how the person subjectively perceives it, in some trauma. So yes, all of the things that you mentioned could be stimulus, if you will, that a person could perceive as traumatic.
And hypothetically, if one partner A gives partner B a gift, such as a bicycle, but partner A continues to maintain that the bicycle is his or hers because he or she bought it, even though it was a gift to B, can that be a form of emotional abuse towards B?
Sure, it sounds like control, but I guess you could interpret it as emotional abuse too, but it sounds more like a control mechanism that'd be consistent.
And I'm not suggesting that it's legally or morally okay, but when one intimate partner does these hypothetical emotional things, non-physical violent things to partner B, if partner B has poor personal skills and coping skills and maybe consuming alcohol, is it unreasonable or unfathomable to hear that partner B responded with physical violence in partner?
Objection, assuming facts not in evidence.
Sustained.
Any other questions?
Yes.
Okay, Mr. J doing a good job there using the defense's witness against them. You went up there and broadly talked about battered spouse syndrome. Wasn't able to tie it with Sarah Boone because I guess he's just a consultant. But when Mr. J up there is like, oh man, so narcissistic personality disorder. Are you familiar with that? Can you tell us a little bit about it? Okay, all right. What about like credibility issues with substance abuse? Yeah, tell us about that too. Okay, all right, sounds good. Man, what about control? Men could also be victims as well. All right, men could also be victims.
After hearing argument of counsel, the objection is overruled.
Somebody respond to that?
If you remember the question, please go ahead.
So it would increase the probability of physical violence. So if those things, in fact, were perceived as threatening or abusive in any way or insulting to the person who they were directed towards, it would increase the probability of physical violence.
And then again, the perceptions are all in the eye of the beholder, whether emotional things that are said to one another or physical things are done to one another, whether the recipient of that behavior views it as trauma is a subjective decision by that person, right?
Yes, the perception is the impact. So that's how you would know that. It's just, water off a duck's back, or is it something that kind of sticks with me?
Give a second. I like when they repeat the question. Ooh, why not repeat the question? It was something about
Sustained.
Violence to partner.
Objection, assuming facts not in evidence.
To skills and coping skills, partner B. If partner B has poor personal skills and coping skills and maybe consuming alcohol, is it unreasonable or unfathomable to hear that partner B responded with physical violence to partner?
Objection, assuming facts not in evidence.
Sustained. Yes.
I don't know if he's talking about Sarah or George or both.
Violence. The person who they were directed towards, it would increase the probability of physical violence.
And then again, the perceptions are all in the eye of the beholder, whether emotional things that are said to one another or physical things are done to one another, whether the recipient of that behavior views it as trauma is a subjective decision by that
Is that her writing or is that Owen's writing? I can't tell whose hand that is. That's Owen's, right?
person, right?
Yes, the perception is the impact. So that's how you would know that. It's just, water off a duck's back, or is it something that kind of sticks with me and I think about it all the time?
Now, you mentioned earlier anxiety, low self-esteem, and depression can all be components of battered spouse syndrome, correct?
Correct.
Is it important as the evaluator to rule out whether or not these conditions predated the violent or abusive relationship?
Yes.
And why is that?
Well, because where things start is important diagnostically. So if all of those things were in place, all of the symptoms that were just mentioned are in place, then you wouldn't attribute those to the abuse. You'd say those things were pre-existing. Now, abuse could make it worse, but in terms of your diagnosis, you'd need to know where things started. So if those symptoms didn't start at the time where there was abuse that was alleged to have occurred, then it's unlikely that it's attributed to that abuse.
And independent of any narcissistic personality disorder traits, would you agree that anybody in a certain legal setting has a motivation to present themselves in a certain way?
Yes, to do impression management, either depending on the outcome. So if there's punitive sanctions, they may lie to make themselves look worse, or as a result, if they're in other settings, like divorce settings, they may lie to make themselves look better. So there's always some impression management you have to kind of look through in your evaluation.
And that's important for an evaluator?
It should be looked at in...
Wait a second. He brought up in a legal setting and in a divorce setting. Who's also going through some divorce issues and trying to settle things in civil litigation with their ex-husband. Oh my goodness. Dr. Brannon. Dr. Brannon, who are you testifying for, Dr. Brannon? Who are you testifying for?
Or as a result, if they're in other settings, like divorce settings, they may lie to make themselves look better. So there's always some impression management you have to kind of look through in your evaluation.
And that's important for an evaluator?
It should be looked at in every evaluation.
Thank you.
Yes, sir.
Any redirect examination?
All right, redirect. Oh, I forgot to update my thing. Remind me if I forget.
Just want to, one more time.
One
In
more
response
time.
to the state's questioning, you indicated that where an individual's credibility may be in question, there is necessity that the individual who's making the assessment corroborate whatever they're being told. Is that correct?
Yes, sir, in a number of different ways. We have psychological tests that assess for things called malingering or faking mental health problems or difficulties. So you'd want to do that. You'd want to look at other evidence to see if it's all consistent. So it's very important you don't just rely on self-report.
Is it possible that an individual may exhibit one or two attributes of a particular DSM diagnosis, but not actually qualify because it's simply not there?
Right, sure. So sometimes like social isolation can be because we're introverted. Or it could be part of depression. So you need to kind of follow it out and see how many of the symptoms are there to see whether or not it meets the criteria.
So I may exhibit one or two symptoms of narcissism, but not qualify because I don't meet all of those, or a significant number of the indicators that you would rely upon to make that diagnosis.
Yes, sir. Or it can be situationally based, like we may display narcissistic features here in a courtroom, but may not do that in any other part of our life.
Now, in your experience, have you determined, learned, either through your studies, experience, and so on, whether or not the abusive behavior may begin based upon an individual's perception of things occurring to him as a child or her as a child? In other words, if they grow up in an abusive household,
Okay, I understand.
Sustained.
you've indicated that there are things that, I think in response to the state's cross-examination, that there are things that may add to or may contribute to a particular psychosis or symptom. Would an individual's background as a child include those type of criteria?
Yes, sir. You're more vulnerable to certain psychological conditions based on your history. So if you've been traumatized before, or bad situations have happened to you before, if you've suffered from depression before, it makes you more vulnerable to those conditions or other conditions later on.
Finally, one question or one symptom that we haven't discussed, I don't think, or maybe it was discussed by the state, was learned helplessness. What is that?
Learned helplessness, I've really spoken about it a little bit, but now we have the fancy term for it. Learned helplessness was really researched by someone named Seligson, a doctor named Seligson, psychologist, research psychologist. And just real briefly, what it is, it's when someone kind of gives up and feels like there's nothing that they can do to change their situation. It was originally done with laboratory animals, but where a person really feels that no matter what strategy they've taken, like leave, stay, fight, whatever it might be, it won't work. It usually leads to depression or developments of other strategies, like I have to appease or please or make sure I do everything correctly or apologize. So it's really believing that no matter what you do, it won't be effective.
Doctor, thank you for your testimony. Thank you for traveling up here from Miami so early in the morning.
No problem at all.
Answer the rest.
Thank you, sir. You can be excused.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Bye, Dr. Brannon. He was a pleasant guy. I liked him. Pleasant guy, knowledgeable. Very friendly on the stand. Wasn't making any weird mouthy gestures. DP, which DP? Dr. Pepper? Yeah, Dr. Pepper for Sarah. Dr. Pepper. All right. Jay was more fiery with that cross-examination. Gray rock, no contact, most extreme cases, the best bet with people like this. Yeah, cut him off. If you know anyone that's like this, cut him off. Do yourself a fucking favor and don't even try to save them. Don't even try to save them. You know, unless there's someone really close to you, maybe make a few attempts, but at some point, cut them out. If they're just toxic and they're sucking your life away, it's time to snip, snip. I know sometimes people will have a sense of loyalty.
All right, members of the jury, it is 10:40 at this time. We're going to go ahead.
Because it's like, oh, I've been friends with them for a long time. Or no, they're my family. It's like, so what? You can make new friends, okay? You'll be fine.
Take that mid-morning break.
But I think it's different, though. If you're a parent and that's your child... Yeah, that's a different, I don't know, that's a different one. I don't know how to deal with that one.
Similar instruction I've given you over the last couple of days. I'm sure you're tired of hearing it, but I got to keep telling you. Please don't have any conversations among yourselves or anyone else about the persons, places, things, or charge involved in this case. And do not conduct any independent research on those things. We'll see you
smiles.
Back here in about 15 minutes at 5 till 11. Thank you very much.
Everyone hit the like button. Hit the like button. Hit the like button. Thanks. Yes, there was a cross-examination. Mr. Day did a good job. He used the expert's expertise against Sarah Boone. I'm going to use the restroom, and I'll come back and recap it a little bit. I mean, if the rumors are true and Sarah Boone met her SO in jail and the SO is attending this proceeding, that must mean the SO is out of jail, right?
Y'all may be seated. Thank you. All right, we'll be in recess for approximately 15 minutes. Thank you.
I'm going to use the restroom real quick. Guys, get up, stretch, use the restroom. We'll be back in 15 minutes. Well, the court will be back in 15 minutes. I'll be back in like 2 minutes. Wait, I think my dog's gonna bust in here. Hi, good morning, Moondog. How are you doing today? Hello, hello.
Hey there, everybody. Thank you so much for watching our Sarah Boone trial coverage. Now, guess what? This isn't Sarah Boone's first time interacting with the court system. In fact, she had been charged previously with domestic violence against the same man she's now on trial for killing. And how do I know this? Well, because we put Sarah Boone's name and location into the Truth Finder search bar, and we were able to find out all sorts of information. When we scrolled down to her criminal history, we found minor things like a speeding ticket, but also the much more severe charge of murder that she's now facing in an Orlando courtroom right now. And even if you don't work in
Truth Finder. Get it now for 50% off your first month. All right, y'all. So for those of you guys who missed day 4 morning of Sarah Boone, the court is on a quick little mini recess for 15 minutes, and then they'll come back. I don't know who's going to be testifying in the stand today. Maybe more officers. Maybe we'll see some body cams and stuff like that. But we start off the day with Deputy Jessica Ramirez Delgado, dating back to July 25th, 2018, when she responded to a scene with a male kicking a female in the head, I think, for a domestic call. Something about why was Sarah being arrested? And I think Sarah said that, why am I being arrested is because I fucking fought back, something like that. And that was in reference to, I think, the incident when she had the big swollen black eye. Next witness was Deputy John Alden, who came for a battery call, said that there was redness on the left side neck and an old injury to her right eye. That was for Sarah Boone. George had injuries on his left eye, and he was placed under arrest. Oh, sorry. Deputy Jessica Ramirez. I think Sarah was placed under arrest, and I think George as well. Cross-examination of Deputy John Alden. He said that George refused to say what happened. There was a body cam that was activated. George had red marks, redness on his left eye. Witness 4 went back to Detective Chelsea Koepsell. So Detective Chelsea Koepsell did an interview of Abraham Moreno, who was the maintenance supervisor of the building where George and Sarah lived at. And if you guys remember his testimony in the stand when he was called by the state, he said that he went there, Sarah Boone told him what happened, and Sarah Boone essentially said, I taught George a lesson. And the defense was saying, hey, like, I don't remember you making this statement anywhere else. Is this a new statement that you're making today? And essentially the guy is like, she said it. So Dr. Koepsell went back to a transcript of her recorded interview of Abraham Moreno. And it seems that not only did Abraham Moreno said that Sarah Boone told him that George had dragged her by the hair down the staircase a couple days before, but also never said on the recording that Sarah Boone was trying to teach George a lesson. So let's see what the jury believes on that one. In terms of the grabbing the hair thing, though, I don't know. It's just like George is dead, and you tell people that, like, oh, we fought and he pulled my hair down. I wonder if it's because that was like her way of trying to get control of the situation and get, you know, like maybe like sympathy or something. But it's like your boyfriend's dead. I don't know. Like you're like already like talking shit about him. But I don't think she talked bad about him to anyone else on the body cam. And I don't think Brian Boone said that she mentioned George dragging her down the staircase or anything like that, or them fighting or anything. I think she told everyone that everything was good, everything was jolly. Then we got to hear from Dr. Michael Brannon, who is a psychologist. He was the expert that was in a different case where the woman was found acquitted of murdering her husband. They deemed that she was acting, I guess, in self-defense, and she was a battered spouse. She was a battered spouse. And so the doctor basically sat on the stand and with the defense was testifying about all the different symptoms of battered spouse. However, he was just speaking in general terms, not really tying it to how it directs to Sarah Boone, like directly, like how it relates to her directly in this situation. He just went up there and just gave his expert opinion about her spouse, some definitions. And then Mr. J went up there and used the state's or defense's expert against them by basically saying, okay, well, when you're making an analysis, it's very important to get a full picture, right? For everything. Okay, just want to make sure because, if a person is accused of a crime, there might be some credibility issues, right? Okay, cool. Maybe some credibility issues. And what about comorbidity, alcohol abuse disorder? And they talked about how, there could be some deceitfulness, some aggression, and that whoever's evaluating, they must take everything into account. And then Mr. J decides to hit it with, okay, well, you know what, Dr. Brannon, can you please define narcissistic personality disorder? I'm surprised if he wasn't looking at Sarah Boone when he said that. And of course, Dr. Brannon was like, okay, well, narcissistic personality disorder. Well, an evaluator, you need to account for everything in order to assess them for this. And, they could be deceptive. They could also be inappropriate. So that's why you need multiple sources to really confirm they have, narcissistic personality disorder, or, if you could take their word for certain things. He said that a person with this would have a grandiose sense of self-worth. So their consideration of self is more important than everyone else surrounding them. So essentially an inflated sense of self. The misperception to your meaning to other people, and that other people should also recognize how important you are. They talked about how men could also be victims as well. And that, men, oftentimes these victims could also be insulted and consistently told what low value they are. And he brought up a very specific thing, which is controlling of birth certificates and identification papers. So I don't know if that's something that Sarah Boone did in the past, and that's going to be brought on later on through someone else. I don't know, either through with George or with Brian Boone, but that was very, very specific. And then also mentioned that in a legal setting, someone might have the motivation to present them in a certain way. So when Sarah Boone testified on the stand yesterday, she was very, very different than how we've been seeing her in the past, writing the letters, and the way she was in the body cam and interrogation and stuff. Also, he mentioned specifically in a divorce setting, they could also lie to make themselves look better. So, I think Mr. J did a good job at using the expert and then also applying it to Sarah Boone as well. But, indirectly. And that's it for the break. We are just waiting for the court to come back. I'm not too sure who we're going to be hearing from next. Like I said, we might be hearing from another police officer, or maybe see some body cam footages, some other photos. I don't know, hear some 911 calls. I'm not too sure. Because Dr. Julie Harper, I think she's supposed to come tomorrow, but Mr. Owens mentioned her this morning, and I don't know what he said. I couldn't understand what he was saying. He was doing the Doug Stamper thing. He was like mumbling. Yeah, the control thing. The covert control. Yes. Where was the covert? Oh, coercive control. This was in direct examination. Coercive control, such as overseeing social interactions. Coercive control. I don't know. I already went on a little rant about this. So like coercive control could be like Sarah Boone controlling what kind of activities George had to do, treating him like a child. Such as saying, they're like, oh, well, I want you to have a sense of accomplishment today, little George. I want to make sure you do your chores before we can go and get fucking shit-faced drunk, 12 o'clock noon, with giant bottles of wine. George, there's some music that you just can't listen to because they just are deemed a little too scary and they might amp you up a little bit. So we're going to listen to what I want to listen to. I don't know. A lot of control happening from Sarah Boone. And then George doesn't even have his own cell phone. I don't know what's the deal with that. I don't know if he couldn't afford his own cell phone because they said there was a dead like Samsung phone, I think, in the suitcase or something like that. I don't know. Someone in my chat said it was Samsung, but I think the person who testified said it was like a dead cell phone. So I don't know what's up with that. We knew George didn't have money, I'm assuming, because I don't know. I'm still a little confused because Sarah Boone said that George was not looking for a second job and George was jobless. But at the same time, it was his day off that day. Hey, thank you so much for the $4.99, Sin. Thank you. So glad to find your channel. Hey, thanks for joining us. I appreciate the $4.99. Thank you for your support and thanks for being here. She tried to control her neighbors too by telling one man to ignore all sounds from the arguments. I just feel like Sarah did a lot of damage control. She controlled the narrative of the people. You know, she controlled the narrative by telling people stories about her and George. She would go to the people that worked in the building, the management, the maintenance workers, talk about George, went to his family, and at some point they just got fed up with her. So I think she was running around everywhere trying to tell people like, oh my God, George is such a bad person, but look at me. I'm the woman who has 2 disabled dogs and I'm taking care of George. Like, oh my gosh, what a burden I'm dealing with. On the phone, she said that his mom got on the phone and he loses his phone sometimes. She literally said that she didn't know that George had a cell phone. She said on the phone, yeah, I heard that part too. I was a little confused about that. She's like, oh, I didn't even know George had a cell phone. I'm like, okay. Yeah, it did sound kind of odd. I wish the state would have shown that reason Sarah got kicked is she grabbed him to keep him from going upstairs. He kicked her eye, which after she choked. Yeah, I think the body cams that we've seen so far, it was mostly just Sarah talking and yapping. We haven't seen the body cam from George's perspective, but I mean, honestly, George probably didn't really seem like the type of person that would probably talk much anyway. That's what the property manager said. Property manager was like, yeah, you know, like he just didn't really talk much. But Sarah was going around telling people everything that happened between the two of them. You want her ex to testify? Her ex did testify. You mean Brian Boone? Brian Boone did testify, and it was a very limited testimony. And I think it's because at the time he was unable to bring up any past history, any like abuse between him and Sarah Boone. So I think now in rebuttal, I think the state will be able to use that, or when the defense calls him, and maybe in direct cross-examination, the state will be able to ask about his history with Sarah Boone. Because, you know, Brian Boone had a lot to say in the police interview. Lots to say. All right, the court is back. Little short break. Did you guys get up and stretch and everything? Yeah, of course. I feel like Sarah Boone only had a cell phone because of Brian Boone. Sarah Boone has a cell phone, it seems, a house over her head, someone to support her drinking habit, jobless habit. Brian Boone be supporting everything. And, you know, I get it because she had shared custody of the kid. You got to make sure the mom is semi-okay if you're going to let her watch the kids on, you know, the kid on the weekend and stuff like that. So, I mean, I get why he did it. And he was with her for a very long time. They knew each other for a long time. So he was probably just like, yeah, sure, I'll take care of you. Yeah. But I hope Brian Boone is doing good now that his albatross is in jail for the past 4.5 years. Oh, wait. Why does it do that? I feel like it always does this.
We've excused Detective Scott Lowen based on the testimony of Detective Koepsell. We've excused Abraham Marino, who was going to be recalled.
Oh man, are we going to have a gap in time? Do we have no witnesses to call? What is Mr. Owens doing? So he's excused Detective Scott Lowen because they've already had Detective Koepsell on there. They've excused Abraham Moreno, I guess because through Detective Koepsell's testimony as well.
Based on the testimony of Detective Koepsell.
It's so funny. She's on the stand like, what, how many times already? And then you've done depositions with her how many times already? She said Koepsell. And then these people still call her Koepsell. It's like when, what was Camille? Oh, Miss Vasquez. You've
heard from the two deputies, you've heard from Dr. Brannon. Maria Gallipoli is a young lady that's outside. She was a witness as a neighbor in that complex, and she would testify about observing physical injuries to Sarah Boone. We've spoken with her over the break, that in our opinions collectively, Tony Henderson and myself, that it's not necessary to call Ms. Gallipoli because we have other evidence of injuries. There was disagreement about that, but I believe that Ms. Boone is now in agreement that we're not going to call Ms. Gallipoli. So that leaves now calling the Orange County Sheriff's Department phone extraction expert.
Mr. Wadden.
Yes, back to the stand. We've got 2 short videos. These are the short videos relating to George Torres with a bat and then striking the TV. They're less than a minute apiece. The problem with that is because we've excused so many witnesses, that's our last witness. So we're going to be done here in probably 11:15. And then...
But Miss Walker is supposed to be here at 1 o'clock?
That's correct.
Okay, all right.
And then I haven't had a chance to meet with Dr. Harper, but I'm going to meet with her at lunch over next door. And we anticipate Dr. Harper this afternoon. And then we may be really close to ending the defense's case.
Okay.
Oh, okay. Dr. Harper this afternoon. He says he has 2 videos with George and the baseball bat and destroying the TV. And maybe wrapping up today? Defense? I thought they said they're going to wrap it on Friday. Okay, let's make it quick.
Great. Thank you for letting me know that.
We're going to have a gap here.
Okay, so
early lunch,
well, yeah,
long lunch.
that may, well, if you're saying that your presentation
We're going to have a long gap.
with Ms. Wadden is 15 minutes, I don't know what the cross is going to be. It may be de minimis, or you may be saving her for rebuttal. I don't know. Mr. J or Mr. Cacciatore?
I'm sorry.
As it relates to Ms. Wadden, CSI Tech, you're not calling her in rebuttal?
The predicate during her trial testimony during our case in chief for the exhibit, I'm going to put in rebuttal.
Okay, awesome. So what we can do is we can proceed with Ms. Wadden, and we could just take an early lunch and ask them to be back here maybe 12:50. So that way, if we have any issues, we can address them before we start at 1 o'clock. Ms. Boone, you were sworn this morning. I just got a couple of things to go over with you. There was a list of witnesses that was provided to the court last night and again this morning as potential witnesses that may be called in your defense. One of those witnesses was Maria Gallipoli. Your lawyers have advised that they may not be calling that person as a witness in this case. Do you understand that?
I do.
And again, similar to other conversations we've had, I don't want to go into any specifics of any conversations that you've had with any of your lawyers, just whether or not you've had them. Have you had conversations with your lawyers about calling Miss Gallipoli as a witness?
Yes.
Have you had conversations with your attorneys about why they are deciding not to call her as a witness?
Yes.
And similar to what we discussed yesterday, do you understand that your attorneys make the trial strategy decisions, including what witnesses to call or not to call?
Yes.
Okay. Are you still satisfied with their representation of you in this matter?
Yes.
And are you still on board with the strategy that has been employed in your defense?
Yes.
Are you in agreement with the strategy not to call Ms. Gallipoli as a witness in this case?
I am.
Okay. All right. Thank you very much, ma'am. Then let's go ahead and bring our jury back in, and we can call Ms. Wadden and go from there.
Mr. Lane, can you excuse Ms. Gallipoli?
All right. Thank you very much. Let's go ahead and stand and bring back in our panel.
Mr. Owens, how do you spell Gallipoli?
What I have, Gallipoli.
2 L, G-A-L-L.
Oh, it's 2 L's.
So that would be Dr. Julie Harper. That's the expert that says she qualifies for battered skull syndrome. So we'll hear from her this afternoon. Gallipoli is supposed to talk about injuries. That's what we're saying. But I don't know, maybe she wants to test the injuries for the Brock video. They had to make sure they weren't going to fall asleep. Good day
All
State, do you recognize our jury?
Yes, Your Honor.
Defense, do you recognize our jury?
Yes.
I think you all can be seated. Members of the jury, once seated again, if you could confirm that you complied with the court's instructions during our break by raising your hands. Record reflect all hands have been raised. Defense, you may call your next witness.
Judge, we would call forensic phone extraction officer with the Orange County Sheriff's Department, Officer Wadden. To the stand.
Don?
Thank you. We'll bring her in.
All right. She's the one that extracted the stuff from the cell phone. It's because I had the court volume really loud so we can hear Owens, but I turn it back down again. So my volume should be better in comparison to the background noise. Is it good now? You guys hearing me? Thanks for letting me know. I just have to remember to adjust the volume up and down, up and down, up and down. So when Owens is really low, I gotta boost him up, but then it definitely drowns me out.
Do you swear or affirm that the testimony you give shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God? I do.
Good morning, ma'am. Could you state and spell your name for the record for us?
First name is Janella, Junella. Last name Wadden, UAD as in Delta, AN.
Oh, Wadden.
Counselor, you may inquire.
Ms. Wadden, again, your official title,
Digital Forensics Examiner.
and are you referred to as a detective, or what is your...
Just an examiner.
Ma'am, Judge, can I approach the...
Wadden.
Yeah.
Wadden.
Ma'am, I'm going to show you what has been marked as identification defense exhibit AA. And you recognize that video or that CD of the video?
Yes.
Well, I think we kind of prepped you on it ahead of time. That was extracted from the Sarah Boone phone that you were asked to extract?
Yes, one of the media files, yes.
Okay, and is that video a fair and accurate depiction of one of the videos that was extracted from Sarah Boone's phone?
Yes.
And then identification Z, defense identification, same type question. You've had a chance to review that video, and is that one of the videos that was extracted from the Sarah Boone phone?
Yes.
Judge, this time I'd like to have these introduced in evidence.
Any objections?
No objection.
All right, what was pre-marked as AA will be received into evidence without objection as defendant 17. What was pre-marked as Z will be received into evidence without objection as defendants 18.
Judge, we're going to play exhibit 17 first.
You may proceed.
And is there a volume? Judge, do you have control of the volume?
Volume is on.
You're gonna help me take this shit out. Real shit. You're gonna help me take it out. You're gonna help me take this shit out. As bad as I want to.
Judge, I'm asking to publish exhibit 18.
You may proceed.
be smarter to take the TV outside and then smash it outside? That's a big mess they're making.
Say again, sir.
You spoke about it earlier.
Yes, understood.
They're tendering, no cross.
All right, thank you very much. All right. This witness can't be released, correct?
Yes.
State.
Yes, sir.
Thank you. All right, can the parties approach momentarily, please?
Dude, he was running out of breath. I think it means girlfriend.
Members of our jury, at this point in time, it's 11:08. I know it's a little bit early, but due to the pacing and how quickly we've been moving through the evidence this morning, and how the defense has teed up their witnesses for this afternoon, we do not have anyone until 1 o'clock. So at this time, we're going to go ahead and take our lunch break at this time. I'm going to give you a similar instruction that I've given you over the last couple of days. Jurors, you must not conduct any investigation on your own. This includes reading newspapers.
I mean, they got carpet. There's like stuff there. Like cleaning looks like a fucking headache.
Watching television or using a computer, cell phone, the internet, any electronic. Y'all may be seated. Thank you. State, anything we need to address?
Nothing, thank you.
Defense? No, sir. All right, we'll see you all at 12:50. Thank you very much. Court's in recess.
Oh my God, 12:50. That's a long ass break. Oh my goodness. What are we gonna do in this long break? All right, 12:50. Well, I feel like there's no point in me doing a recap. I already did a recap. I just did a recap. I already did a recap. So after my last recap, so like I mentioned, there were 2 officers that testified on the stand. They responded to the scene when there was domestic violence with Sarah Boone, George. One instance, Sarah Boone was arrested. The other instance, I think George was arrested. Or I think maybe the first officer testified, maybe both of them were being arrested. And then we got to hear from Detective Chelsea Koepsell, again, to show that Abraham Moreno's statements are inconsistent in regards to him saying that he heard Sarah tell him that she was trying to teach George a lesson on the day that George was found in the suitcase. Another thing that was mentioned was he was told by Sarah Boone that George and her got in a fight. George grabbed her by the hair and took her down the staircase. This is the day that George's dead body was found. However, she told everyone else that day that things were fine and dandy, and then they hadn't fought in a while. So I don't know. I guess he's the only person that she told this to. But I wonder when did the story of George grabbing her hair and dragging her by the staircase came out from her? Because I wonder when she was pro se, or maybe even before, if she looked back and was like, oh yeah, I remember I told Moreno this story. Okay, all right, I'm going to remember this. And then she used this story to explain the neighbor story when the neighbors were like, yeah, we heard a really loud like crashing noise. And she's like, no, those 2 people, they remembered incorrectly. That actually happened the night before that. And that was when George grabbed my hair and I had like chunks of hair missing. And then Mr. J in cross-examination was like, where are your injuries? Do you have any carpet burns? Do you have any cuts, scrapes? No. And then they took pictures of her. There weren't chunks of hair missing. She said there was like a chunk of her hair missing. It was on the staircase, but we didn't see that in the pictures. So I wonder if she remembered or saw that somewhere.
Hey,
she told
everybody,
Moreno
thank you
this,
so much for watching.
And then she decided to use it as a cover story to explain the arguing that happened between the 2 of them and then the loud crashing noise. Because I think if we heard arguing between the 2 of them, that would mean that on that night, that would mean that things weren't fine. They were just laughing about him being in a suitcase and they weren't just playing tag. It seems like if they were both arguing, George probably was not inside of his suitcase because maybe he would be in the suitcase and maybe his voice would be more muffled. I don't know, but they said the wall is really thin. But to me, I think the neighbors' testimonies were really important. But do I believe that the neighbors may have remembered incorrectly? They were interviewed pretty quickly. It wasn't like in Canton where, oh my God, we interviewed you like 9 months later, hoping to, see if you remember what happened that night, right? It wasn't in Canton. They interviewed the neighbors. I know at least one of them was interviewed the day after George was found. So I think that's what happened. I think she took that story and then used it to explain the staircase thing. But like I said, I don't know if I even believe that she told that story because She told everyone else that things were fine between the two of them. So why is it only just Abraham that she told a different story to? So I don't know. Lots of questions here. Also, we are going to have a very long lunch break today because there's a huge gap in the witnesses for the defense. But it seems like everyone's okay and happy with that. It's like, oh, long lunch break. Let's do this finally. Mr. Owens said that they are going to hear from Dr. Julie Harper this afternoon. So Dr. Julie Harper, again, was the one who actually met with Sarah Boone quite a few times about 4 years ago, 5 years ago, a very long time ago, when Sarah Boone had her first attorney, the private attorney representing her. And I don't know what happened, but they met a couple times. And then now that Owens is on the case, Owens is like, you know what? Let's use Dr. Julie Harper again because she is familiar with this case and she met with my client a couple times already. So let's just use the same, psychologist. And so Dr. Julie Harper met with Sarah Boone recently and then interviewed her and then said that she qualified for battered spouse syndrome. And that's where we are at. So Dr. Julie Harper is going to be the expert that ties battered spouse syndrome into Sarah Boone. Earlier, we had Dr. Brannon, who just talked generally about battered spouse syndrome. But now, Dr. Julie Harper is probably going to talk about Sarah Boone's trauma, childhood history, to explain the reason why she is the way that she is or was, and all that stuff. And maybe explain away her reaction in the interrogation video and the body cam. We'll see. So it's going to be a very interesting one, y'all. It's going to be very interesting. And then, I forgot about this. Witness number 6. We went back to Janella Wadden, who was a digital forensic examiner. Again, she was the one that extracted stuff from Sarah Boone's phone. And from that, we got to see 2 videos. We had still shots in Sarah Boone's testimony yesterday, but now we got to see the 2 videos of George smashing the TV. So Sarah Boone claims that her son, Lucas, liked watching TV in the living room, and she had issues with setting up the Fire Stick. So Brian Boone came over and set it up for them, and George was not very happy about that. This was a new information that we heard because we haven't heard anything about George being jealous of Brian Boone. And even when she was asked, was George jealous of Brian Boone? She was like, she didn't really give like a straight answer right away. And she's like, oh, well, I mean, he thought that maybe I would get back with Brian Boone. It's like, why not just say yes? And he was jealous. I don't know. We're hearing the new jealousy thing. So she is claiming that George was mad that Brian Boone came over, fixed the TV, and then instructed her to film him while he takes a baseball bat and starts hitting the TV with it. So, yeah, pretty fucking cringe. But she said that is what happened. Do we believe her? I don't know. George's energy seemed pretty fucking low in that video. The energy seemed pretty low. And then when he was like swinging that baseball bat, he was like running out of breath. Hey, Johnny Lambert. Johnny Lambert, thank you so much for the $1.99 for the vibes. Oh my God, thank you so much for the super vibes. I appreciate that. Thank you. I appreciate ya. Corgi, says Sarah, what are your thoughts on the strength of prosecution for the defense so far? I know we don't have the whole case yet, but just so far, I mean, I think the state has a very, very strong case against Sarah Boone. We have someone who is giving a different story than what she gave in the interrogation and the body cam. She acted horribly on there. No sympathy whatsoever for the victim. She filmed herself like an idiot, took pictures, taunting the victim. She has changed her story and conveniently has a new story when she testified yesterday. Now, I think Owens did a good job, and not just Owens. I think Owens and the whole attorney team that's working with Sarah Boone, I think they told her, hey, this case really, what it really lies on is whether or not the jury is going to believe you. And when you go up on the fucking stand, you cannot act the way that you have been acting in the past 4.5 years. Okay, they better not smell a sniff of asshole coming from you. All right. Oh God, that sentence sounded really weird. Okay, I didn't mean like that, but like they better not sense her sense of like, you know, her sense of entitlement and her sense of like trying to be, I don't know, like egotistical on the stand, like she's better than other people. Just basically like all the energy that we're getting from the energy that we're getting from the letters or the energy from the body cam audios and all that stuff. Okay. Like I think she learned her lesson because she realized what an asshole she looked like when she showed her true self. So I think they really honed down on her and was like, hey, you know, you are going to go up there and you're going to testify and don't be an asshole. Okay. Don't be reactive. Don't be egotistical. Just answer the questions. And if there's anything that may have strayed from the script, just say you don't know. You know, I think that's what happened. And I think she did a lot better on the stand. I think a lot of people expected her to go up there and be 2020 Sarah Boone. Nope, 2020 Sarah Boone is not going to be on the stand because she knows that the jury's not going to like that. So she did a really good job, in my opinion, and making sure she tried to keep that under wraps. However, to me, there's still an issue of the lack of empathy, the lack of emotion for George. You know, she goes up there and talks about, oh, I love George, blah, 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 blah. And then like, you know, we don't really get much emotion from her, but some jurors could see that as, oh, this is a woman who is just tired. It's been 4.5 years and, you know, she's just tired at this point. So I think, you know, it can go either way when it comes to whether or not she showed emotion towards George and him being deceased. But I mean, we know what's up. Okay. We know what's up. We know the Sarah Boone. But I think, like I said, I think Mr. Owens and Sarah Boone did quite a decent job yesterday. And when we were expecting a huge banger from Mr. J, I mean, I just feel like Mr. J just didn't really, I don't know. He asked his questions, right? But I felt like he maybe should be a little bit more emphatic about certain things. And then I think he had his list of questions that he already prepared for Sarah Boone. I just feel like he didn't really adapt it as much by incorporating the news story that she gave. And I mean, he took her deposition. He knew what she was going to say. He also heard her, you know, talking to the experts and talking about, you know, what happened to her in Georgia and why she was in fear of her life. So it's not like all this came as a super surprise. Maybe some of it did. I don't know. Maybe there was some new information and facts that were introduced, but I just feel like, I don't know, I mentioned it earlier, like I just felt like he really should have hammered down on some of the new information that came in today. But yeah, that's what I got. I mean, Mr. J did a good job though in cross-examination with the psychologist, with Dr. Brannon. So I think he did a really good job at using the expert and his expertise and was like, yeah, tell me about narcissistic personality disorder. And then, you know, it's like, oh, wait, that kind of sounds like Sarah Boone. Huh, okay. So, hey, Marie. Marie, how's it going? How are you doing today? She's chained. But that's my thoughts so far. If I was a juror, I think that it's possible deep inside me, I would have some sympathy for her after seeing those pictures. But I would have to remember, hey, he's dead. She's not. We don't have his version of story. And then also, he didn't really have like a lot of family members to testify and talk about like what great of a person he was. So maybe it's hard to have sympathy for him because they only see the bad in him and they don't really see like, oh, what a great person George was, or how many family members he's got around and the daughters, the kids, and all that stuff, right? So we only heard from like one family member. It was a very brief testimony, super, super brief. And there's probably like a lack of sympathy for George right now. But as the jury, you would have to determine whether or not at that moment, at that instance, when George was in the suitcase, was she truly defending herself? Or was it vengeance? Was she trying to get him back? Was she angry at him? Did she put him in there? Did she want him to suffer? You know, there's a lot of questions like that. So I think her saying that, you know, George had his hands coming out of the suitcase, she made it seem like George had his hands coming out of the suitcase because he just wanted to kill her. It's like, I'm pretty sure he had his hands out of the suitcase. If he did, it was probably to get out. And then she's like, please stop doing this to me. Please stop doing this to me. And then she tried to say the story of like, oh, I wasn't swinging the bat. I was poking him with the bat. I was thrusting the bat into him. Yeah. So, I think it's very important for the jury to not get lost in the sauce, and hopefully Mr. J will do a good job at, hey guys, let's take it back to that night specifically. I don't know who the state's going to call for rebuttal. I do not know, but I know for rebuttal for sure, there is going to be a doctor who did their own examination of Sarah Boone. So they have Dr. Julie Harper for the defense. And then I forgot what was the doctor's name for the state. And I'm sure she's going to be like, oh yeah, Sarah Boone doesn't qualify for battered spouse syndrome. I met with her. I don't know, maybe talk about like there's malingering, blah, blah, blah. Maybe talk about maybe Sarah has narcissistic personality disorder. I don't know. I don't know what she's going to say. I have no idea. But we'll definitely hear from the state's witness in rebuttal. And in terms of Brian Boone and Brian Boone talking about his past with Sarah Boone, I don't know when that's going to happen. The defense did not mention calling Brian Boone. The defense said that they were going to call Dr. Julie Harper, and then they're really close to finishing their case. So I don't think they're going to call Brian Boone, it seems. I mean, they did say they were planning on calling Brian Boone. But I don't know. Maybe they realized maybe we shouldn't call Brian Boone. Might not be a good idea. Brian Boone is someone that has been with Sarah and lived through Sarah. So he can talk to the jury about what happened between him and Sarah. All right. I'm late. How could Mr. J not bring up the get rid text? Oh, yeah, he should have brought it up again. You're right. Yeah, he should have brought it up again. I don't know. I feel like Mr. J kind of just like went through it really quickly. I felt like there should have been some more emphasis, some more pauses, some more like hammering down, you know, on certain things. I feel like there's just so much. But then at the same time, be careful at how aggressive you're being, right? Because sometimes, especially after seeing all those pictures, that could be bad for, you know, that could leave a bad taste for the jury. All right, so let me see what the tweets are saying. I have, let's see, Notorious Jules is at the courtroom. I want to see what they wrote about yesterday. Because yesterday, I'm like, I want to know what the jury thought. This is Dr. B. During sidebar, several jurors in the back row are laughing and conversing. First row, fairly quiet, with one or two of them glancing at Sarah Boone. I want to take it back to yesterday. Okay, they wrote, in my opinion, I think Sarah held up better than I thought she would. Yep. I think a lot of people were surprised and thought she was going to be unhinged on the stand. I think she really tried to keep it together. One male juror hasn't taken his eyes off Sarah. Cross-examination is over. George's daughters remain sitting. Oh, so George's daughters are in the courtroom. Wait, I thought he had one. Wait, oh, does he have two daughters? 2 daughters and 1 son, right? Oh, the hide and go seek thing. Okay, he brought that up. Mr. J pointing out inconsistencies of Sarah's statement about the stairs. Some of the jurors are rubbing their eyes. Yes, it's been a long day. Yeah, I don't know. I think cross-examination at the end of the day was like not good. I feel like Mr. J should have fought for cross-examination to happen the next day. Because I feel like at that point, we're all like really fucking tired. I was like super hungry and I couldn't focus. It was really hard. When I was filming my video yesterday, oh my God, I felt like I was going nuts or something. You could definitely tell that my energy was draining towards the end. I was like super fucking tired yesterday. It appears only the first row of jurors are taking notes now. Mr. J using the term Sunday fun day, no reaction from the jurors. Mr. J is getting testy with Sarah. Not sure how this is coming off with the jurors. Juror 13 nodding her head in agreement with Sarah Boone. I wonder if that was when Sarah Boone was giving her monologue about being in love with George and how she just wanted the best for him and she wanted him to be a better person. Three female jurors seem to have a reaction to all these photos. Mr. J hasn't taken his eyes off Sarah Boone. Jurors looking up to look at Sarah's leg injury. George's daughters aren't showing much emotion during this. Jurors are writing notes while taking a look at these photos. So this is when they're showing the photos of Sarah Boone and her injuries. One female juror appears to be upset. George's 2 daughters are in the courtroom with the victim's advocate. There's one friend of Sarah Boone sitting behind me. Okay, that's the part that I was really interested about. Let's see what they say. We have surviving the survivor. I read a little bit of it earlier. Was there anything else? No, I don't think so, right? I just want to know what the jurors' reaction are. reactions are. Oh, this is what I read earlier. In an unexpected plot twist, multiple sources telling me Sarah Boone's girlfriend is in the gallery too, reportedly met in jail. Could explain some of the smiling. All right. Oh, wait. Why did I exit out? No! Oh, gosh, Grace. What will the sentencing look like if she is found guilty? From what I've heard, she's looking at a minimum 22 years, maximum lifetime in prison. You think women are very sensitive to accusations of domestic abuse? There's a high likelihood that she won't be convicted. Sarah went through a lot of abuse, but did she reciprocate? Why didn't they want his medical records review? She was the aggressor, in my opinion. I know we didn't get to watch the jury selection. Actually, the jury selection is live streamed somewhere. I think Trial TV Live, they live streamed the jury selection. It was very long, though. We watched like pieces of it. I barely watched it, only the ending. I wonder if Mr. J asked if they were ever victims of domestic. Yeah, I think so. Definitely. That's definitely a question that they would want to ask on both sides. All right, y'all. Well, we have a very long court break. When did the judge say they will come back again? What did he say?
Defense.
12.
At 12:50, and we'll pick up shortly.
12:50. Oh God. Okay, that's like an hour and 20 minutes from now. Okay, well, I will see you guys at 12:50. I will eat my lunch and go make. No, I'm gonna eat my breakfast and then make some lunch. I guess. Oh, hey Taylor. How are you doing today? And hello, Taylor's teenage daughter. I hope the DA has a vigorous rebuttal set up. I know. It would be nice if some of the comments had some context. That was all when Sarah Boone was testifying on the stand and they were showing the pictures. So I just want to know what the jury's reaction was to those pictures. All right, y'all. Well, I will see you guys. I'm going to end the recording, but I'm going to have the stream up and I will have the timer here. Let's see. I'll have it live. And for the text. Afternoon session starting 12:50 EST. Man, honestly, like I said, I wish we finished the cross-examination today. Why did we stay so late yesterday? Damn it, Owens. Mr. Owens. Like we could have done the cross-examination today. Would have been more awake for that. Maybe Mr. J would have had more energy. Maybe at that point he was really tired too. Court lunch till 12:50 EST today. Dr. Julie Harper will testify. Should we do a poll? Pin message. What should we do our poll? Start a poll. Let's see. I'm going to take this one from Twitter. Who did better during Sarah Boone's testimony? Owens. Is Mr. J, is J his last name? Mr. J. I think Mr. J, yeah, Mr. J is his last name, right? Mr. Owens. Mr. Owens, Mr. J, both did well. Neither. Okay. All right, y'all. Well, while we were on a lunch break, do the poll. Who did better during Sarah Boone's testimony? Mr. Owens, Mr. J. Both did well or neither. What time is it now? It's 8:34. So I'll see you guys in an hour and 20 minutes. Which is not bad, I guess, because like we've been having early breakouts. So smuggling cheese slices? Where are they hiding the cheese slices? Yeah, the poll's on YouTube only. Hi, Forky. How are you doing today? Go on YouTube and vote on there. Oh, wait, I'm actually... Okay, you guys are saying Mr. J. Okay, Mr. J. All right, we got votes for Mr. J. Okay. Wait, maybe I should have asked. Is that the right question? Did I format the question correctly? I don't know. What did you lose on this 4th day, guys? I did a recap about maybe like we wanted back 15 minutes. I recapped it for you, or maybe someone in the chat will recap it for you. All right, guys. I'll see you guys soon. I'm gonna go make some brekkie. Oh, you're welcome, Forky. I don't know if you're still here. You might be in the VODs right now. You're welcome. that's weird. My chat was not updating. I couldn't see your guys' messages on my phone. Also, I hope my stream title finally updated. I don't know what's going on with it. Did it update? Hope it did. Court is back in 20 minutes. Oh yeah, he did say 12:50. I thought he said damn it, I was thinking 1 p.m. No, 12:50. Hey Momo. Soon. Oh wait, hello? Hi Dennis. Yeah, they're not back yet, so we'll just keep on waiting. I see someone's head. Whose head is that? Is that Mr. Owens? Oh, and don't forget to vote in the poll. Who did a better job during Sarah Boone's testimony? Who did a better job in your opinion?
right, we're back on the record. Case number 2020 CF 2603, State of Florida versus Sarah Boone. Let me get appearances for the state.
Steve Castro on behalf of the state. William Jacobs, state.
Defense.
James Owens for Sarah Boone.
Tony Henderson, Sarah Boone.
Kevin Beck on behalf of Sarah Boone.
All right. Ms. Boone is seated at counsel's table wearing the same dark gray suit and maroon blouse from this morning. She is in custody. However, there are no restraints as she will be standing as with the rest of us when our jury enters and exits. It's 12:57. State, anything we need to address?
No, sir.
Defense.
Judge, I've got something. Can we approach the bench?
Yes.
What you got, Mr. Owens? What you got over there? What do you think Mr. Owens got? How was your guys' lunch? What did you guys have for lunch today? Or for breakfast? Or what did you guys do on your break? Or dinner? Mr. Owens always got something. Judge. Judge. Judge! Can you see my hands are raised? Judge! You just woke up. Has it been wild? Wild? No. But things aren't looking bad for Sarah Boone right now. I think the state is waking up today. I think it was a mistake to have the state do cross-examination at the end of the day yesterday because I think he was drained. I think he was tired. That's why his performance was like, eh. It was a very long day yesterday. Owens is talking to the judge right now. I don't know. Owen says he's got something. If you guys haven't already, feel free to vote in the poll that we have in the chat. Oh, sorry. I didn't have time to mute my mic. Oh man, hung jury. I don't know if Owens is going to try this case again, would he? Hey, Panda. Hi, Nico. I look tired. No, I'm not tired. I feel fine. Wait, where'd the screen go? Oh, okay, there you go. Yesterday, I was like really dead. Especially towards the end, and the judge was like, oh, we're going to stay another hour or two. I'm like, oh my fucking God, are you serious? Hi, Dan. How are you doing today? How's it going? Oh, I know what it is. I don't have my glasses on. They changed the font for my video editing software. It's so tiny now. How's your day going, Dan?
All right, thank you all very much. Mr. Owens, if you could see to calling Dr. Harper at this time to advise her to be here at 1:30 for her testimony.
1:30? Wait, who else is testifying right now?
Just 1 second, sir. Thank you. I'm waiting for Mr. Owens to return.
Mr. Owens, come on back. Harper Boone goes to jail.
Thank you, sir.
Judge, may we approach you?
Without Mr. Owens?
Yes.
Sure.
Owens ain't here, y'all. Let's go talk to the judge. We don't want Mr. Owens? Maybe the defense has someone that they're going to have to testify right now, and then Dr. Harper will come at 1:30? Maybe?
All right, as we've discussed, we're not going to be having the charging conference regarding the jury instructions at this time. That will be conducted tomorrow. I have requested the defense to provide any instructions that they are seeking to be provided to the court and to the state in Word format tomorrow, including but not limited to 3.6F or 3.6G and any portions thereof that the defense is seeking to utilize for the purposes of jury instructions. The court throughout the trial has been redlining the jury instructions that were provided initially by the state. At the end of the evidence and testimony presentation this afternoon, the court will email those to all parties. Once Mr. Owens comes back in from making advising witnesses of when to be here, we will bring in our jury and proceed with the evidence presentation this afternoon. State, anything else we need to address? Defense, anything else we need to address?
No, you are.
All right, very good. As soon as Mr. Owens enters, we'll bring in our jury. The deputies will assist Ms. Walker in the wheelchair into the jury box.
I've called her 3 times. I did text her. I don't know if she's in the process of switching rooms.
No worries. We'll cross that bridge at 1:30 if she's not here, sir. Okay. All right, let's go ahead and stand and bring in our jury.
Owens, get Margaret. We want to meet Margaret, Owens. Where Margaret at? Another Dr. Lewis. I tried to look her up, and I think she also testified in, you know, the Dan Markell's murder? One of the hitmen had his trial where a Dr. Julie Harper was an expert on, and she talked about his childhood, his trauma, and how it affected him today. I don't know if it's the same Dr. Julie Harper, but Florida, I think similar areas. So I don't know if she's the same expert that also testified in one of Dan Markell's hitman trial.
All rise, jury's in room.
State, do you recognize our jury?
Yes, Your Honor.
Defense, do you recognize our jury?
Yes.
All right, everyone can be seated. Thank you. Members of the jury, again, welcome back. I hope you enjoyed your lunch. I see juror number 5th from the right to left, second row. His hand's already out. He knows what's coming. If you can, just raise those hands, confirm you complied to the court's instructions. Record reflect all hands have been raised. All right, members of the jury, the defense is going to continue with their evidence and testimony presentation this afternoon. Thank you. Mr. Owens, you may call your next witness, sir.
Your Honor, the defense calls Ms. Pearl Walker.
Okay.
Pearl Walker. Who's Pearl Walker? I know, kid's gonna be playing Sarah Boone's version of Hide and Go Seek. The harsh eyeliner. Hey, when she gets out of jail, she'll have better access to makeup. Maybe she'll start her own beauty YouTube channel. You're like, Courtney, don't say that! Don't say that, Courtney! No, I didn't cover that trial. That trial I did not cover. I watched some of Charlie Adelson's trial, though. And then Donna Adelson, I'm going to watch hers. Did you see her girlfriend? Oh, they did show the gallery. I didn't see the girlfriend. Okay, witness number 7.
I'm approach the witness, Your Honor, just in case.
I think the deputy's got it.
Got it, okay.
We have her name, but I'm assuming maybe she'll testify about Sarah Boone's injuries. It is Halloween. I watched the episode of How I Met Your Mother when Marshall dressed up as Jack Sparrow, and they called him the gay pirate because they didn't know what the hell he was, I guess. But the eyeliner looks so good, though.
Ms. Walker, can you raise your right hand to be sworn, please? Do you swear or affirm that the testimony you should give shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God? Yes, ma'am. Thank you.
Ma'am, good afternoon. Could you state and spell your name for the record for us?
What did you say?
Can you state and spell your name for the record for us?
Walker. Pearl, Walker, Walker.
Thank you very much, ma'am. Mr. Beck, you may proceed.
Good afternoon, Ms. Walker. Ms. Walker, do you know the defendant, Sarah Boone?
Yes.
Okay, how do you know her, ma'am? How do you know Ms. Boone? If you can't hear me, just ask me to repeat myself. And I'll do so.
Okay.
How do you know Ms. Boone?
She lived in the same apartment building that I lived in.
And can you tell us how long the two of you shared the same apartment complex, apartment buildings?
About 4 years.
And how is it that you became familiar with Ms. Boone?
My husband and I was sitting out on the porch, and we see her coming with her 2 dogs.
And what happened then?
Then I would call her over with, with her dogs.
And what do you mean by call her over?
When I see her walking with a dog, and I see her and I look at her, and I say, "Hey, Sarah, how you doing?" And that's it.
And would she generally respond to you?
Yes.
And how, look, I won't go there. Would you spend time with Ms. Boone?
Did I spend time?
Would you spend time speaking with Ms. Boone?
Yes.
How long would you speak with her?
About 15 or 20 minutes. That's all.
And was your husband sometimes involved in those conversations as well?
He just say hi.
So you and Ms. Boone were the 2 primary communicators?
Yes, sir.
Okay. In the time that you knew Ms. Boone, did you witness anything about her person or her body that gave you cause for concern?
Sometimes I would see it like she had been choked around her neck or her arm be hurt. I have a mark on her arm. And I just asked her.
And would she describe how that happened?
Hey guys, let's give her a chance. She's like in the beginning of her testimony. Let her give her a chance. Give her a chance to testify.
Just say, I had a...
Hey, hang on.
Understand.
The objection is sustained.
When you would ask her that, how did she appear to you to respond emotionally to your questions about her injuries?
She just say, one of them days or something.
Objection sustained.
Oh, she did
Just
an interview?
for the
I didn't see
record,
it.
instead of telling us what she would say, would she demonstrate any emotion on her face?
Well, I would see the emotion that she was upset about something.
And did you ask about her obvious upset persona? Her upset, the fact that she was upset? Would you ask her about that?
Yeah. Well,
okay, you have to just limit your answer to the question. Would you ask her about that issue? About why she was upset?
Yeah.
Okay. And I'm sorry, I just can't go beyond that. Thank you. Now, how frequently would that occur?
I would say on the weekends when I see her.
Was that primarily when you saw her on the weekends?
Mostly I would see her walking through, going to her place, and I'm sitting on the porch and I see her then.
Now, strike that. While you were there in that apartment complex, and excuse me for getting ahead of myself, do you still live in that apartment complex?
No.
How long have you been gone from that apartment complex? If you don't know, that's fine.
Oh, it's been a while.
Thank you, ma'am.
She said it's been a while.
During the occasions that you had to interact with Ms. Boone, how did she treat you?
Objection.
What?
Nice lady.
Overruled.
Nice to me.
Did she ever act uppity?
Objection.
Uppity?
Overruled.
Did she ever treat you in an uppity manner?
What you mean, sir?
Did she ever look down on you as a person?
Oh, no.
Did she ever?
Oh, that's what uppity means? I thought uppity meant like, oh, you're in an up mood. You're cheerful. I didn't know what uppity meant.
Treat you with disrespect?
No.
I'm going to object. This is character evidence.
Sustained.
May I approach on this, Your Honor?
Yes.
I'm going to object. This is character.
Did she ever treat you with disrespect?
No.
I'm going to object. This is character evidence.
Sustained.
May I approach on this, Your Honor?
Yes.
Okay. Uppity is snot and rude. Oh, you're so uppity today. You know what? You're right. I think it's because I haven't used the word, or I haven't heard of the word uppity in so long. Ooh, why are you so uppity today? Damn, she uppity. Uppity. When I first listened to it, I was like, uppity? Does that mean like, oh, hi, I'm in a good mood today? Uppity is a southern term for someone who looks down on you. Gotcha, 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 gotcha. Who would be mean to an old lady, especially if you're trying to play victim? You up in your own ass. Right? Upbeat, happy. Oh, this poor lady. This poor lady. I think they had to make arrangements for her to come to the courtroom too. But someone said, hey, Gentry. Gentry, thank you so much for the 1. Thank you so much for the little 5 on there. Your 5th super. Oh, Gentry, thank you so much. I appreciate that. Thank you for your support. How you doing today? How's it going? I'm trying to like it. The chat's scrolling. Okay. Oh, God. There you go. All right. Hope you're having a good day. It really got me seeing her interrogation when she swore on her son's life that it wasn't intentional. Now knowing her defense strategy. Yeah, of course she's going to come up with a whole totally new story. Once the evidence has been presented, once you realize she looked like an ass the first time, she's like, oh, you know what? New story it is. Gosh. I mean, I don't think Sarah was the type of person that was just like an asshole to people. As long as she was able to convince you what a good person she was, and if you bought her shit, then I'm sure she was really nice to you. I'm sure she went to you and she probably cried about George all the time. But any time, if you contradicted her, you went against her, I'm sure that didn't fly. All right, so we're doing a little sidebar because he asked her, was Sarah Boone, how was she when she was with you? Was she nice to you? Was she uppity? She just drunk a lot. All right, so now we're just at the back of the head.
Objection sustained.
Yeah, I'm sure the flip switch is real quick when I don't get what they want. Once found the one neighbor who doesn't hate Boone the passion. Probably lived 20, 30 blocks away. They're in the same apartment complex.
I'm sorry, I'm back, Mrs. Walker. In the time that you and Ms. Boone lived together, on occasion, did you see law enforcement arrive at the apartment complex?
A couple of times.
And did you ever get involved in any of their investigation?
No, sir.
Were you ever approached by law enforcement and asked for information, evidence, insight into what might be going on?
No, sir.
Now, in all candor, were there occasions when you believed that Sarah Boone may have been under the influence of alcohol?
No, I can't say.
Did you also observe George Torres during the time that you lived there in the apartment complex?
I don't know, man. Everyone else was like, they were drunk as fuck and they were always drunk. We always kind of avoided them.
I didn't see him very much. If we sitting on the porch, that's the only time I see him.
Did you know Mr. Torres very well?
No.
Was there an incident when you saw Ms. Boone with a black eye?
Yes.
Debbie! Oh my gosh, Debbie! Debbie, thank you so much for the 25 and I love hanging on your channel for the trial. Thanks for making this more interesting to watch. Debbie,
Did you witness a pattern between Ms. Boone and Mr. Torres wherein you observed signs of abuse?
Objection, nomination.
Sustained.
You testified that you saw Ms. Boone on occasion with bruises, other injuries, and a black eye. Is that correct? Is that accurate?
Yeah.
Poor Pearl. She out here trying to do the Lord's work and got drug into Sarah Boone's bullshit. She seems like a nice, sweet woman. And Debbie, again, thank you, Debbie. I appreciate that. Thank you.
And was there any pattern to what you observed in regards to those injuries and bruises that you observed on Ms. Boone?
One time I seen with a black eye and like she had been choked one time.
Okay. Did Ms. Boone complain to you about those marks?
Yes.
Thank you, Your Honor. Nothing further.
Any cross-examination?
Hi, Ms. Walker.
Hello.
Is it fair to say you're not sure when exactly you saw any of those injuries on her, correct?
Say that again?
You're not exactly sure when you saw any of those
I like Mr. J's voice. Hi, Miss Walker. How you doing today? All right, I got to do the cross-examination.
injuries on her, correct?
Once she come past the apartment, I'll be sitting out there because we always sit out there.
Right, but we don't know if this is December or 2018 or anything
I can't remember, sir.
Okay. And is it fair to say you have no idea how she got those marks? Is that fair?
Repeat that again.
Do you have any idea how she got those marks?
On the weekends, I see him and her go in.
Okay. But you don't know who, if anybody, put those marks on her, right?
Well,
Just calls for yes or no.
I can tell when they must have had an argument or something. I hear the dogs barking.
Okay. And you're 5 doors down, right? Unit 8, Unit 3?
Yeah.
Okay. No other questions?
Any redirect examination?
No, Your Honor. Thank you.
Can this witness be released?
Yes, sir.
Thank you very much, ma'am.
Oh, Miss Pearl.
Ms. Walker, the deputies are going to come get you and take you out, okay?
Hi, Miss Pearl.
You all done?
Yes, ma'am. Thank you so much.
Oh, Miss Pearl. I don't know. Miss Pearl seems a little confused sometimes. Yeah. Bye, Miss Pearl. I'm glad that you don't have to live near Sarah Boone no more. Deal with her shit. Enjoy the rest of your life in peace. Sarah Boone even thank her? She's not? Can't see. I don't know. I mean, that could have helped with the jury, but we've already seen the pictures and all that stuff, so it's not like the bruises and all that were in contention. It was how they got there. If it was a two-way street.
Defense, ready to call your next witness. Yes.
Dr. Harper, I think, coming on in. Oh, you know what? I think they were planning on having her as a like video conference witness or something. Is that the one? And then Mr. J is like, nope. I don't know if that was the witness. It was the part where the judge says the two parties, the defense and the state, have to agree. Otherwise, no call-in testimony. No, Dr. Harper wasn't on Johnny Depp case. I think Dr. Harper was the expert for one of the hitmen that killed Dan Markel. I think it was for the hitman actually that shot Dan Markel for the Adelson stuff. But I wasn't sure because I tried Googling her in Florida. Might be the same one, might not be. I was trying to find a picture to match up. Oh, actually, hold on. We have a picture. Let me see if she looks like it. Let's see. Dr. Julie Harper. Testimony. Dr. Julie Harper. Testimony. Florida. And Sigfredo Garcia, I think. Let's see if this is the same Dr. Julie Harper. That's Bruce. Fredo. Do we have a picture of Dr. Julie Harper? Her. Let's see if it's the same one. Dr. Julie Harper, a clinical and forensic psychologist, tells the jury the circumstances of Fredo Garcia's upbringing and life during Garcia's sentencing for the 2014 murder of Florida State University law professor Dan Markel. Also, I wonder if this judge knew Dan Markel. Y'all think it's the same one? I wasn't sure. I wasn't able to get that much information on Dr. Julie Harper. You think she was the only person in the world willing to come in and speak for Sarah? I don't know. Maybe Sarah has other friends. Yeah, I think the state needs to really remind everyone the difference in Owens' version of events of what he said happened and Sarah Boone when she testified on the stand. Oh, gosh. Sherelle! Oh my god, with the little corgi Shiba! Sherelle, thank you so much for the $1.99. Oh, he looks a little devious. He looks so devious. Thank you so much.
Members of the jury, witness is running a couple minutes late. I think they may be stuck in the security line downstairs. Oh. So we're just going to be in a short recess for them to join us this afternoon. Oh. Similar instruction that I've given you, please do not conduct any independent investigation or research regarding the person, places, things, or charge involved, and do not have any discussions amongst yourselves or anyone else, and we'll bring you back in as soon as that witness arrives. Thank you again for your patience.
All right.
Taxi. Oh my god. Yeah, she didn't get the express pass. She's stuck in line right now. No, Dr. Lewis is not on this case. No, we ain't having Dr. Lewis in here. Dr. Lewis was for Letitia, okay? There is no Dr.
Y'all can be seated. Thank you.
Dr. Lewis.
We'll be off the record until Dr. Harper arrives.
All right, well, court is off the record. I'm going to stop recording. Remind me to record when they come back. Remind me to record. All right, y'all. So we got to hear from Miss Pearl Walker, who was a neighbor of Sarah and George. Rhea, thank you so much for the $4.99, Rhea. Thank you. Stuck on your channel for the duration of the case. I love how even with Sarah Boone, you seem to stay unbiased. Really hard to do. Thank you. Yeah, we have to try to be fair. I mean, it's fun to shit on Sarah Boone all day, every day, you know, but we got to try to be fair when we can, unfortunately. Ugh. Ugh. Sigfredo still got a life sentence. Yeah, life sentence. Sigfredo, Catherine McBanois, I think serving life in prison as well. And then the other hitman that took a plea deal, I think he's serving the rest of his other previous sentence from the other crime that he committed. And then he's going to start like another sentence for being involved in the Dan Markel murder. But I don't remember how many years that guy got. Neighbors, 5 doors down. I mean, Miss Pearl sounds like a sweet old lady, you know? She's a sweet old lady. They roll her up in the... I mean, honestly, it looks good for the defense, I guess. It's like, oh my God, we're rolling in sweet old lady in a wheelchair. Like, oh, how could you not believe her, y'all? How could you not believe her? Charlie's brother-in-law, Katie, too. So Harper's testimony didn't save him? Well, I don't know if it's the same Harper. It might not be, but... You want to read it? This is what she said about Sigfredo Garcia. Dr. Julie Harper detailed Garcia's childhood, including the first memory he had of his dad at age 5 when he was released from prison. Garcia was isolated in a stressful home environment as his father engaged in extramarital affairs and dragged his sister... Actually, hold on, let me record this. I'm reading this again. Dr. Julie Harper detailed Garcia's childhood, including the first memory he had of his dad at age 5 when he was being released from prison. And if this is not the same Dr. Julie Harper, I'm just going to cut this out from the video, okay? Like I said, I don't know if it's the same Dr. Julie Harper. It might not be. Garcia was isolated in a stressful home environment as his father engaged in extramarital affairs and dragged his sister along as he committed his own crimes. His father left Miami when he was facing prison, and Garcia was 11. Sigfredo Garcia Sr. left for Mexico and told his family he was going to play the lotto. Okay. I think the departure of his father was the first root of depression, Harper said. He felt abandoned and unloved. Garcia's records date back to 1988. He was arrested for the first time when he was 6 years old for jumping on the roof of the teacher's car. Since then, he was arrested more than 10 times. What the hell? Half of which happened when he was a juvenile. He smoked marijuana, drank alcohol, tried cocaine with his father at a very young age. Jesus. She testified that Garcia went through several Department of Justice, juvenile justice programs. He invested time and effort into a career as an aeronautical engineer, but found that his criminal record preventing him from working in places like an airport. Harper testified. Momo, thank you so much for the 74 bucks on Twitch. Hi, Momo. How are you doing today? How's Linda doing? Harper testified Garcia was shot in the lung and liver in 2005, defending 2 Miami teen who a man was pestering to post nude. The fuck? She said as a result, he's anxious about people creeping up behind him and can't watch movies with violence or gunshots because they give him nightmares. But he literally shot Dan Markel with a gun in his head. Ay, ay, ay. All right. But yeah, like I said, I don't know if it's the same Dr. Julie Harper. It might not. It might not be. So if those of you guys are wondering, we are on a little mini break right now because Dr. Julie Harper is stuck in security line, and we're just waiting for her to make her way downtown, walking fast. Is your chat glitching? I think it's Northwest. I only see a Northwest. Three weeks to go time? How's she feeling? How's her back? Is it easier the second time or the first time? Hi, Addie. How are you doing today? Addie says, hello, friends. In the little penguin costume. Hi, Addie. All right. So of the people that are here, how worried are you guys? Actually, let's do a poll on this. Are we worried? So we have 7 and 12 votes. Who did a better job during Sarah Boone's testimony? 24% said Mr. Owens, Mr. J, 33%. You know, I kind of want to say Owens just because I expected so much out of Mr. J, and I feel like Mr. J didn't meet my expectations. He didn't do like horrible, but he just didn't meet my expectations. You know, I had such high hopes for him. You know, I had a lot of, I think I put too much pressure on him. And that's why maybe he was nervous or something, you know. That's why he was nervous when he went up there. 16% said both did well. Okay, I respect that. 27% says neither. Damn, neither. Let me do a new poll. Start a poll. How worried are you? This this trial? How worried are you about this trial so far? What should the answers be? Not worried at all. A little worried. Very concerned. Okay. I mean, and it can go either way. I'm not asking you if you guys think Sarah Boone is going to be found guilty or not. I'm just asking you, just in general, just how worried are you about this trial so far? Okay, just generally. Just generally. Kay's been snoozing. Z. You want to take Pearl to bingo? No one can beat Juan Martinez. I mean, I think up with Juan Martinez. No, I disagree with that. Juan Martinez, I think Juan Martinez sometimes was a little too performative, a little too much, as if he he knew the TV was watching him and he was just trying to get his fame. But I mean, I think he was very effective because people definitely paid attention when he talked. But I think Juan Martinez, very easy to pay attention to. Carrie Morrissey, very easy to pay attention to. Creighton Waters, very easy to pay attention to. Camille Vasquez, easy to pay attention to. Oh, not worried, just annoyed. Okay, I didn't put that in. Not worried, just annoyed. Okay. See, uppity as the most racist term when a black lady is on the stand. I mean, where are they in Florida? I don't know if it's just local dialect. I don't know. I don't know if uppity is a thing that they still say in Florida. I just feel like I haven't heard of that term in so long. Very long time. Watching this instead of doing homework. Oh, what kind of homework do you have? Multitask time. What? Mr. J is the prosecutor in the Soto case? He is? Huh. I heard that one's going to happen.
We are
next
back
year.
on the record. Case number 2020 CF 2603, State of Florida versus Sarah Boone. State.
Judge, before we began trial, I had indicated that in the past, historically, in these types of cases, there are problems with cameras showing attorneys' laptops. It's been brought to my attention that that is going on again. I'm asking the court to order whoever it is who has a camera, whether it be a phone or the court TV pool camera, that they not do that.
Okay. All right. Members of the gallery, good afternoon. And the TV crews as well. Information that's contained on both parties' laptops, be it the defense or the state, is protected by work product and attorney-client privilege. It's not something that's viewable, not something that should be disseminated, and not something that can be looked at unless there is a knowing, intelligent waiver, and that stuff's going to be put out into the public for consumption.
Yep,
So I'm going to
thank you,
ask
Jay.
you as best as possible not to view, take pictures of, or look at any of the laptops, be it the defense's laptops or the state's laptops, to avoid that. And with regard to the camera, if we can, when zooming in on either the defense counsel's table or the state's counsel's table, if we can try to avoid their laptops, I would greatly appreciate you, sir. And the podium. Thank you.
She's pretty miserable. More miserable this time. Oh, poor Linda. Poor Linda. He has a flight attendant tone. Why are there so many crimes in Florida? I mean, a lot of the major cases that we follow are from Florida, but you got to remember there's Utah, okay? Utah, some crazy shit happened up there in Utah too. Arizona. Where else is there? Utah, Arizona. I mean, California. Do we have anything in California? Any big cases in California lately? I mean, there's like the celebrity cases. California, New York. Idaho. Utah has the crazy moms. What's the Soto case? Well, I guess it's like renamed to Stern's case, but Soto, that one's like a really, really sad case. Madeline Soto went missing, and her mom's boyfriend claimed to have dropped her off at school. Mom went to go pick her up. She wasn't there, and they went to go to try to find her. But then come to find out that the mom's boyfriend was a sick fucking perv, and mom is a fucking dipshit and ignored all the signs, or she knew what was going on and she didn't fucking care. I don't know. It's a super, super, super sad case. It's like really dark. Bye, Uki. Bye, Uki. Have a good one. Washington, D.C., Wisconsin, Colorado, New Mexico. Yeah, Alexi Treviso, New Mexico. Still waiting to see what is up with New Mexico and Alexi Treviso. You'll never understand why the mom hasn't been charged. My understanding is Jen Soto was given derivative immunity. So she can talk about what happened and what she knew, and they won't use it against her. And they are unable to use what she told them as not only as ammo against her, but use it to look into other things that may be used against her. That makes sense. But I think they can still go after her. Similar to Wendy Adelson. Wendy Adelson was given derivative immunity where she was able to testify in the stand and tell us what she knew, even though I think she's bullshit and she fucking lied. But she was able to go up there and tell us what she knew, and then the prosecutor was unable to use that against her or use what she said to look into other things that they can use against her later on in the future. But they can still go after her.
All right, we are back on the record. Case number 2020 CF 2603, State of Florida versus Sarah Boone. State appearances for the record.
Dave Castro on behalf of the state.
Defense.
James Owens on behalf of Ms. Boone.
Tony Henderson for Ms. Boone. Kevin Beck on behalf of Sarah Boone.
All right, Ms. Boone is standing at counsel's table wearing a dark gray suit and maroon blouse. Let's go ahead and bring in our jury as Dr. Harper is here.
Adelaide, Australia. Mushroom lady poisoned her family. Why did she do that? Yeah, with that case, they're more concerned with getting the person that is like definitely the perpetrator, which is Stephen Stearns. He's the murderer and also the abuser. I don't think they're gonna go after Jen. We don't like Jen. I don't know. I thought the Diet Coke was Mr. Owens. I'm like, Mr. Owens, what are you doing drinking a Diet Coke?
All rise, jury's in.
All right, let's get up and stretch. I think they're his students. We're here to kind of like watch him do court stuff.
State, you recognize our jury?
Yes, Your Honor.
Defense, you recognize our jury? All right, thank you. All could be seated. Again, members of the jury, if you could, just raise those hands, confirm you complied with the court's instructions. Record reflect all hands have been raised. All right, defense, at this time you may call your next witness.
We call Dr. Julie Harper.
So let's see if this is the same Dr. Julie Harper. Oh, God. All right, guys, get ready. Oh, kind of looks like it. Looks like it. Dr. Julie, is that you? Oh, I think it is.
Do you swear or affirm that the testimony you should give shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do.
Doctor, good afternoon. Could you state and spell your name for the record for us?
Dr. Julie Harper, Harper.
Thank you. Counselor, you may inquire.
Thank you, Judge.
What do y'all think? Her? Is it her?
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
I think you've already stated your name, but just introduce yourself to the jury.
My name is Dr. Julie Harper, and I'm a licensed psychologist.
Would you tell the jury your educational background?
I have an undergraduate degree from Oberlin College in biopsychology. I have a master's degree from University of Denver. I went on from my master's degree to earn a psychological doctorate. That's called a PsyD. That was also from University of Denver. In completing that education, I specialized in psychological assessment, which means I had extra coursework in that area of learning to administer psychological tests to other people. I completed an APA-approved internship at Washington State University, which means that I was matched, and that was my site to practice being a psychologist for a full year, and that was between 1999.
Dr. Julie Harper's dressed as Dr. Pepper. I was just about to say, I like the color of her blazer. It's a nice color. It is the same color as Dr. Pepper's logo. The Amber Heard case? No, I don't recognize her. The Amber Heard case? No, I don't recognize her.
in 2000.
You sure?
And following that, I turned in my dissertation, which was in the passing of power in couples relationships. I then graduated and started my postdoc work in Pullman, Washington. As part of becoming a psychologist, you have to have over 1,500 to 2,000 hours of supervised work as a psychologist. The person that supervised me was a forensic psychologist. So during that postdoc time, that was my introduction to forensic work while I worked at a community mental health center.
Dr. Harper, how long have you been licensed?
Kay says, I'm curious why she didn't originally qualify Sarah for BSS and then all of a sudden change. I don't know. I don't know if they didn't meet as many times and she didn't have a chance to do it yet or something changed. But I mean, what we do know is that back then Sarah gave a different story. Right now, there's a new story. So maybe that changed. Maybe it's a new story. Or maybe she didn't have time to further analyze Sarah back then. I don't know. I have no idea. But I'm sure Mr. J, you listening? You better find out for us, okay?
I was first licensed in Washington State in 2002, so 22 years.
What type of position have you held as a psychologist?
Well, I was rehired at my internship site, so I worked at Washington State University College Counseling Center. I also worked 2 times at a community mental health center. The first time was in Pullman, Washington, and that was during the period of time where I was getting my postdoc hours completed, and then I stayed on after licensure. I also worked in Florida. When I came to Florida in 2005, I took a position in the Fort Walton Beach area at Bridgeway Center, which is a community mental health center. And while working there, I completed a variety of psychological assessments. I was directing the testing program. I also began working doing the Department of Juvenile Justice contract work for evaluating adolescents that had gotten into legal trouble and needed an assessment for consideration of program placement. I worked in that community mental health setting doing clinical assessments and the DJJ contract and Social Security evaluations and continued that until about 2010. In 2010, I opened my own private practice, which is Northwest Florida Psychological Services. And in the beginning of the practice, it was a combined clinical and forensic practice, meaning that I spent a majority of time doing psychological assessments to answer questions from physicians about things like ADHD, depression, to make treatment recommendations. I had the therapy patients, and I also did, again, Social Security disability evaluations, so numerous kinds of assessments. And then over time, I began doing more and more forensic work, including receiving appointments from judges to do competency to stand trial evaluations, sanity at the time of the offense evaluations for Circuit 1 in Florida. And I continued to do the Department of Juvenile Justice contract briefly, but then that it came up for bid and I discontinued that contract. What I did is I slowly reduced my clinical practice because when you do forensic psychology, it means you have to travel. Your individuals that you're seeing are not usually out in the community. A lot of times you have to see them in jail.
I also wonder if the money is better too. Just curious.
So it's hard to maintain a therapy practice, and I scaled that back over time. Eventually, my practice became entirely forensic. And then in 2017, I took a job with the state of Georgia to be an evaluator full-time. I was working doing competency to stand trial and sanity at the time of the offense evaluations, and then assisting with risk assessments in the inpatient setting. I did that until 2021. At that time, my private practice was just quieted down, of course, from COVID, and I was not in full-time practice, so I wished to return to full-time practice with my own company, and I did that in May of 2021. And since then, obviously the courts are busy again. We're all recovering from the COVID era and back to full-time practice.
Now, where do you live?
I live in Okaloosa County, and that is in the panhandle of Florida.
And is that where your practice is currently?
Yes.
Is it fair to say you travel the state to? Is it fair to say you travel the state to do assessments or evaluations?
That's correct. I travel to a lot of cities throughout Florida, far south as like Miami, and then of course working along.
Is it fair to say that you testify in various counties throughout the state?
Yes.
And I know that yesterday you were set to testify in Bay County, Panama City.
That's correct. I was testifying yesterday in a death penalty case in Bay County.
All right. And when you finished, you drove here?
Yes, I did.
My understanding is you got here after midnight.
Yes.
What other counties have you testified in?
Well, I've testified here in Orange County, in Miami-Dade, in Duval. It might be hard for me to list everywhere. Alachua, Escambia, Santa Rosa County, Walton County, Bay County, Washington.
So just so the jury understands, the nature of your practice is you have to travel throughout the state.
Well, I do work in cases where the person is at risk of, succumbing to the death penalty. And so those cases require repeated evaluations in different vicinities. And so I have been, traveling to work on murder cases. There are psychologists, I suppose, that do forensic work that might just confine their work to one circuit or state, but I actually broadly travel.
No idea. Come on, Owens. So, Dr. Julie Harper, what car were you driving? You were driving. Oh, okay. What kind of gas you put in that car?
You said that your practice is now entirely forensic?
That's correct.
What you said? And you've testified about what kind of forensic work you do?
Yes. So as a forensic psychologist, sometimes I am tasked with testifying about something very specific. So for instance, a person's ability to stand trial if they are knowledgeable and can go forward with their trial process. I've testified about a person's sanity at the time of the offense, meaning if they had a mental health condition that met the statute as to not being sane at the time of the offense.
Well, at least Sarah's defense didn't try to go for the insanity defense.
I've testified in sentencing hearings. I've been an expert witness for Department of Children and Families. I've testified in vocational rehabilitation hearings as their expert, in what's called social investigation. That's what they used to call custody evaluations. So in numerous capacities.
They can ask her about her rates.
And would it be fair to say that a lot of times you're appointed by the court to provide the service that you provide and you're paid by the state?
That's correct.
What percentage of your work is where you're paid by the government to do the work?
I would say that the majority of my work comes through with that court-appointed funding. Percentage-wise, probably about 90%.
Okay. And I realize you testify on occasion by the state, but majority of your time, 90%, 95% of the time, you testify on the behalf of the defense?
Yes, the evaluation's complete, and either side can call me for testimony, and the majority of the time I'm called by defense.
And so you make a living by traveling the state, and generally the court system, I think they call it JAC, pays your fees.
So I make a living by performing work as a forensic psychologist, evaluating individuals, most of the time that are incarcerated in a prison or a jail setting, providing consultation to attorneys who might just have questions that would need a psychological expert to explain something to them. I also do fitness for duty evaluations for law enforcement, pre-employment evaluations for law enforcement and firefighters. So depending on the work that's needed, I do those.
Doctor, how is a forensic psychological evaluation different than a regular psychological evaluation? Can you tell the jury?
Sure. So if any of us went into a psychologist's office and had an evaluation done, it would be most likely for treatment. So things like if you qualify for surgery or you're going to have treatment, maybe you've got a condition that you want therapy for. A psychological assessment is very helpful in identifying a diagnosis and then setting a course for treatment. A forensic psychological evaluation has many of the same procedures, but the aim is really different. The aim would be to answer some kind of legal question that is posed. So as an expert, I might be in the position to provide some education or experiential descriptions of something that a person might be suffering from to people that are going to make a decision. So for instance, if it's a competency evaluation, I would educate the fact finder. In that case, it would be a judge about what is wrong with the person or if they had any deficits at all or if they were competent to proceed. In a situation like this, a forensic psychological evaluation might be geared more to identifying, again, if there is a mental health condition present in the defendant I'm evaluating, and then to provide a jury with education about what I found in my evaluation.
think Owens maybe
How
wants to
many
get ahead of
forensic
it.
psychological?
Because usually when they have an expert goes up there in cross-examination, the attorney tries to make it seem like, oh, you're getting paid to say what you're saying today, right? And all that stuff. So I think Owens is just trying to get ahead of it.
How
For
many
Mr. J does.
forensic psychological evaluations have you conducted? Estimate.
So just as an estimate, it's clearly more than 4,000. I've been doing forensic psychological evaluations as far back as 2007.
I wish they can ask questions like, how many cases were you given and how many of them... Like, basically what I want to know is, how many times does someone come up to them and is like, hey, does my client suffer from X, Y, and Z? And how many times does she take the case and say, yes, your client does suffer from X, Y, and Z? Are there times when she meets with their client and it's like, oh, actually, your client does not, does not qualify for X, Y, and Z? I don't know. That's what I'm always wondering. And then the other question I always wonder is, which they don't ask in court, but I always wonder, how many experts has a defendant gone through before they finally got an expert to say what they wanted, So that to me is always like kind of like what I'm wondering.
Have you been qualified as an expert to testify in forensic psychologist in court as a forensic psychologist?
I have.
And you said you've testified for the prosecution.
Yes.
And you've testified for the defense.
Yes.
Is there any difference in the work that you do depending on who hires you? Which side?
Absolutely not. A forensic psychological evaluation is an objective assessment of what's going on with the person. So you should be performing the same kinds of procedures in doing the evaluation. It should not matter who's retained you. What you're trying to do is answer a question.
Yeah, because we're supposed to believe that when these people are hired, they're supposed to be doing the right thing and be ethical, right? And be objective and not just accepting the job and saying what they need to say for the sake of money, right? That's what we're supposed to believe. But still, I always have my wonders.
Are there times when you actually do an evaluation and assess an individual, but then you're not actually called to testify?
Yes, many times that's the case. You will provide your feedback to the attorney, and then it's up to the attorney to decide if there's anything in there that would be useful to them, or if they're pursuing a certain kind of information for the court, they would choose to call you for testimony.
Dr. Harper, do you recognize Sarah Boone at the defense table with Tony Henderson?
I do.
When did you first get involved with Miss Boone?
It would have been in around June of 2020. It was the first I heard of her case.
And what were you asked to do?
A comprehensive psychological evaluation of Ms. Boone.
Oh.
And did you do that in Miss Boone's case?
I did.
Okay. Were you given materials to review?
I was.
Is that standard operating procedure?
Yes.
You assess the client individually, one-on-one, and then there are collateral evidence or material that you also consider?
Yes.
Can you tell the jury about that?
Yes. So in forensic work, there are a variety of documents that are usually available in assessing a defendant. In this case, for criminal court, you would see things like witness statements. There might be body cam footage or just more information about the offense itself. Sometimes there's an interrogation video. So you would get kind of the legal description of the offense and the things that have occurred. I also will often get educational records of a person, mental health records, hospital records, things of that nature that would describe their biopsychosocial history to me.
And you were given materials as it relates to Sarah Boone to review?
Yes, I have it.
How many times did you meet with Sarah Boone?
So 9 times.
9 times?
Can you tell the jury what you did as part of your evaluation of Sarah Boone?
And at which meeting did you determine that she qualifies for a battered spouse?
Well, we had clinical forensic interview in which I reviewed her background history, so her early childhood. I also assessed her with assessments, meaning I administered 3 psychological tests to her. I reviewed her prior mental health records, her interrogation video, some prior information about her legal history. So she had been previously arrested. I reviewed that as well. We had an opportunity.
Did you read her letters? The letters that she wrote to the judge and all the attorneys? Did you? I'm just curious.
To review the transcript of her interrogation video. So there were a variety of things that would be considered what I did with her.
Okay.
I
So
think
you
she'll probably talk
considered
about
some medical
childhood.
records?
Yes.
And did you also consider some records from George Torres's records?
I did see his hospital records.
Now,
But
do you
we're not bringing the
consider,
records in, right?
in doing an assessment and forming any opinions, an individual like Ms. Boone's upbringing in terms of where they grew up and what their family environment was like?
Yes, that's part of gathering their background history, so biopsychosocial information.
And did you consider Ms. Boone's upbringing in forming any opinions?
I did.
Can you tell us a little bit about that?
Yes, so of her history, I found it pertinent that she was raised with...
Conduit 704.
Approach.
Wade Wilson's defense doctor was enough. I didn't watch that. But we saw the experts for AH. We saw the expert for Letitia. Who else was there? What were some experts that testified? And we're like, are you here for a paycheck? Are you sure you believe this? Well, for those of you guys who just joined us, we're with
The objection is
Witness number
sustained.
8, Dr. Julie Harper. Objection
Would you have
sustained.
considered, as part of her family background, whether or not some of her family members had passed away early in her life?
Objection, leaving conduit 704.
Sustained.
You considered the entire family background and history without going into the details of what she said or what you learned from looking at records? I'm sorry?
Yes.
And did you consider her relationship with her mother as part of her psychological development?
Yes.
Now, do you believe that Sarah Boone does have some narcissistic traits?
I do.
She doesn't qualify or meet the criteria for that diagnosis, does she?
I did not diagnose her with that.
Can you elaborate on or explain how you feel that Sarah Boone does have some narcissistic traits?
Well, in meeting with her as part
You sure you want to go there? Okay, let's go.
of the evaluation, the narcissistic traits that I identified would have to do with, as she described, being a straight A student. She reiterated about her abilities, and I felt that that was evidence that she had low self-esteem, and her coping mechanism was to identify what made her stand out, and that would be consistent.
Hold on a second. I got to slow that down. Okay, what about the doggos? What about her taking care of George? Oh, gosh. I think they're really getting ahead of it. They know Mr. J is going to ask these questions. So, Owen's getting ahead of it.
About her abilities, and I felt that that was evidence that she had low self-esteem, and her coping mechanism was to identify what made her stand out, and that would be consistent with a narcissistic trait.
Now, I know there's been reference in this case to a manual that all psychologists, all psychiatrists refer to. Do you have that manual with you?
I do.
The DSM?
And what is the name of that manual?
It is the Diagnostic and Statistical Manual of Mental
You made her bring that into the courtroom? Come on now, that looks heavy.
Disorders, the text revision. So it's the DSM-5 text revision.
Maybe that's why she was stuck in security. They thought she was trying to bring something in, in that damn big old textbook.
Now, Dr. Brannon testified earlier today, and there was some evidence relating to when you suffer from narcissism, there's a sense of grandiosity. But is that from this manual and your studies and your experience, where they require excessive admiration and whatnot, that there's a reason for that?
She's trying to follow.
If I'm understanding your question, there's a criterion in narcissistic personality disorder related to that.
What I'm getting to is many times.
Is he trying to use his witness to semi-discredit what his other witness said earlier about narcissism?
You may have these narcissistic traits, but really, you suffer from very low self-esteem.
That's the underpinning of that criterion.
Would you explain that to the viewers?
If I'm allowed to reference the DSM, then I can explain it best.
Just don't read from it. Just
all right.
You need to review. If you need to read a paragraph and then explain it to the jury.
So based on the description in the DSM, if a person's self-esteem is very fragile and they have low self-esteem, they may require more outside admiration or even appear more grandiose in their abilities because at root, they don't feel secure and confident. And so it's what we would call a defense. And so that criterion is actually a way that a person tries to make themselves feel better.
Sorry. Anything else you want to say about that issue?
Well, you asked me about why I didn't diagnose narcissistic personality disorder. And again, from the DSM,
Are there criteria?
There are criteria for each disorder.
And so when you're assessing someone, they have to meet all those criteria for you to form that opinion that they actually suffer from that disorder?
Well, the first, I guess, issue is do they have the criterion that are listed? And then the second would be, is there a different mental health disorder that would better explain the criterion that you're seeing? The criterion within the DSM overlap considerably across disorders. And so there are some helpful guidelines within the DSM to remind you of that you may have what's called differential diagnosis. So if you're considering one thing, that you also are directed to look at other things. So that happened in this case, in this instance, that the DSM guided me to also look at other things.
But just for purposes, to make it clear, you did not diagnose her with narcissism. That disorder.
That's correct, because the DSM's description guided me that would not be an appropriate diagnosis.
Why did you not diagnose Ms. Boone with a personality disorder?
Well, first of all, it has to be a pervasive pattern of distorted relational abilities. So basically, if she is demonstrating in a variety of settings that she has these symptoms. And then secondarily, the diagnosis of post-traumatic stress disorder is listed when you're considering personality disorders. The DSM guides you that if there are personality changes that are associated with the exposure to a trauma, then you should consider post-traumatic stress disorder and not a personality disorder.
Have you diagnosed her with anything? And we'll elaborate on that, but through your assessment, have you diagnosed her with anything?
Yes, so she has a diagnosis of post-traumatic stress disorder. She has symptoms of anxiety that would be consistent with post-traumatic stress disorder. So that is an anxiety disorder.
And you feel like she suffers from post-traumatic stress?
I do.
Now, at the time of this event, we're talking February 23rd of 2020, you were aware that she did not have much family support?
Yes.
Doctor, why do you administer psychological testing?
Psychological testing allows an objective measurement of what the person's symptoms may be as compared to sort of an average. So if we can see what the average range on a standardized measure would be for any person, if there is an interpretable difference, that gives me clinical information. So it's not just relying on what the person has told me. I've got an objective measurement that I can compare to other people. And then I also administer psychological testing in a forensic evaluation to help assist me in making sure that the person is intending to put in good effort with me. In some forensic settings, a person may have a reason to present symptoms, like if they're in a custody evaluation, for instance, they might have a reason to minimize symptoms, or they may exaggerate something else. And so assessments as to the person's...
Doesn't the state have their own expert? Yes. They will be testifying, I think Mr. J originally had them scheduled on Friday for rebuttal. but I think the defense is going to be ending today. So I don't know what's going on with the scheduling. Mr. J might have to rearrange things, Richie.
Response to you and if they're validly participating are important.
So they're tests to see if you're faking or malingering or that type of thing?
Right, and so you would call it feigning mental health symptoms when the person is either far exaggerating a symptom they do have, or if they're pretending to have a symptom that they do not actually have.
Sarah inflicts PTSD rather than having PTSD. I think it's both. I think she inflicted PTSD on George, and then I think, George also inflicted it on her as well. I don't think I'm going to debate anything that she's going to say. I think I agree with her that, like, Sarah probably has PTSD, whatever. The narcissistic thing, I don't know. I don't know how to diagnose someone that has narcissism, so I don't fucking know. Maybe she does have narcissistic personality disorder. We'll see what the state's expert says. However, not to say that her testimony is a waste of my time or anything, but what Sarah did that night, the suitcase thing, I think she was just trying to get vengeance, okay? I think she was trying to get vengeance. She was trying to get back at him. Yes, I believe she probably has PTSD. Yes, I believe that she got beat by George and the abuse happened both ways, maybe more severe, more physically severe on her, But that night, Sarah, suitcase, George in there. She left him in there. I think she wanted to get back at him. She wanted to teach him a lesson. She kept saying over and over again without actually admitting that she wanted to teach him a lesson. But it seems like she was just trying to make him suffer and she wanted to get back at them. So I'm not trying to say like, oh, what she's saying now doesn't, we don't really give a fuck. But at the same time, I kind of don't give a fuck because what Sarah did that night is just, I don't think it's a result of like, I don't know. I don't think George was coming after her and then she like had to react and like, oh my God, I'm going to die. Like I need to react now. I think she was just being a fucking asshole and then she was torturing him and then she left him in there and then she fell asleep. So, but I will listen to her. Okay. She seems like a nice lady.
Okay. Now, as it relates to Sarah Boone, what type of psychological testing did you administer?
I administered the inventory of legal knowledge, and that is a test that has to do with whether or not she was validly participating regarding her understanding of the legal process. I also administered the Miller Forensic Assessment of Symptoms test.
Now, explain to the jury what that Miller...
And someone mentioned this earlier. They were like, oh, George should have probably have been in jail. I agree with that. But George doesn't deserve to be killed the way that he did. I agree with that. So, yeah, George probably should have went to fucking jail and stay in jail. Sarah Boone, we're going to hear more about Sarah Boone and what she did to George. But I do agree. George probably should be in jail. However, George being put in the suitcase and left like that and dying the way he did, no, he doesn't deserve that. As much of a piece of shit people may think he is, just something that we just, in our society, we don't punish people on our own, right? We let the law handle it. And Sarah took it in her own hands and she left him in the suitcase and she tortured him.
Forensic assessment of symptoms testing.
So that is also a test of feigning to identify if she's validly participating in the evaluation. So if she had endorsed psychological symptoms or psychiatric symptoms, that would be unusual or not typical of a valid psychiatric patient.
What were the results of Ms. Boone's test on the Miller Forensic?
She validly participated. There was no indication of any feigning or malingering.
And as far as the inventory of legal knowledge case, what were the results?
Again, she was validly participating and she did not even come close to the cutoff. That would put her in the range of feigning.
Are you sure? I don't know, man. What about like exaggerations? Do you think Sarah may have exaggerated a lot, though? Do you think she exaggerated? Tell me she didn't exaggerate.
Of legal knowledge case, what were the results?
Yeah, George was literally the battered one from that night. He was the one that had all the bruising. Sarah had none. Okay, she had bruising on her hand from holding the bat because she was beating him so hard with it.
Again, she was validly participating and she did not even come close to the cutoff. That would put her in the range of feigning.
Can you tell the jury what the purpose of the clinician-administered post-traumatic stress disorder scale is?
Yes. So that would be considered a very useful assessment of post-traumatic stress disorder. It allows me to interview.
Okay, I want to know, what are her thoughts about Sarah Boone and exaggeration and manipulation? Is she going to talk about that?
A person about exposure to a traumatic incident and then identify if there's a change in behavior that has occurred.
Hold on. Okay, it got really hot in my room.
As a result of that exposure to trauma.
At the time that you administered that test, did Ms. Boone in fact have post-traumatic stress disorder?
Well,
Or tell me the results. Just
yes, so the results would be consistent with a person having post-traumatic stress disorder. I do not diagnose from one test, that wouldn't be appropriate, but it is consistent with the background and the symptoms that I had previously taken down during my evaluation of her. So the clinical portion, when we go through symptoms, that was consistent with the outcome of that test.
And with this testing, all the testing, help you determine if Ms. Boone had a change in functioning from before the alleged trauma to after the alleged trauma. And I'm referring to the trauma. We're going to talk about what the trauma was, but the trauma was the intimate partner violence?
That's correct.
Okay. But would that testing help to determine if she had a change in functioning from that trauma of the intimate partner violence?
Absolutely.
And did you determine that she did suffer from trauma as a result of intimate partner violence?
That was my conclusion. Yes, that's my opinion.
Now, in considering all the available information, you don't just rely on what Ms. Boone tells you to make your decisions.
No, I don't. I do interview a person as part of the clinical forensic interview, of course, but I also consider things that are reported, like in the arrest narrative, witness statements, all of medical records. So there are a variety of sources of information, collecting data points and reviewing those to arrive at a conclusion.
So you did review Ms. Boone's previous diagnoses in her history?
Yes.
Did you consider the previous diagnoses in arriving at your own?
I did, yes.
For the previous diagnosis.
What did Ms. Boone, what had she been diagnosed with prior to you getting involved?
Section 70400.
Approach.
I don't know. Is that her Diet Coke or is that Owen's?
The objection is sustained.
Sustained.
But you would agree.
As to when he asked the previous diagnosis thing.
And I think this is a fair question. You would consider prior other experts who may have diagnosed her with something.
So I would definitely consider her mental health records, diagnoses previous clinicians may have arrived at the time when I diagnosed her myself.
Okay, and given the assessment that you did with Sarah Boone, and considering the totality and the time you spent with her and the other records, did you diagnose Sarah Boone with anything?
Yes, so post-traumatic stress disorder. It's my opinion at the time of the offense she had depression and she had an alcohol use disorder.
All right. I know we've talked about post-traumatic stress disorder. I don't know if I need to ask you anything further. I think the jury probably understands that. Is there anything else you wanted to add about that disorder?
No.
I'm not sure what the jury's already been told about post-traumatic stress disorder, but in Sarah Boone's case specifically, because of enduring, she specifically noted the time that she was stabbed with the knife as being an extremely...
Sustained.
You have viewed... Have you viewed some exhibits involving her being stabbed?
I think that we have had exhibits in common. I'm not sure what was admitted.
Have you seen the physical scar from Sarah Boone being stabbed in the back of the leg?
Yes, I've seen her scar.
You're saying?
Overruled.
Just generally, without getting specific, I think I've explained post-traumatic stress, but if there's something else the jury you believe the jury needs to know, but it's a sort of trauma that occurs as a result of one or more events.
Post-traumatic stress disorder is the psychological after effect of being exposed to a very significant stressor or cumulative stressors that make the person's behavior, thinking, and mood change. And so the change can include things like the person becomes hypervigilant, is easily startled, has trouble thinking, has trouble sleeping, so their body is in a state of agitation. It can also include changes in mood that would include irritability, difficulty relating to others, and that they might be resistant to trust easily. So those are all features.
They have trouble sleeping sometimes.
Yes.
Sleep deprivation is a real issue.
It's associated with things like nightmares and having trouble settling.
Now, you mentioned that you had diagnosed her with depression. Can you just give us a general understanding for the jury of depression?
So the persistent sad mood, including feelings of hopelessness, helplessness, having difficulty concentrating, sleep problems, changes in appetite, those would be typical of depression.
And Sarah Boone suffered from that?
Near the time of the offense, yes.
All right, can you explain to the jury alcohol use disorder? That's a fairly new name. That's 5 or 6 years ago. The manual came up with a different name.
It did, right. And so that would be, in layman's terms, you might call it alcoholism. It's a tendency to drink too much and then have some kind of consequence in your life as a result of your substance use.
And alcoholism can be depending on how much you drink and then how often.
What about being an alcoholic and then getting angry when you're drunk and then instigating fights? What about that?
You drink?
That's right.
All that is something that you would consider in diagnosing?
Yes.
Do many people who suffer from alcohol use disorder, I don't know how to put this, are they in denial?
I would say that is one of the stages of alcohol use disorder and amenability to treatment. So in denial, it's because you do not want to acknowledge that there are consequences from your use, because in doing that, you might have to reduce how much you're using. So to deny means that you feel that you can continue your use without having to change that. So you want to maintain the access to the substance.
You don't have a problem.
That's right.
What is the difference between traits and a diagnosis?
Well, we all have personalities, and so you're going to have coping mechanisms that include personality styles. So, for instance, even though you might not be diagnosable as something, there are times when if you're upset, hurt, frustrated, you have a mood state that's unpleasant, you're going to deal with that by using some kind of coping mechanism. So traits of personality disorders might be present in the way that you deal with inner pain, things that you don't like, feelings. So some people, for instance, if they feel uncomfortable, they may cling too much or become excessively bonded to try to escape a feeling that they don't like, and that might be a dependent personality trait. It doesn't necessarily mean that they have a personality disorder, because that would have to be pervasive across all the environments. But when stressed or upset or not feeling good, you're going to use some kind of coping mechanism, and that might be one of the criterion, for instance, of the personality disorder. You would call that a trait.
And is it your understanding that this trauma that one suffers from repeat domestic violence can cause one to be considered suffering from the syndrome, we call it battered spouse or battered woman syndrome?
Yes, so the diagnosable condition would be PTSD or post-traumatic stress disorder. That's how a clinician would label the response to trauma. The pattern between partners, the person's coping mechanism because of that trauma, that would be what's considered battered spouse or battered partner syndrome.
And you're aware that concept of being traumatized by the battered spouse syndrome or the post-traumatic stress is relevant to a self-defense case?
Yes.
In a criminal context?
Yes, I understand that.
Could you tell us a little bit about that?
Well,
Are we finally going to get there? Okay, I think maybe we are. We're finally going to get there.
The battered spouse syndrome, the person would experience a trauma or a situation in which they feared harm. And based on that fear of harm, they would react in a certain way that might not be understandable to other people. So their fear is based on the pattern of behavior between them and their partner. That might not be the case for another set of people.
Now, I know that Dr. Lenore Walker is the one who first uncovered this syndrome back in the 70s.
Her research study generated the term. She was interested in why battered women specifically at first, that was what was studied, didn't leave their partner because, of course, they're experiencing traumatic events, risks to their life, but then they didn't leave. So she undertook the original research study on that.
And just briefly touch on, because I know Dr. Brannon has this, there was a 3 stages that Dr. Walker developed for that syndrome.
I think you're referring to phases that a person may go through, or the cycle of the relationship. That includes the tension building phase, in which there is the first instance that tension is building within the partner. There might be a change in tone, a signaling that there's a difference in agitation. The second is the true battering event, so something has happened between the partners that's violent in nature. And then third, there's the honeymoon phase, which is to keep the relationship intact. The batterer would engage in what's like called honeymoon behaviors, like trying to repair the relationship, apologize, essentially keep the victim from departing from the relationship. So those are 3 phases.
And is it fair to say that psychologically the abuser, does alcohol often involved in the abuse?
Yes.
And as far as the victim that's getting abused, and you say it's a cycle, is the victim, when they go through that last stage, the honeymoon stage, are they thinking, okay, it's going to be better?
Yes, the hopefulness in that, trying to believe that the behavior has changed, that they're not going to be abused again, the hopefulness to maintain the relationship, to forgive. That's part of that last stage, phase 3, is maintaining the relationship.
I don't think I've asked this. Why would someone who has been exposed to intimate partner violence perceive the likelihood of a new violent event about to appear? Why would they perceive the likelihood of that violence differently than, say, a normal person?
Well, it speaks to the pattern. So any relationship will have its own special pattern, that you have things that only your partner knows about you, or certain looks that you give that mean something, and you learn that over time. So over a period of incidents, basically, the victim begins to perceive cues that would signal impending danger. Those cues could be really subtle, just a change in tone, or some small behavior that might not mean much to another person, but it has preceded other violent acts. So, for instance, if your husband decides that he is not going out that night, he might put on different clothes to stay home, and that could be a signal, like abuse and violence has occurred in his stay-at-home clothes, for instance. That might not mean much to another person because, again, it's specific to that dyad. Those 2 people know those patterns. So the victim may perceive a small or subtle change in their partner as a cue because they've become hyper-vigilant. The body knows when it's experienced a threat to itself, and it will take note. We record memories differently when we're at risk. So these subtle cues become very well memorized by somebody who's being victimized.
Now, on this, and battered spouse syndrome is a subset of post-traumatic stress disorder, which you've diagnosed Sarah Boone with. When those personality changes occur, and they persist after an individual has been...
I'm just waiting for Owens to talk to this expert and have her testify about how her PTSD, how her trauma and all that stuff, PTSD, how it ties to her actions specifically that night with the suitcase, specifically. Because, like I said, everything that she's saying so far is just like, okay, I don't disagree with. Maybe one thing she said I disagreed with. Let me see. I don't know if I disagree with anything she said so far, because she's just talking about generally, and then like, okay, well, Sarah has PTSD. Okay, I'm sure she does have PTSD. How does it tie to that night? Convince us.
Exposed to this extreme stress, is that when the diagnosis occurs?
The changes would be as a result of the pattern. The person experiences a change, like in their sleeping, in their hypervigilance. That's when you can diagnose it. So you can have a trauma or an experience of a scary incident, but it doesn't mean that you will absolutely have post-traumatic stress disorder. You have to have those reactive symptoms that would suggest that it's present.
In your opinion, and I know you've gone over this event with Sarah Boone, this February 23rd,
Finally!
2020 event. Is your opinion that she was suffering from battered spouse syndrome at the time of that event?
Yes, she had the patterns ingrained in her behavior that would be typical of a victim who's responding to traumatic events in a predictable way. So that would fit that.
Then it's fair to say that because of the intimate partner and the prior violence, that you would have a heightened sense of when danger was about to occur.
Yes.
When a threat was about to occur.
Yes.
A threat of danger.
That's right.
Now I want to talk about placating the abuser. A victim placating an abuser. Are there predictive cues?
I mean, she could have had a heightened sense of danger because of the past history between her and George. But at the same time, she had the baseball bat. He was in the suitcase.
Which
she was beating him.
An abuser may exhibit to a victim that result in a high level of anxiety arousal, in which the battered woman may attempt to reduce through several different means to delay the beating. Can you explain that?
Yes. So the phase of the relationship that starts with that tension building, that is a jumping off point potentially. So if you can stop the escalation, you might stay in phase one for a period of time. Phase one being that tension building phase and trying to reduce it and not allow it to escalate. So placating the abuser might include distraction. It could include substance use. It could include a change of scenery. There are a lot of things that a partner will learn to do so that they don't have the escalation into an abusive event, if possible. It doesn't always stop it.
But doesn't what Sarah did contradict that, though? So, yes, she was trying to keep George busy, okay? Or maybe she was trying to control him and his activities that time. But at the same time, you're trying to placate to avoid the abuse, to avoid the anger. Why the fuck would they be drinking at 12 o'clock? Giant bottles. Giant bottles. Why be drinking at 12 o'clock in the middle of the day? Huh? Drinking all day. I'm sorry, but Sarah Boone's actions just does not align. It just doesn't align. I don't think she was like, oh my God, I have to make sure George is busy or else he's going to beat me. No, I don't think it was like that. I think she just wanted to control him. And then she's like, let's get fucking drunk.
I'm reviewing all of the data, all the reports, medical records, and whatever reports you considered, videotape that you may have watched. As it relates specifically to Sarah Boone, are her words her power?
Her words, I would say, are the weapon that she has.
Explain that to the jury.
In reviewing the available videos that I had to review, you would see that when Ms. Boone is very stressed, when she's experiencing a high level of anxiety, she becomes short in her tone. You can hear that in her voice. There's a strain, sharper words come out. I think that that is the way that she would try to respond to Mr. Torres. You can hear that sharpness in her voice when she's very stressed out.
So when she was saying, that's my name, don't wear it out, was she stressed out then? That's a long phrase. It's not short.
Now, would you agree that victims may exhibit a range of behaviors when they're suffering from intimate partner violence?
Yes.
Self-isolation?
Yes.
Suicidal thoughts?
Yeah, what about laughing at him? Is she going to say that, like, oh, Sarah was just really nervous because she was afraid that George was going to get out? Why was she being why was she taunting him then? Oh, because, you know, she was just high anxiety. Okay. We got explain the video. Explain the actions of Sarah in the video.
Yes.
Substance abuse?
Yes.
And there are often physical signs of injury such as bruising?
That's correct.
Chronic fatigue?
Yes.
Learned helplessness?
Yes.
Can you tell I know Dr. Brannon spoke on it, but could you tell us a little bit about that?
So learned helplessness is when you start to form the opinion that nothing's going to make any difference. It comes originally from an animal study in which dogs were shocked, and the research study indicated that even when dogs were given an opportunity to escape the environment in which they were being shocked, if they were shocked enough, they just stopped trying to escape. So even though they had an opportunity to do so, they did not do that. That's called learned helplessness. It's the idea or belief that what your actions are going to do are not going to make a difference, so don't try.
What about George giving up and trying to get out of the suitcase? He just didn't bother trying anymore because he was just trying to beg her.
What are intrusive memories?
Intrusive memories are an element of post-traumatic stress disorder in which you don't want to be thinking of a traumatic event, but it intrudes on something else you're trying to do. Like maybe you're folding socks or something like that, just doing something mindless, and that's what takes over your thought process. It's not something that you're trying to think about. We could plan what we're thinking about, or sometimes if you're just having this intrusive experience, that's not what you were intending to think about at all.
Is that one of the conditions that someone may suffer when they have this syndrome of battered spouse?
Yes.
I know there can be triggers that bring on these memories. Am I correct?
That's correct.
Are there also symptoms of this syndrome where, like in the alcoholism, where you have denial that you're in the middle of this cycle?
Well, as part of the relationship, there's an element of pleasure. Like you have early on in the relationship something that binds you together. So you're remembering that, you're hoping for that. Even though the repeated cycle is going through the phases 1, 2, and 3, you keep hoping for elements of that honeymoon phase, wishing that it was better. So it is like denial. You're imagining the way it used to be. You have a recollection of that person showing you positive behaviors, and you're hoping for that. I also think it is typical for victims to not reveal to other people that the abuse is going on, and it seems like denial. In other words, your coworkers ask you, like, are you okay? Did something happen to you? You're not likely to disclose that. That looks a lot like denial. It is a denial in public of some of the private issues that you're having in your relationship, and that's because it's embarrassing. It's revealing a loss of control to other people. It's revealing that things aren't perfect. You might even get feedback that you should leave your partner, and that's unwanted because you're already having that concern in your own mind about it. And so it seems like denial on the outside to hide it.
Would you agree many people who suffer from this, they're minimizing what is happening to them?
Yes.
And they're numbing their emotions to it?
Well, to stay present and keep that relationship, it's very difficult for a lot of people because they're experiencing physical and emotional harm. So they want to numb it because numbing it means that you can keep that relatedness no matter how bad it's getting.
Do some people with this syndrome disassociate?
Objection. Relevance.
Approach.
Are we caught up? Oh, we can skip through this.
Objection to relevance is overruled.
Do you agree that battered women often develop the defense mechanism of being able to psychologically detach from their body during a traumatic experience?
Some people do experience that.
I'm just going to list some of the symptoms that you find in battered spouse women, and just to see if you agree with these. So we talked about intrusive memories and flashbacks of the past traumatic events. You agree with that?
Yes.
Severe anxiety and hypervigilance.
Yes.
The panic attacks.
That is sometimes present. It depends on how the person experiences anxiety, but some do have panic attacks.
Very low self-esteem.
Yes.
Poor body image.
Sometimes.
Feeling that they have no control.
Yes.
Sexual dysfunction.
It can be, particularly if the trauma includes sexualized attacks.
Short-term memory problems and confusion.
Yes, that's part of PTSD sometimes.
And they can actually have physical health problems from the chronic stress and physical violence.
That's correct.
Fear.
Yes.
Constant fear.
That's correct.
Now, the abusive partner, the abuser, part of the abuse would be hitting, kicking, punching, choking, burning, and biting.
Approach.
You said biting? Biters are weird. That's a weird one. The psychologist gave her a test of malingering. They did bring up malingering earlier. She said she didn't detect any malingering, that she was actively participating. The actively participating did not put her in the range of feigning. Oh, we're caught up. Okay, we're caught up. We are caught up. I don't know. George trying to get out of the suitcase and her preventing that and saying it was self-defense. That's so wild. The animal stuff, they tried bringing it up. I don't know if they're going to bring it up again. I don't know. The defense made it seem like this was their last witness, I think.
All right, you may proceed, sir.
Court, I'm asking about common things that occur by the abusive partner towards the victim that create this intimate partner violence or create this syndrome in the woman. Hitting.
Yes, that could be an overt act.
Kicking.
Yes.
Punching.
Yes.
Choking.
Yes.
Burning.
Yes.
Using weapons to hurt you.
Yes.
A knife.
Correct.
Curtain rod.
Yes.
Threatening to hurt you, your children, or your pets.
Sorry, I didn't know the audio was so low. I feel like the audio was so good. All right, I put it back up.
Yes.
Belittling and humiliating you.
That's correct.
Taking your car keys.
That would be considered a form of control, so yes.
Controlling your money.
Yes.
Control where you go and who you see.
Correct.
And who you can talk to.
That's right.
Force you to have sex when you don't want to.
Yes.
Stalking you.
Yes.
Slapping you.
Correct.
Do you agree victims that suffer from this abuse experience feelings of anger?
Yes, that can be in some of the phases.
Sadness?
Yes.
Hopelessness?
Yes.
Worthlessness?
Correct.
Intense feelings of fear?
Yes.
Abusers have...
It's a good way to get the jury's attention if their mind was wandering by asking these short questions and getting short answers and going back and forth, back and forth, back and forth. So in case they were like snoozing off a little bit, I feel like they're probably paying attention again.
Tendency to have low self-esteem themselves.
Overruled.
Abusers.
Overruled.
The abuser can have low self-esteem himself.
Yes.
Have a desire for power and control.
Correct.
Have a tendency to use alcohol or drugs.
Yes.
Hey, Ben.
Abusers oftentimes have temper.
That's correct.
Become jealous easily.
Yes.
Very possessive.
Can be.
The victims can suffer from severe psychological distress.
That's correct.
Is that what Sarah Boone suffered from?
Yes.
Yes, sir.
if she is found guilty and there is a sentencing, then victims can come and talk and give their victim impact statement to their judge.
Did you watch the video of the TV, the Batman TV?
I did.
You considered that in your analysis and your diagnosis?
Yes, I did.
I'm going to show you some pictures. Exhibit 12. I believe she's testified this is where the curtain line. Are you familiar with that?
Yes.
Exhibit 11. Are you familiar with this photograph over here?
Yes.
Would it be helpful to show it on the projector or no?
Exhibit 10, which is her arm. Are you familiar with that photograph?
Yes.
Exhibit 9, picture of the bloody knee. Exhibit 8, picture of her black eye.
Yes, I've seen these.
Picture, exhibit 7, picture of her, Sarah's lips and it's like her eyebrow.
Yes.
And this is a composite exhibit 6, which is of the stab to her leg. Are you familiar with those?
Yes.
And I don't know if you've seen this, exhibit 5 is where she spilled some soup as a result of his behavior.
I'm not sure if I've seen this photo, but I've seen a medical record associated with that.
Of that burn?
Yes.
Exhibit 4?
Yes.
Familiar with that? Looks like exhibit 3. She was slapped on the tongue.
Yes.
Exhibit 2, which is bruising in this book.
Yes.
Did you consider all those photographs informing your opinions that you've expressed here today as it relates to Sarah Boone?
Yes, under the substantiation that she has indeed experienced past instances of intimate partner violence against her.
Is it fair to say that it takes time, a number of times, to visit with someone like this to build trust?
Yes, traumatized people are slow to disclose information. You have to build rapport. You have to make sure that they experience you discussing other things without an emotional reaction. They feel easily judged, as we mentioned, have defensive denial, things like that. So you need to build good rapport in doing an assessment with somebody that's experienced trauma.
So a lot of times they're very slow to open up and tell you about the abuse.
That is correct.
And they'll actually often lie about it.
Deny it, yes. And just say that that's not the issue or they're fine. So
Very slow to open up. I don't know. It seems like she was going around the neighborhood and telling everyone.
oftentimes I'll have an evaluation request come from an attorney who's having difficulty interacting with their client, and then ultimately it's a result of trauma.
Now, I know that you viewed everything, and I know you've seen her 9 times. Is there any, did you feel like you had enough time? Was 9 visits enough time for you to feel like you had enough time and information to form the opinions that you've expressed here today and given to this group?
Yes.
That's all the questions I have.
Any cross-examination?
Yes, sir.
All right, who's doing cross-examination? Is it Mr. J? That was a long
Dr.
one.
Harper.
Good afternoon.
So you've done some evaluation work on battered spouse syndrome for a prosecution in the past?
No.
All right. Have you done insanity evaluations for the prosecution in the past?
I have been called to testify about that.
So you understand when the government obtains a court order for their expert to come in and do an evaluation, it's for one evaluation, correct?
I believe that you're saying that the government can retain their own expert, yes.
No, man, what I'm talking about is you just went through that you had 9 visits with Ms. Boone, correct?
I did, yes.
And that was over the course of 8 different days because 2 of those visits were morning and afternoon sessions, correct?
That's right.
And what we are trying to help you have the jury understand is that when you get hired by the government and the court gives you an order to go evaluate somebody, you get one crack at the apple. Is that your understanding from your past work?
Is he saying that she had to meet with Sarah Boone many, many, many times to finally get to BSS?
Working for the government.
No, that's not always correct. There are many instances in competency evaluations where evaluators will request additional visits if they cannot determine their opinion on the first visit.
All right. Specifically when it comes to an affirmative defense, such as battered spouse evidence and insanity, what is your understanding and your expertise?
What is my understanding of the issue? Oh.
Judge, the question.
Legal objection.
Objection?
Legal grounds.
He asked a question about battered spouse and
Approach.
Mr. Owens, say the objection and then say the grounds. He just keeps on yapping, 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 talking. All right, use the bathroom real quick.
Objection sustained.
When it comes to an affirmative defense such as battered spouse syndrome being used for self-defense or, not and, insanity, it requires a court order for the state to go have an evaluator go, right?
Yes.
All right. Now, what are the agreed upon criteria for battered spouse syndrome?
Well, you would evaluate if the person is indeed suffering from a behavioral response like a mental disorder. So first of all, has the person demonstrated that they've got a behavioral change? And is it in response to a violent act? Do they perceive threat where it has displayed? Well, you would evaluate if the person is indeed suffering from a behavioral response like a mental disorder. So first of all, has the person demonstrated that they've got a behavioral change? And is it in response to a violent act? Do they perceive threat where they've been exposed in the past? So pattern of violence that has repeated.
Does control over another person in an intimate relationship have anything to do with it?
Yes, it can.
Does isolation have anything to do with it?
Yes.
And by control, I mean controlling who you go see, who you hang out with, so on and so forth?
Yes.
And could it involve controlling personal items of the other person as well?
Yes, it can.
So that's what I'm asking. Like in the DSM-5-TR, I believe you pulled up narcissistic personality disorder.
Yes.
And so when you do that, it pulls up and it says there's 9 criteria, and 5 of those criteria must be met to make a diagnosis for narcissistic personality disorder, correct?
That's right.
Now, battered spouse syndrome is not recognized by the DSM-5-TR, correct?
No, it's not a diagnosis. You wouldn't use it as a diagnosis.
And what I'm asking is, even though we haven't written it down in the Diagnostic Statistical Manual, and I mean the, like the Ohio State University or something, is it written down anywhere? Can one psychologist or psychiatrist rely upon a recipe or a list of criteria that everyone else would be using in your field as well?
There is no standardized approach you must follow. In other words, sometimes if we have a statute, for instance, it would identify what we must investigate. It doesn't exist like that. There's no statute directing it.
And there's nothing written down anywhere that says, of these 9 criteria, these things must exist. Controlling your partner, isolating your partner, beating your partner, so on and so forth, correct?
That's right.
All right. Now, this kind of abuse can come in the form of emotional or mental abuse outside completely of physical or sexual abuse, correct?
So that is a component. You can have extreme mental abuse occur of a person, yes.
And if that person responds to that environmental stimuli of whatever it is the partner is saying or doing to them, they may internally view that as traumatic.
They could.
Or they may not.
That's right.
It's entirely possible for 2 people to be in a 3.5-year relationship that has physical violence and neither one of them feel traumatized by that. Is that correct?
That's right. If they have enough supportive or positive experiences that would negate that ratio, so of positive to negative, they may feel okay.
And a man can be subjected to this sort of trauma, whether it be physical, emotional, or sexual by an intimate partner as well, correct?
That's right.
And it's basically it's unique to each relationship, right?
That is right.
But trauma is in the eye of the beholder. Is that fair?
Right? That is right.
But trauma is in the eye of the beholder. Is that fair? Whether a negative experience traumatizes somebody is going to be in the eye of the person who experienced that stimuli, correct?
I only partially agree with you. It's a complicated answer because some of the manifestations of trauma are behavioral. So for instance, when I evaluate veterans who have returned and they may not know that they've been traumatized, their bodily responses that include like difficulty concentrating, they can't sleep, they're hypervigilant. The PTSD diagnosis encompasses outward manifestations. So even though they don't acknowledge trauma, you can still identify it as a clinician.
But still, somebody like a homicide detective or a homicide prosecutor can go to scenes where there are dead bodies, go to autopsies where there are dead bodies, and not walk away with any trauma, correct? Whereas somebody else might.
Right, the environmental, I guess, cues for that person, and also working with law enforcement, they become...
Right, can I ask her if Sarah Boone has PTSD from what she did to George? Any regrets? Any sadness?
Seasoned to micro traumas. So the first, almost every police officer can remember the first dead body they've seen. So it's in their memory. And then they become accustomed to seeing gruesome scenes. They have an increased tolerance over time because it's part of their job. It may not be part of their intimate relationship that they have with someone else.
Now, you brought up veterans. Is something common with PTSD with veterans, something like firecrackers may set them off because it reminds them of acts of war?
That's right.
You're not
post-traumatic suitcase disaster.
Suggesting to the jury today that if somebody who returns with PTSD from service and hears firecrackers is justified in going outside and just shooting bullets everywhere, correct?
No, it's not what I said.
I'm not saying you did.
Okay.
What this battered spouse syndrome evidence is helpful for is not that subjective mindset, but rather helping to explain the objective circumstances that are presented to somebody and how it might be different from somebody with those experiences. They may view something objectively different.
I partially disagree with your question because I would say that there are incidents or actual events between partners that would be a factual thing, something has happened. And then the person subjectively experiences that as, intrusive or controlling or traumatic. So that is the person's felt or subjective experience. The objective part is what happened.
But again, as a forensic psychologist, you're familiar with the justified use of force instruction, correct?
I'm not a lawyer, though, so I'm aware of it, but I cannot debate fine points of that with you. I'm sorry.
I'm just helping, I'm trying to understand what you said before, because there's a subjective component, whether or not a person believes subjectively that they need to use some sort of force, deadly or non-deadly. You agree with that, correct?
I do.
And then there's also a second component that it's objectively reasonable to the ordinary person to use force, correct?
I understand what you're saying, yes.
And what I believe I heard you mention earlier about battered spouse syndrome was originally it was meant to help understand why people stay in these relationships.
Originally, yes.
Because it may not just be intuitive to somebody who doesn't understand these things why somebody who is abused time and time and time again would remain in that relationship, correct?
That's right.
And again, and I know you're not a lawyer, but if the law has evolved about retreat and not having to retreat and so on and so forth, that kind of changes some of the lens of this, correct?
Judge, I'm going to object.
Approach. Check. Question withdrawn. You may proceed.
All right. So you would agree that, hypothetically, if somebody is running down their partner, saying negative things about them, telling them they're unattractive, telling them things that would potentially hurt their feelings, that could be an element of control of a verbally abusive relationship.
Oh, he asked it better when he was talking to Dr. Brannon.
It could.
He was saying belittling them and then like putting them down, their value, their self-worth.
Okay. Propping one up hypothetically saying, I'm the best thing that has ever happened to you, you'll never do better than me. Is that a potential component of the control that one in an abusive relationship might exert over an intimate partner?
Yes, to try to not encourage their partner to leave them. Yeah.
Considering gifts, hypothetically, that one partner has given to another partner, but considering it still to be your property because you gave it to them, is that a form of potential exertion of control over an intimate partner? When you give somebody, hypothetically, a bike, but still consider it your own bike?
There's a better way to ask that.
I mean, I don't think that's strong evidence of that. I think that it does happen in relationships and people do that.
The engagement ring?
In general, but I wouldn't say that's like really specific to this.
It's okay. That was just kind of like a bad question.
How about hypothetically exerting control over your intimate partner's identification papers, such as a birth certificate?
So that can happen. People will hide things that are required for work. For instance, like your driver's license or things like that.
Now I'm gonna...
Bye, Dino. Have a good one.
I'm asking yes or no questions. If Mr. Owens would like you to elaborate further, he's going to have that opportunity in a little bit. Okay. Hypothetically, if one partner destroys another partner's belongings, is that a potential example of exerting control in a relationship?
Yes.
Thank you. Hypothetically, is threatening to or actually using legal process as a threat against your intimate partner in a potential indicia of controlling your partner? For instance, X, Y, or Z, or I'm going to get you arrested.
Yeah.
Indicia. I've never heard of the word indicia before. Okay. I know what it means, but I didn't know that you could say indicia. I thought it was just like an indicator. Okay. Indicia. Signs, indications, or distinguished marks.
Yes, I would agree that happens.
Indicia.
Now, I assume you would agree that this cycle of violence that we've described, the tension building, the blow up, and then the honeymoon phase, you would agree that just one of those cycles could be enough to give somebody a traumatic experience if they took it as a traumatic experience?
Yes.
The defendant described her first date with Mr. Torres to you, did she not?
She did.
And at the time of this first date, they had obviously just met that night at a bar, correct?
Right.
They were not financially intertwined, correct?
That's right.
They shared no children in common?
That's right.
They did not live together?
Correct.
And after this description that she provided you, which included him smashing her phone, correct?
Yes.
Hitting her, first time she'd ever been hit in her life, correct?
Yes.
And making her crouch in like a fetal position on the porch for several hours to the point where it hurt her back, correct?
Yes.
Threatened to sodomize her.
Correct.
And she described that she was all bruised up, correct?
Yes.
After that, this is the first time she had ever met him, correct?
I believe so. Yes.
There was a second date, correct?
Yes.
Wait, really?
Threatened to several provided you, which included him smashing her phone, correct?
Yes.
Wait, I'm sorry. Is this during the...
Right.
Described her first date with Mr. Torres to you, did she not?
She did.
What?
And at the time of this first date, they had obviously just met that night at a bar, correct?
Right.
They were not financially intertwined, correct?
That's right.
They shared no children in common?
That's right.
They did not live together?
Correct.
And after this description that she provided you, which included him smashing her phone, correct?
Yes.
Hitting her, first time she'd ever been hit in her life, correct?
Yes.
And making her crouch in like a fetal position on the porch for several hours to the point where it hurt her back, correct?
Yes.
Threatened to sodomize her.
Correct.
And she described that she was all bruised up, correct?
Yes.
After that, This is the first time she had ever met him, correct?
I believe so. Yes.
There was a second date, correct?
Yes.
Despite not having any of that.
What? First date? Smashing phone, hitting her for the first time, making her crouch on the porch in fetal so that it hurt her back, bruised her up and sodomized. This is first date? Usually there's a honeymoon phase. This is the first time we heard on this. I don't know. It seems like, or is he talking about this is the first time that he did this to her? Okay, hold on.
This is the first time she had ever met him, correct?
This is the first time that she had ever met him.
After that, this is the first time she had ever met him, correct?
I believe so. Yes.
There was a second date, correct?
Yes.
Despite.
She did? She said it on the stand? When? He said first date. She said it on the stand? Was I that tired yesterday? Did I miss that? Did I miss it?
Not having any of that intertwinement that we went through prior to this description, correct?
That's right.
Now, it is possible under what we've discussed, right? Just that quick one date can be that buildup of tension and blow up, correct?
Yes.
But it's different, hypothetically, than saying a spouse who is financially dependent on his or her other spouse in a 20-year marriage with a house full of kids than a first date, correct? You would agree in severity, in the intertwinement, there's a difference.
There's a difference in intertwinement. The pattern can be exactly the same.
I'm confused. I'm trying to figure out if Mr. J is saying it in a confusing manner, if I'm misinterpreting it. I don't know. I mean, first date? First date? All this happening on a first date?
Now, of course, there are many different reasons why somebody will stay in a relationship that, when perceived from the outside, others would say is abusive, correct?
Okay, I want to go back. I will go back. Yeah, I got my video up. Give me a second.
The defendant described that she felt like she was making Mr. Torres a better person, correct?
That's right.
A better father, correct?
Right.
A better ex-husband?
With phone calls, yes.
And she would tell him to call his children.
That's right.
Make sure that he sent them Christmas gifts.
Yes.
And make sure he sent his ex-wife money when she asked, correct?
Yes.
So you would agree those are indicia, or indicators, sorry.
Understand.
I know you know. That perhaps she wasn't necessarily financially dependent on Mr. Torres, correct? I'm not saying conclusion, but those are indicators. If you're saying, please spend your money elsewhere, that I don't need your money, correct?
No, because even if there was money that was needed by Ms. Boone, her tendency to put the needs of her partner before her would direct her to do exactly that, like make him better, make him have the availability to visit his children, send them presents, even if she's the one that needed the money.
And in her perspective, Mr. Torres needed her to do this to make him a better person, correct?
Okay, yeah, because I was like, wait, you guys are confusing me. Because I was like, I don't remember her saying on the stand yesterday. My understanding is that she told the doctor, and then he's bringing it up. But why didn't she bring it up on the stand when she was talking about meeting him for the first time? Also, I want to know, when did she tell this doctor this for a date thing? Was it recent or was it a long time ago?
Since even if she's the one that needed the money.
And in her perspective, Mr. Torres needed her to do this to make him a better person, correct?
I believe that, yes.
How many years of her adult life did she describe working?
I don't think she gave it a specific quantity. We just went through a variety of her jobs that she had in the past.
And, you know, she was low 40s when she met you 4 years ago?
That's right.
So she had been 18 for probably about 24 years. Did she give you a 24, right? 24 plus 18, 42?
Oh, you said for 24 years, and that's why I was confused. You can't be 18 for 24 years, but 24 years ago, I would agree.
Did her work history kind of flesh out to be 24 years is what I'm asking?
I'm not certain.
And at the time, in the apartment in 2020, she had not been working, correct?
That's right.
And had not been working for some time.
That's right.
And what she was doing was living off of the settlement that she had been bought out of with her husband, was lump sum plus $1,000 a month in alimony and $100 a month in child support, correct?
Yes.
And it was Mr. Torres, $100 a month in child support, was lump sum plus $1,000 a month in alimony and $100 a month in child support, correct?
Yes.
And it was Mr. Torres who would work, correct?
He worked at Ace Hardware, I think.
When he would show up.
Right.
Sometimes he didn't show up, is what she indicated, correct?
Yes.
Because of his drinking problems.
Yes.
Did she describe to you, well, let me strike that. She did describe to you one instance, at least, where violence occurred in front of her child, correct?
Yes.
And that her child had gone to school and reported it, correct?
Yes.
And you understand as a forensic psychologist that teachers are mandatory reporters, correct?
That's right.
Did you review any DCF records in this case?
No, I didn't receive any DCF record.
Did Ms. Boone ever indicate to you at any point in time she became too afraid to let Lucas come over to the house?
Yes, there were times where she would ask Mr. Boone, so Brian Boone, to not bring him there.
And Mr. Boone was aware of this because she would say things like that, correct?
Yes.
And at different times she told you that she would go over to Mr. Boone's house to escape the violence of Mr. Torres.
That's right.
And February 24th of 2020, the child was scheduled to be picked up by Ms. Boone, correct?
That's right.
Despite everything that she was aware of and what Mr. Brian Boone was aware of, correct?
Right.
And you saw in her police interview that she...
Oh, like she didn't tell Brian Boone to like, hey, don't come today because, you know, George is angry, George is here? Is that what he's trying to say?
More on the life of her son that she was telling him the truth, correct?
Yes.
Yes?
Object.
Approach.
So Boone got $1K a month in alimony and $1K for child support. Is that $2,000 total? Because the way he said it seems like it was separate.
Or rephrase it. She swore on her son's life that it was not intentional that she ended up killing Mr. Torres, correct?
Object.
Approach.
Oh, approaching again. Yeah, the phone was on Brian Boone's iCloud.
Objection sustained. Question is stricken. Members of the jury, questions are not evidence, and you're not to give them any weight whatsoever. Mr. J, you may proceed.
She, quote unquote, swore on her child's life that it was not intentional. That. Correct?
Before I answer, I'd like you to direct me to that part of her interview. So
I'll strike it with you. It's on video. Some of Ms. Boone's diagnoses predated her relationship with Mr. Torres, correct?
Yes.
And so when diagnoses predate a violent intimate partner relationship, there is an independent cause, even though they may then later contribute to the phenomenon you see, correct?
Well, I wouldn't say that all mental disorders have an independent cause.
Okay.
Sometimes they're spontaneous or biological in nature.
Well, let's talk about hers. I mean, you're familiar with her prior diagnoses, and you went through her childhood, so on and so forth, correct?
I did.
So she was bringing some things with her prior to Mr. Torres' relationship, correct?
She had these.
Also, yes or no, ma'am?
Yes, she did.
Thank you. You reviewed some Advent health records, correct, of hers?
Yes.
And some Aspire records of hers, correct?
Yes.
And you would agree that there are times in the Advent health records where she goes to the hospital and then leaves before getting treated, correct?
Yes.
And there is a time when she goes to the hospital where she is described, their words, not mine, as having ETOH on board.
Yes.
Do you understand what ETOH means?
What does that mean?
In a medical record, you would use that shorthand for alcohol.
Or ethanol, right?
Yes.
Drinking alcohol, not the other stuff.
Correct.
Oh, ethanol. Okay. I was like, what is ETOH?
And in the records that you reviewed from Aspire, she came with complaints of depression in January of 2018, correct?
That's right.
And ethanol, or alcohol, is a central nervous system depressant, correct?
Yes.
And I know you're a psychologist, not a psychiatrist, so let me know if I'm pushing you too far and you're not going to answer. But you are familiar generally with the effects ethanol has on the body.
Generally, yes.
And you diagnoses of alcohol abuse disorder.
I do.
And in your professional life or personal life, are you familiar with the standard serving size of drinks when you're evaluating somebody's drinking? For instance, hey, I only drink 2 drinks a day. All right, well, are they 64-ounce mugs of beer or are they 12-ounce? So are you familiar in that context?
It might be a question I would ask during evaluation. What are you referring to? Is it a mixed drink? Is it a shot? I try to identify that.
And you ever asked if somebody says they drink 2 glasses of wine, well, how big are the glasses of wine?
Sometimes.
And is your understanding that 5 ounces is the standard serving of wine since it's about 12% alcohol?
I'm not sure what the standard size is, but I would ask regarding like a wine glass.
And in January of 2018, when she came in crying and complaining of symptoms consistent with depression, she had a blood alcohol level of 0.165, correct?
I believe so.
And in October of 2018, when she ended up going to Aspire, when she was found stumbling by police, she had a breath alcohol of 0.185.
I'm reacting to your description of her stumbling by police. I know she approached police for help. So
So there have been 2 sets of records, but I believe you may have the same set that I received on September 27 of 24. Can you turn to page 21 of 57 of the Aspire records?
mine aren't numbered, but I will.
May I approach the witness?
Yes.
She threw Brian Boone under the bus yesterday. Oh, Brian Boone had a habit of calling me all the time, and we made an agreement that he wouldn't do that. Answer's a little bit different than what she gave before. Why did Brian Boone call you? Why did he feel the need to call you? Make sure you're gonna get the sun? Sometimes you wouldn't show up. I know, he's notorious for calling me all the time.
What I'm showing you is what is page 2157 on records from Aspire that was provided to me by the defense on September 27th of 2024. And just at the top, you can read the first or the 4th lines.
All right, Judge, I would ask that she be allowed to read that entire paragraph, whether the rule of completeness.
Approach.
Can you just have her do it in redirect?
And that was based upon her being found stumbling by law enforcement with a .185, correct?
She walked up. Okay. So I'd have to say no, the way you phrased the question.
Ma'am, Boone was stumbling due to her level of impairment, .185.
Yes, I would agree.
Is that part of the records you relied upon?
Yes.
Thank you.
Okay, so what's the issue?
When you talked to Ms. Boone about that, she kind of just described an event of June of 2018 and blurring those 2 events, did she not?
No, she told me she had 2 different Baker Acts.
Did she describe it as being June of 2018?
2 what?
I'll have to reference my interview note to find that if you would like me to.
No. Do you remember giving a deposition on October 1st at the state attorney's office downstairs?
I do.
And at that point in time, and I'll ask opposing party, you want me to show her prior statement before I ask her about it?
I think she's got a deposition.
Do you have your transcript?
I do.
Okay.
Baker Act.
Just so for the record, it's page 34 that I'm referring to, line 16 and 17.
Day 5150 her?
Yes, I'm with you.
Okay. She described that as June of 2018.
That's what I said in my deposition, that she was describing her experience in June of 18.
And she described this experience as going to the hospital to find a pastor, correct?
Yes.
And ends up going to what we call Lakeside then and Aspire now, right?
Yes.
And then what you described was she was talking about more of the violence that occurred specifically regarding a significant episode of Jorge driving her roughly in the car, so on and so forth, correct?
Yes.
All right. Those were two separate incidences. January when she came looking for the pastor, correct?
So I'm just clarifying that there's a record that we started with this conversation from October of 2018, and there is a description of her trying to go to the hospital to seek a counselor. So those are two different instances.
In January of 2018, when she went to the hospital crying and signs of depression,
Bless you.
she indicated that was because her husband and son had gone out of town and she was feeling lonely and sad about having lost her job a few weeks earlier, right?
There were numerous stressors there.
Wait, sorry, June or January? I thought he said January. Sorry, I'm going to go back for a second.
Going to what we call Lakeside then and Aspire now, right?
Yes.
And then what you described was she was talking about more of the violence that occurred specifically regarding a significant episode of Jorge driving her roughly in the car, so on and so forth, correct?
Yes.
All right. Those were two separate incidences. January when she came looking for the pastor, correct?
So I'm just clarifying that there's a record that we started with this conversation from October of 2018, and there is a description of her trying to go to the hospital to seek a counselor. So those are two different instances.
Right. In January of 2018, when she went to the hospital crying and signs of depression,
Bless you.
she indicated that was because her husband and son had gone out of town and she was feeling lonely and sad about having lost her job a few weeks earlier, right?
There were numerous stressors there, yes.
Nothing
What was the job? What was the job?
mentioned about any problems with somebody named Mr. Jorge or George Torres, correct?
You're talking about January?
Yes, ma'am.
Where was she working at, Claire's? Is that what they call it in Florida? Baker Act? Kelsey, no.
So the hospital records are not referencing her relationship with George on the January date. Her relationship. So the hospital records are not referencing her relationship with George on the January date.
Okay. No George mentioned?
Now, in talking about February 23rd, 2020 with Ms. Boone, you talked to her about that on several occasions, correct?
I did.
And part of one of those conversations, at least, was about an incident that she indicated had happened the night before February 23rd, 2020, correct?
Yes.
And she indicated and told you that she had been dragged down the stairs the night before the suitcase incident, correct?
That's right.
And in part of your review of this case, you reviewed all the crime scene photos, correct?
Yes.
And those include photographs of Ms. Boone, correct?
Yes.
And were there any indications in the photographs of injuries on her consistent with being dragged down the stairs of carpet?
Nope.
Not. I didn't see inside her scalp, so I didn't see photos of inside, her hair follicles and this area of her head. On her outward body, there were no indications of that.
Thank you.
And did you ask her how it was that she was injured during this drag?
Sarah Boone indicated that a chunk length of hair was pulled out.
Dragging down the stairs.
I don't think I went through specific injuries to her. No.
Do you agree that alcohol intoxication affects the credibility of a historian that's providing history to you, a patient, or a client?
If they're actively intoxicated, yes.
We had talked, well, you and Mr. Owens, had talked about narcissistic personality disorder earlier.
Yes.
And that is a recognized diagnosis in the DSM-5-TR.
That's right.
And there's 9 of those, correct? 9 traits?
Are you you're talking about the criterion of narcissistic personality disorder? Yes.
I mean, Amber Heard had a clump of hair. It just looked different depending on which picture you looked at.
Like page 761 on your hard copy?
No, I mean, she answered that correctly. You know, she answered that correctly. I won't give her shit for answering about the scalp thing.
Thank you. All right.
Nothing she said so far has pissed me off. You know, maybe a little side eye, you know, when she was talking about the night of the event and how Sarah Boone had BSS during that time and she had a heightened sense of danger and all that stuff, you know, a little bit side eye, but I haven't really wholeheartedly disagree with anything she said so far.
I have a digital copy.
760, but
One of the criteria is has a grandiose sense of self-importance. For example, exaggerates achievements and talents, expects to be recognized as superior without commensurate achievements, correct?
Yes.
2 is preoccupied with fantasies of unlimited success, power, brilliance, beauty, or ideal love, correct?
Yes.
3, belief that he or she is special and unique and can only be understood by or should associate with others.
I concur. You guys ever watched that movie with Leonardo DiCaprio? I concur. It was when he was pretending to be a doctor and he didn't know what else to add on to the conversation. And was pretending to be a doctor, so he'd be like, I concur. Yes, I concur.
Special or high status people, brand, or institutions, correct?
So 3, just caveat, it says believes, not belief, but the rest of what you said I agree with is the criterion.
4, requires excessive admiration.
Yes.
5, has a sense of entitlement, unreasonable expectations of especially favorable treatment or automatic compliance with his or her expectations, correct?
Yes.
6, is interpersonally exploitive, takes advantage of others to achieve his or her own ends, correct?
Is interpersonally exploitative. I agree.
7, lacks empathy, is unwilling to recognize or identify with the feelings and needs of others, correct?
Yes.
8, is often envious of others or believes that others are envious of him or her, correct?
Yes.
9, shows arrogant or haughty behaviors or attitudes.
Yes.
Now, you believe that she has traits of that disorder, correct?
Yes.
Grandiose sense of self-importance?
There are indications that she feels like that or has expressed that before.
So that's a yes.
Yes.
Preoccupied with fantasies of unlimited success, power, brilliance, beauty, or ideal love?
No.
You remember going to the state attorney's office on October 1st of 2024 and giving a deposition?
I do.
And it was in front of a court reporter, like Madam Court Reporter here?
Yes.
And you swore to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, correct?
Yes.
And referring to page 89, lines 18 through 20, let me know when you're ready. Are you ready?
Yes.
Did you give the following answer to the following question? Preoccupied with fantasies of unlimited success, power, brilliance, beauty, or ideal love? And your answer was yes?
I did answer yes there.
Okay. She does not, in your estimation, does not believe that she is special and unique and can only associate with high status people, correct?
No.
Does not require excessive admiration, correct?
Correct.
Does have a sense of entitlement?
Yes.
Is
Oh, hell
not
yeah.
interpersonally exploitive?
Correct. She is not.
And when discussing whether or not she lacked empathy or was unwilling to recognize or identify with the feelings or needs of others, you indicated that that might be the case, but it's not intentional.
In other words, she's not aware if she's inconveniencing others.
Let me think about that. She's not aware that she's inconveniencing others. Is it not aware or not giving a fuck? I think it's not giving a fuck.
So there was 3 of those traits, correct?
Yes.
Not 5, which would be required, correct? For a diagnosis of the personality disorder.
If that were the correct diagnosis, you would need 5.
All right. During your conversations with Ms. Boone, the defendant in this case, she explained to you that cheating to her means when Mr. Torres would look at pornography, correct?
Correct.
Not a real-life woman, right?
No, not that he was engaging in sexual intercourse with actual women.
Part of the records that you did not review were the text messages that were part of the phone extraction of her phone device, correct?
That's right.
You indicated in your conversation with Mr. Owens that some of the traits that are commonly seen in abusers would be control, jealousy, easily angered.
Those could be, yes.
What other traits just common for abusers?
Being a person who segregates their victim away from other sources of support.
Family members. Okay, all right.
Somebody that exhibits coercive control.
Arts and crafts, puzzles. No rock music.
Meaning that they would prevent the person from engaging in activities that would be independent, so restricting their ability to have independent, like life, job, money.
To be independent.
Things like that that would be supportive of them being left, for instance. Other things would be using emotional expressions like rage to cause a physiological reaction in another person. So those could be additional descriptions.
Specifically, the materials you reviewed. I just want to make sure we're on the same page. Paperwork from prior cases involving Mr. Torres and Ms. Boone.
Yes,
Medical records for Mr. Torres.
that's right.
The medical and Aspire records for Ms. Boone that we discussed.
Yes,
The crime scene photos from the incident in February.
that's right.
Pages 1 through 413 in discovery in this case.
Right.
A photograph of a suitcase and 2 videos involving a suitcase.
That's right.
And additional videos on that phone, correct?
Yes,
Such as baseball bat smash on the TV.
that's part of it, yes.
And then did you review any other videos where there's conversations between Ms. Boone and Mr. Torres?
Yes,
One prior 911 call?
yes.
Now today you had indicated that you had reviewed the photographs from some prior incidents of violence, correct?
Yes.
When is it that you did that? Is that recently?
No, there are photos included with the
The prior case packages?
case packages. Thank you. I'm not sure what to call it. So
That's fine.
All right.
All right. And did you review any body worn camera from those prior case packages?
No, I did not. I didn't have that.
Anything else that you reviewed that I've not covered?
Are you speaking of documents only?
Yes. Materials other than your 9 visits with Ms. Boone.
All right. Just checking with the folders I'm prepared for today. I don't know if, I guess that would be part of the discovery. The investigative report is within those 413 pages.
Did you interview anybody else personally?
Right. Sarah just happened to be an asshole who had PTSD.
Besides Ms. Boone?
Yes.
Who else did you personally interview?
So what? It doesn't justify what she did to George. Okay.
Melissa Sexton.
All right. Anybody else?
No,
You didn't interview Brian Boone, correct?
I did not.
You did not interview their child in college?
You didn't interview Brian Boone? Shouldn't you have talked to Brian Boone? I feel like that would be very important. The one that is closest to Sarah Boone.
Correct.
Or maybe that wasn't in the budget. Maybe it wasn't.
No.
And you didn't review the phone text messages extracted from her device, correct?
No, I didn't.
Did you review any records from the jail?
No.
And
Wait, did he already? Oh, wait, he's not allowed to bring it up. I was like, did you read the letters that she wrote to her attorneys? But he's not allowed to bring that up in front of the jury. Boo! Can we kick the jury out and ask her if she did review them, though, and her thoughts on that? Because I want to know. She only interviewed one person in her life. Yeah, who was it again? Melissa Sexton, right? Why didn't she interview Brian Boone? Ay, 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 ay. Like I said, maybe not in the budget.
Yes.
Melissa Sexton, is that the property manager? I'm getting hungry.
Her device. And you didn't review the phone text messages extracted from her device, correct?
No,
Anybody?
it was 413 pages.
Did you personally interview?
Melissa Sexton?
All right. Anybody else?
No,
You didn't interview Brian Boone, correct?
I did not.
You did not interview their child in common, correct?
No,
And you didn't review the phone text messages extracted from her device, correct?
no, I didn't.
Did you review any records from the jail?
No.
And
Yes.
Property manager. The property manager that Sarah Boone cried to all the time. Okay, we're caught up with the live. How do we think of Mr. J's cross-examination? Let me address the poll. We have 788 votes. How worried are you about this trial so far? 38% says not worried at all. 49% a little worried. 13% very concerned. Good cross-examination. Great cross. Yeah, night meetings with Boone. Oh boy. Mr. J is doing a great job. Judge, maybe we approach. We losing here? No. I still think the defense is confident. Maybe even Sarah Boone. Oh my gosh, why is my stomach growling? I already ate. Stop it, stomach. I'm not hungry. I ate already. I think it's because we ate too early. Usually I don't eat lunch until 2. It's only 12:39. Yeah, I think it was a mistake for Jay to do cross-examination tomorrow. I don't know if he had a choice. Probably not. Seems like the judge wanted to just keep going. But I think Mr. J should have gotten a good night's sleep, ate some good old breakfast, and done the cross-examination next day, all fresh and new, instead of having us go late yesterday. Because I think Mr. J might have lost some steam a little bit. Might have been a little tired. I don't know. Can you put your mic up to your stomach? No. Do you have a weird fetish or something? Huh? You guys can't hear it? I'm glad you guys can hear it. I don't know. It's just making grumbly noises. It's hungry. You're going to have to subscribe to the OF for that, okay? Pop-Tart and 1 peppermint. Taxi, thank you so much for the 249. Thank you for the 249. Someone in my chat earlier said they were going to have a Pop-Tart. I want to know, are they going to go eat a Pop-Tart? How many of you guys have had a Pop-Tart since this trial has started? No feed, please. There is this website that keeps track of all the content creators, influencers' feet. And I didn't learn about it until one day Bose talked about it. And there's a feet rating system on there. I don't know what the website is called, but oh, is that what it is? WikiFeet? Yeah. Oh God, I'm like, why? I mean, she does have cute feet, but why? You don't know what a Pop-Tart is? Oh, for those who don't know what a Pop-Tart is. A Pop-Tart. Pop-Tart, childhood breakfast food. I mean, honestly, it's just crap. It's just all fucking sugar. So we got the strawberry Pop-Tart. This is the one that Sarah Boone wanted. Wild berry was my go-to when I was a kid. I loved wild berry. And I liked blueberry as well. Where the fuck is the blueberry? Where's the blueberry one at? Oh, here it is. Oh, was it grape? No. That was blueberry. But when I was an adult, am I dead? As an adult, when I had it a couple years ago, I thought the chocolate s'mores one was pretty good. The one with the marshmallow and the chocolate, that was pretty good. Frosted s'mores, here it is. But honestly, I wouldn't touch Pop-Tarts. It's just not my thing. I wouldn't touch Pop-Tarts. It's like, I don't know. It's just sugar. It's just junk. It's just junk. Maybe I'll try it one day again, you know? And then someone in chat was like, oh, actually, Pop-Tart, it was all about the toaster strudels. We're like, oh, yeah, the toaster strudels. Toaster strudels were my favorite, but it was so messy. Dude, the worst for toaster strudel was when you're a kid and you rip the frosting packet incorrectly and it gets everywhere. Yeah, these were my jam, the toaster strudels. Or when you were a kid and you didn't properly heat it up, so when you get into the bus and you start eating your Pop-Tart, it was like frozen in the middle. Oh god, you had to wait for it to thaw out. Strawberry is the right answer. No, I'm not a huge fan of strawberry. I don't know, strawberry flavored things, I don't know why. I like blueberry, blackberry, wild berry. Banana's the worst. Apple, strawberry, but strawberry is not as bad as apple or banana. Death by chocolate.
The objection is sustained in part and overruled in part.
You testified earlier in the normal course of practice of forensic psychology and psychiatry, you all do rely upon the diagnoses of other experts, correct?
You can inform my opinion, yes.
And you have not reviewed any electronic communications in the form of text regarding Ms. Boone's case, correct?
No, I did not.
Wait, there's protein Pop-Tarts? Hold on a second. Where do I buy protein Pop-Tarts? Ew. Is there a lot of sugar in that? It's a puff pastry with filling. The toaster strudel? Yes.
Or recorded phone calls of any type, correct?
Well, 911.
Other than that.
No, other than that.
Now, let's talk about the February 23rd, 2020. She told you that they didn't really have anything going on to do that particular day, correct?
Yes.
It was a Sunday, correct?
Yes.
Did some chores, and then as a reward, they could rest after doing those chores, correct?
Right.
She indicated to you that she and Mr. Torres did not begin drinking till about 4 p.m., correct?
Initially.
I'll have to reference.
Page 36 of your deposition, if you care to use that.
Great, thank you.
No, I love bananas, but I
36.
hate
Yes, ma'am.
banana flavored things. Nasty. Like Laffy Taffy banana. Nasty. But I love eating bananas. But I only like eating if it's sliced. For some reason, sliced banana tastes way better.
All right, I'm with.
Jesse, hi, jumping in. Do you think I should go back and watch it live or go back to the beginning of the day? Depends on how much time you have. If you go back to the beginning of the day, I would say speed it up to 2 times speed. Or if you don't have that much time, just wait for me to do a video where I give you the shorter version of today's trial. Yeah, because there's a lot today that was just kind of like, it's interesting. It's interesting.
With you around 4 p.m.
But I would say definitely a lot of stuff that could probably be cut out.
And you reviewed the crime scene photos of this case, correct?
I did.
That included receipts for some purchases that were made at Publix on February 22nd and 23rd, correct?
That's right.
And one of those receipts was a purchase for a 1.5 liter bottle of Woodbridge Chardonnay at 12:17 p.m. on February 23rd, correct?
Yes.
Did you question her about the inconsistency of them having purchased a bottle of wine at 12:17 that afternoon and not start drinking until 4 p.m.?
No.
And did she tell you that they had any wine left over from the day before that they consumed that day?
At some point, I'm not sure if it was the day that I was going through this line by line with you in my deposition, but I am aware, yes, that there was an unfinished.
I think Law and Crime Heard does. They have been boosting the audio and adjusting it because sometimes the audio is kind of like normal and then also it gets really loud. I think that's the issue that I was having yesterday when I was speaking to the microphone and it was drowning me out because I think Law and Order would just boost their audio. So yay! They listen to us.
Bottle of wine from some other date.
And then, as the receipt showed, there was 2 additional bottles of 1.5 liters of wine purchased at 12:17 p.m. and about 5:30 p.m. on the 23rd, correct?
Right.
And were you aware of approximately how much Ms. Boone, the defendant, weighed at the time of this offense, February 23rd, 2020?
Around 100 pounds.
And in the first 413 pages of discovery, I believe, was the autopsy report, correct?
Right.
And so you're aware that Mr. Torres was 103 pounds at his death?
Yes.
Do you take into account this alcohol consumption when evaluating what Ms. Boone is telling you about the events of the day?
Yes.
Did she tell you whether or not she was intoxicated by the amount of alcohol she consumed that day?
Please silence your cell phone.
What was that ringtone? Dun-dun-dun-dun.
You may proceed.
So she did not describe herself as intoxicated originally when we discussed this. So
So the answer is no. She did not describe herself as intoxicated.
intoxicated, right?
Hypothetically.
Okay, wonder why.
Hypothetically, if she had told the jury that she was intoxicated at the time of the offense, would that affect your evaluation of her credibility in the history she provided you?
No, because that was also my opinion.
Did she indicate to you, in describing the events of February 23rd, 2020, that there was any point in time she just simply did not remember?
Yes.
And what points in time are those?
What was Leilani
So
eating?
she did not remember taking the videos of the suitcase, or the incident in the suitcase, until she was at the interrogation room, I guess, and then they were going through them with her. Then she recalled that.
I'm talking about specifically with you. Did she indicate that there were any portions of the night or day or night that she did not remember?
I can't recall anything specifically right now.
Hypothetically, if she had indicated to the jury that she did not remember the 9 or 10 minutes immediately preceding the first video being taken, would that be inconsistent with what she told you then?
No.
Well, she didn't indicate to you that she forgot any part of the night, right?
Right, she just didn't say that, so.
Would it affect your evaluation of what she told you about the events of February 23rd, 2020, if she hypothetically has testified that she did not remember 10 minutes before the videos?
Not really, no, because the event and the course of events that she narrated to me occurred over several hours. So when you interview somebody about circumstances of an offense, it's the usual for someone to not remember every single minute for hours at a time. I can't imagine that anybody's memory could hold that much unless they have like photographic memory.
Okay, not every single thing, but Sarah would conveniently just not remember certain things.
Something.
I'm not asking about hours and hours of, itemization of her day's events. We're talking about the 20 minutes of the offense. Does that affect the weight that you give her history she provided you? Just yes or no?
No.
Now, what she indicated to you was the day had been going well. It was fun and games, correct?
Yes.
Conflict-free?
To her, she said it was a good day. So that's what she told me.
But remember when she testified in the stand and she said, no, George was angry. And then he was like, wait, I thought you said things were fine, fun and games, puzzles.
It was a good day.
Yes.
Y'all remember that, right? When Sarah Boone, when Mr. J was trying to push her on something, and then she's like, well, George was angry earlier in the day or something. And he's like, what? When have you ever said that? You've never said that before. What are you talking about?
And there comes a point in time where the activities turn toward hide and seek, correct?
Yes.
And she goes up to the shower?
Right.
And when she comes down from the shower, that's when Mr. Torres is in this suitcase, correct?
Getting into it.
And she goes over to the suitcase and zips it, correct?
Yes.
And did she describe whether it was 100% zipped to you or just a certain percentage?
She said that it wasn't zipped all the way.
And still, then, that was funny to the two of them at first, correct?
That's right.
And then there came a point in time where Mr. Torres was getting mad about being zipped in the suitcase.
She told me that he was getting mad. Yes.
And that, in turn, made her mad.
That's right.
What Mr. Torres was saying. And still, then, that was funny to the two of them at first, correct?
That's right.
Supposedly.
And then there came a point in time where Mr. Torres was getting mad about being zipped in the suitcase.
She told me that he was getting mad. Yes.
And that, in turn, made her mad.
That's right.
What Mr. Torres was saying was, I can't breathe. correct?
That is what's recorded on the video.
Well, I'm asking you about what you reported her saying.
Well, what made her mad was not that he was saying he couldn't breathe. It's what he was saying.
Oh, hold on a second. You know what it is? I think Sarah Boone told a different version of stories to other people because she couldn't keep it straight. It was supposed to be the triggering event was when George said he couldn't breathe. It triggered her into remembering all the times that he strangled her. And that's what triggered her. Oh, God. I just feel like she told different versions. And then people were just like even with Owens, when Owens was representing what George and Sarah would happen, right? His version was different than what Sarah testified to on the stand. Oh, man. It's all over the place. I don't know if the jury's going to catch this, though, because I feel like I get the chance to rewind things, edit things, and rewatch things over and over again. So I don't know if the jury's going to catch any of this. I hope they do, please.
What you reported her saying.
Well, what made her mad was not that he was saying he couldn't breathe. It's what he was saying that was making her mad.
Well, what else was he saying?
At the time, she said that he said something that was making her mad. And so that's the extent of what we
said something, but she couldn't say what?
We talked about at that moment.
So you didn't elaborate what something was that made her mad, correct?
Right.
Why did you elaborate? Isn't that important?
That he said something that made her mad, and that started making her mad.
Why wouldn't you want to elaborate?
You didn't find it important to learn what specifically he said that made her mad, correct?
I don't agree that I didn't find it important.
Okay, then explain.
But you didn't elaborate.
Why wouldn't you ask that question?
Because as a person who is traumatized is describing their experience as a trained clinician, you will allow open-ended discussion of that experience. And so it's not an interrogation. You don't go asking confrontational.
Well, you didn't have to interrogate her. Just be like, oh, what did George say to you that made you mad? If you tried asking once and then she was still being evasive, then okay, sure, maybe. But
questions at the time of their first narration.
Well, you had 9 visits with her. Did you follow up on your 9th visit?
I asked her different questions about.
Did you ever ask her
confrontational?
Did you ever ask her specifically in any of your 9 visits with her what it was that he said that made her mad?
No.
Why?
She never described him doing anything to make her mad, but it was words, correct?
Right.
And once she got mad, she decided that she was going to leave him in there for 2 minutes.
That's right.
Not 3, not 1, but 2, correct?
That's what she said.
And the reason she was doing that was because she wanted him to understand how it feels to be choked and what she had experienced.
That's right.
Did you ask her?
Why do we not hear this in her testimony? In her testimony, I mean, I guess because Mr. Owens was the one who was going to testify when he was asking the questions, but I feel like we didn't hear this exactly in her testimony.
Why she didn't let him out of the suitcase after 2 minutes?
Yes, I did actually ask her that.
And what did she say?
Well, she thought that he could get out himself. That's one thing. She said that when she was able to unzip it, it was not some significant thing. She was able to unzip it easily. So she said it never occurred to her that he.
So he was getting angry. He wanted to get out. Oh, God. I need to stop trying to make sense of Sarah Boone's fucking dumbass story. I need to stop because it just doesn't make sense. I'm sorry. It just doesn't make sense.
He couldn't get out.
And you reviewed the still photograph of the suitcase as well as the 2 videos.
Right.
She was scared of him coming out, so scared, but she knew he could get out. But therefore, she didn't call 911 or help.
And did you understand what the...
You may proceed.
Able to unzip it easily. So she said it never occurred to her that he couldn't get out.
You may proceed.
And you reviewed the still photograph of the suitcase as well as the 2 videos.
Right.
And did you understand what the metadata or what the timestamps were for each of those items?
I'm sure when I reviewed it, I saw the timestamp. Yeah.
Would you agree that 20 minutes is 10 times as long as 2 minutes?
I would.
And if Mr. Torres had not been able to get himself out of the suitcase within 20 minutes, she didn't indicate that she let him out, correct?
She did not.
She described to you, Ms. Boone being the she, that she was helpful to the police?
Yes.
Do you agree with that assessment, that she was helpful to the police?
In the sense that she was having conversations with them without counsel, I would consider that helpful to the police.
Do you think lying to the police is helpful to the police's investigation?
No.
Do you agree that she was not truthful with them?
Yes, I think that I would agree with that.
And when she described getting Mr. Torres out of the suitcase, she described stretching his little legs?
Yes.
As if he was a little child.
And she stated to you there was no fight that day, correct?
That's right.
Just wanted him to be uncomfortable.
I need to clarify. Physical fight.
Right.
Yes.
Just wanted him to be uncomfortable.
Yes.
Correct. And then...
Kind of sounds like teaching someone a lesson. Something that she wouldn't say on the stand. She wouldn't say, oh, I was trying to teach him a lesson. She wouldn't concede to that. She's like, no, I just wanted him to learn and make him realize he should treat me better the next day. That's not teaching him a lesson.
There was a description of a bat and her using it to nudge, right?
Poke.
Poke. And so, do we agree that that means like poking out like this as opposed to swinging it like you're a baseball hitter?
I would agree with you.
And you reviewed the autopsy report, correct?
I believe so.
Did you get an opportunity to review the autopsy photos?
Yes.
Did you question her when she said that she only poked him with the bat?
No.
Not in any of your 9 visits?
Did I question her about whether... Can you just repeat the question? I want to make sure I'm answering it correctly.
Yes,
okay.
Did you ever, in considering the autopsy report and the autopsy photographs that you reviewed,
yes,
when she said that she nudged or poked with the baseball bat, did you ever question her about that, given the severity of his injuries?
So to answer correctly, I did question her about how she used the bat. Okay. She reiterated that she poked and she gestured what she meant. So I did question her about that.
And did you have any questions about that history she relayed to you, given the other evidence in this case that you reviewed?
Just in contrast to the interrogation video. So that
it didn't contrast to the autopsy photographs or report?
Judge, I object.
Roach.
Woo! She was annoying me just a tiny bit. Just a bit, just a little bit. She's not horrendous. But started annoying me just a tiny bit.
You may proceed.
Did she indicate all this nudging or poking with the bat was done while he was inside the suitcase?
Yes.
She never told you that there was any nudging or poking with the bat when he was outside the suitcase?
Correct.
Wow. Nudging, poking. Did you not see the bruises that George had?
Indicated that she ended up flipping the suitcase over face down?
That's right.
Did she tell you about Mr. Torres calling his brother earlier that evening?
No.
Did she ever give you a history about a loud boom occurring inside of her townhouse that evening?
No.
And you never had the opportunity, obviously, to interview Mr. Torres about these things, correct?
Of course not. No.
No other questions?
Any redirect examination?
All right. So Mr. J heard our complaints about yesterday's cross-examination, and he, redeemed it a little bit with this witness.
Nation.
Briefly, Judge.
Yes, sir.
Redirect.
The state attorney talked to you about power and control, that an abusive partner will use power and control over the victim in a intimate partner violence situation.
Yes.
Threatening someone's dogs, is that an example of someone using
That's an
control?
answer.
Yes.
Taking car keys from
That's an
the
answer.
other party, is that an example of control?
If they're withholding, yes.
Taking a phone and withholding a phone?
Yes.
Did he already answer all this? Come on, Mr. J, object, please. Or did he not ask this?
A debit card?
Yes.
Destroying a home, TVs, putting holes in the wall?
Yes.
Not helping pay the rent and other bills?
So I would say that that could be withholding, that could go under coercive control of another person.
What about violating a court order to have no contact with the person?
Yes.
That's the only question.
Thank you. Can this witness be released?
As far as the state is concerned.
Mr. Owens? Thank you, doctor.
Mr. Drew's like, get her out of here. Get her out of my courtroom.
Just allow me a moment to back up.
Collect all your stuff, ma'am. No worries.
Sorry.
No apologies necessary.
Bye, Dr. Harper. I'm sure we'll see you again. Lots of cases be happening in Florida.
Yes.
Owen looks hype. You think they're going to recall Sarah Boone on the stand for rebuttal? Can they do that? Sure they can, right?
All right, members of the jury, it is 4:01. At this point in time, we're going to go ahead and take that afternoon break. I got a couple things I got to address with counsel as well, so maybe a little bit longer, but we'll bring you back in as promptly as possible. Again, same instruction I've given you before. Please don't conduct any independent investigation or research as the person, places, things, or charge involved in this case, and do not have any conversations amongst yourselves or anyone else about that. And we'll bring you back in as promptly as possible. Thank you.
All right.
Y'all can be seated. Let's go ahead and take a recess, a comfort break for any of us, and then we can address any argument with regard to the any other evidence that the defense may be seeking. Let's come back here in about 10 minutes, so 4:13. Okay? All right, thank you. We'll be in a short recess.
10-minute break. 10-minute break. What do you guys think of her testimony? Do you think it helped the defense more, or do you think it helped the state more? Or both? Or neither? What are our thoughts about Dr. Julie Harper? Oh, I guess before we... Let's get up and stretch. Go use the restroom then. Get up and stretch and use the restroom.
Hey there, everybody. Thank you so much for watching our Sarah Boone trial coverage. Now, guess what? This isn't Sarah Boone's first time interacting with the court system. In fact, she had been charged previously with domestic violence against the same man she's now on trial for killing. And how do I know this? Well, because we put Sarah Boone's name and location into the Truth Finder search bar, and we were able to find out all sorts of information. When we scrolled down to her criminal history, we found minor things like a speeding ticket, but also the much more severe charge of murder that she's now facing in an Orlando courtroom right now. And even if you don't work in true crime, you can find out all kinds of information on Truth Finder, like which sex offenders may live in your area. Even use Truth Finder to see what's available about yourself online. Here's the main idea. It can be hard to know who to trust, and knowledge today is power. So right now, you can get 50% off of your first month of confidential background reports. Just go to truthfinder.com/LCLive and access information on almost anyone.
Hey, what's going on, Rockstar? How are you doing today? Hello, hello. Doom doesn't point to self-defense. She can't have killed him into self-defense if she didn't think that he would die. Yeah, her self-defense does not make sense. Does not make sense. Rerun the poll after this witness. Wait, sorry. What poll are we talking about? Which one? Which one? All right, I want to go back to your guys' answer. Bias. State. Bad. Defense. Defense more. State. State. I think it helped the state more. State for sure. Helped the state more. State. Jay put her in her place. 50-50. Help the truth more. Defense is just repeating, 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 repeating. You're nervous. You feel like she's going to get off. You think she's impeached because of bias. Oh, your visitor cat is high on catnip right now. Oh. I'm afraid the cat that I became friends with got eaten by a coyote. I haven't seen them in a long time. This doctor spent 9 days with Sarah. Is it the judge who sets the sentence? That's what I think so. Florida, I believe so, yeah. Where is it where they do things differently? Oh, is it Utah? Ruby Frankie and Jody Hildebrandt. Yeah, the judge set, I think, like the maximum or the minimum or something, and then it was the corrections department that determined when they got out. We're like, when did they get out? She pointed the fence like Babe Ruth. I don't get that reference. Didn't help the defense as much as I expected. Let me pull up my notes. Notes. I have a lot of notes, actually. The notes are very long. Pearl Walker was the neighbor. Dr. Julie Harper first met with Sarah Boone June 2020. Oh, you know when she was referring back to... did I miss some of the dates? Because I feel like I want to know some of the dates. When she met with Sarah Boone, when she did X, Y, and Z... But she did say that the first time that she met with Sarah Boone was June 2020. She did a comprehensive psych eval. At what point did she determine that Sarah Boone had BSS? Was it the accident story, or was it when she came up with a new story? You think it was a horrible testimony? I don't know. I think, I don't know. I think it could be maybe even helping the state and helping the defense. I do think that Mr. J did a pretty good job, though. But I think it was helping both. Sarah had BS. Listen, some people have BSS, some people have IBS, and some other people just have BS. You thought she was inconsistent? You thought she was not credible? Hi, Books with Sarah. How are you doing today? Hello. Hello, hello. I can't wait to hear the jury instructions, though. I want to know what jury instructions they're going to read to the jury. No immediate threat that day. Yeah, because... flopping tongue syndrome. Oh, gosh, not that image. Hopefully she isn't getting anything from Brian. How many stories has Sarah told? Lots of stories. Lots of stories. I really do hope that the jury finds that she's a credibility issue. How can you believe someone that has a credibility issue? Am I the only one that thought she was biased for Sarah? I mean, I think she was trying to do her job, you know. This is her job. She goes around and she gives testimonies. And she has to make sure she does a good job, especially on the stand. Otherwise, people ain't going to hire her again. So, I mean, I get it. I get what she was trying to do. Do I agree with some of the things she was talking about when we were really getting into the nitty-gritty of that day? February 24th, right? February 24th, 2020. It was annoying me a little bit, I would say. There should be extra consequences for calling X for 911. You don't think she should be acquitted? The tapes of her not letting him out of the suitcase when she could have called 911 makes her guilty as fuck. Yeah. Because I feel like, if anything, if the jury is starting to sway towards Sarah Boone's side, it's going to be out of like pity, sympathy. And that's just not how you should be figuring out if someone's guilty or not, you know? You can't just sympathize and feel bad for someone. Yeah, I think maybe rebuttal is where it's going to all be at. Since some of us was disappointed with the cross-examination, maybe rebuttal is when, you know, he's going to do an excellent job. He's going to excel our AA student, or sorry, our straight A student, Mr. J. You think she seems like a danger to society? Hey, Turbo, how's it going? You miss the simpler times with Spiegel? Spiegel was hard to follow. I don't know. Spiegel was that was a weird one. That was a weird one. I don't even know where they even found Dr. Spiegel. Like, where did you find Dr. Spiegel? Because I think Dr. Spiegel had some tics that were happening when he was on the stand. And when they met with him, I mean, he must have had those same tics when they were talking to him. But maybe he was like very, 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 very nervous when he was testifying. Oh, question. Are you guys watching any good horror movies or TV shows right now? I need more recommendations. I finished this Stephen King movie, Salem's Lot. Pretty interesting. And then I finished Sister Death on Netflix. So I've been watching horror movies in between the Sarah Boone trial stuff. And the horror movies have been great. Great way. I don't know. Terrifier 3, my friend told me that people were throwing up within the first 10 minutes of watching that movie. I don't know. I don't know if Terrifier is like my type of thing. I just watched a recap of Terrifier 1 and 2. It's like clown. It's gory. I don't know. The clown thing, I'm just like, yeah, clowns. A Quiet Place. I have seen A Quiet Place. Yeah. With Emily. I didn't even know Emily Blunt and John Krasinski. I didn't know they're together. Sinister. Yep, I've seen that. Oh, I haven't seen Dr. Sleep yet. Ooh, Platform. I have seen Platform. Platform 1 was good. Platform 2, I watched it. It was okay. Yeah, Sinister is awesome. I watched Sinister. Sinister's the one that has like 1, 2... No, Sinister is... Oh, Insidious. Yeah, Sinister's really good. Smile 2. I think it's in theaters right now. Really? You hate clowns? They're scary? Terrifier was way worse than Terrifier 2. Maybe number 2, they had more budget. But I heard number 3 was... people were throwing up. I watched Late Night with the Devil last night. Yes, it was good. I love it. Yeah. Creep on Netflix is terrifying. What is that? Creep on Netflix. Oh, there's a Creep 1 and 2. When a cash-strapped videographer takes a job in a remote mountain town, he finds that the client has some unsettling ideas in mind. Okay. I added it to my list. House on Haunted Hill. Yes, I love that movie. That was one of my favorite horror movies growing up. One of my favorites. Wreck. Yes, Wreck is good. I watched Wreck 1985. That was really good. Art the Clown is the new Halloween. Please don't trespass Art the Clown. Have I seen any other Stephen King movies? I watched It 1 and 2, but I haven't seen like the classic Stephen King movies yet. The Vigil. What is The Vigil on? Because horror movies I fucking love horror movies. Why would anyone want to watch horror movies? So my mom would play horror movies as we were falling asleep. I remember in kindergarten, I was like falling asleep and she was playing Chucky. You know that opening scene when Chucky's being made in the fucking factory? I don't know. That's like seared in my brain. But she would just casually watch fucking, what's the other one? Oh, Pinhead? What's that one called again? The one with Pinhead? She would just casually watch it while we were around and like we were trying to go to sleep and shit because we all slept in the same fucking room. But yeah, I don't know. I really like horror movies. The new Terrified made me throw up. What? Can you describe the scene or is it too bad to describe on YouTube? Oh, Hellraiser. Yeah, Hellraiser. Dude, the Hellraiser, the club scene when everyone's getting tortured and stuff like that. Or just like watching it when you're like fucking young as hell. Yes, 7 is good. Horseman. I think I watched Horseman. The Audition, I started it, but dude, it's so gory. I don't know if I want to watch it though, because I've seen it before a long time ago, but I think it's like super, super gory. I'm like, Asian gore movies are like, I'll watch it, but it's just like, ugh. Sarah's gonna be pissed that Owens didn't fix that in Redirect. Owens did a lot of ask and answers on Redirect. Oh, that's the third Hellraiser? Yeah, the scene with the club and torturing everyone. Oh my god. Yes, The Descent. I have seen that. Oh god, Descent is so good. Claustrophobic. So good though. I know, someone said Lego hair. I was like, I'm not gonna acknowledge that comment, okay? But it was pretty funny though. Train to Busan. Yes, I've seen that. Ichi the Killer. Yes, I've seen that. That movie's very interesting, very dark. Parasite was a shitty horror movie. I honestly didn't think Parasite was as good as everyone said it was. But I don't know if it was because people were overhyping it. And then when I watched it, I expected something like glorious. I think I might rewatch Parasite though. Maybe I'll like it again a second time without like all the hype and all that shit. Hellraiser 2 Hellbound is great. That's that's a club scene one. Cannibal. I don't know about Cannibal still. I don't know about that. Yeah, Texas Chainsaw. Yeah, I've seen that. The Ring. Yes. Jeepers Creepers. Yes. Wait, okay, can you guys tell me what happened to Jeepers Creepers 3? Why was the budget so bad? It was like a TV show budget, but worse. Jeepers Creepers 1 was good. 2 was pretty good. 3 was like, what the hell is this? This low budget piece of shit. Oh, so bad. Judge made a huge mistake by letting Sarah paint this BSS narrative. It shouldn't have been allowed. That overt act was pathetic and should have been denied. I feel sorry for George's family. I don't think it's the judge's fault, though, because I think to introduce the self-defense shit, it just seems like it's something that's like very easy to be introduced into. I don't think the bar was very high, and the judge did say that.
All right, we're back on the record. Case number 2020, CF 2603, State of Florida versus Sarah Boone. Appearances for the state.
Dave Ketchner on behalf of the state. William J.
Defense.
James Owens.
Oh, Dead Silence, I've seen. 30 Days of Night, yes, I've seen that. Yeah, I mean, because like, what if the judge denied BSS and they were able to get it back in appeal, right? So, I mean, he said it was following the case law for it, so I shall accept. The American Werewolf, that sounds familiar. Is that a TV show?
Tony Henderson for Sarah Boone.
All right. Ms. Boone is seated at council table wearing the same dark gray suit and maroon blouse from this morning. Mr. Owens, are there any other matters we need to address before you rest in the presence of our jury?
Yes.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Yes. Judge, there's 2 orders that I'm going to be requesting the court to take judicial notice under 90.202 sub 6, and the orders are no contact. I have copies of the certified copies of the orders. May I approach?
Yes. State, have you seen them?
Doesn't change my position.
Understand, but you have seen them.
I have not.
You have not seen them. Okay.
Doesn't change my position.
Understood. Okay. You can bring them on up.
Mother's Day? I haven't heard of Mother's Day.
Thank you, sir. Court has been provided no contact orders issued in case number 2019 MM5062 on or about June 16, 2019, and a no contact order in case number 2019 MM5114 issued on or about June 19, 2019. Both cases styled State of Florida versus Torres George Jr. Let me hear any argument as to the judicial notice from you, Mr. Henderson.
Judge, I think they're relevant. I think just from the testimony of Redirect of Dr. Harper.
I mean, the no contact order, if the jury hears this, I mean, I just don't think this is a classic case of man, super fucking abusive, wife tries to get away, gets a no contact order, and he's still persistent trying to get back with her, right? I think this was a case where 2 people were crazy, 2 people were kind of abusive towards each other. One probably physically hurt the other way more and did more damage. But I think they just wanted to get back together. They thrived in this chaotic relationship. I don't know. Because I feel like the jury could see it and be like, oh, yeah, see, George. Yeah, George kept trying to get after her, no contact order. Yep, George kept trying to go after her. George kind of, Sarah Boone was trying to get away. But I don't think in this specific scenario with Sarah Boone, I think she wanted to get back with him. And then we see in the body cam footage where she's like begging police and, you know, law enforcement to not take him away after she was the one that called the police on him. Oh my fucking God. Oh God. It's like she was like setting him up. It's like, okay, so she knows there's no contact order and I guess invites George to come over. And then she calls the police on him. And then hours later when they do show up, she's like, please don't take him away. Please don't take him away. I want to undo everything. And like, I don't know. It's just like, there are times when like just for Sarah Boone, I just don't think a lot of the stuff that we normally see or think of like abusive relationship, I just don't think it really just applies to Sarah Boone. Because I know there are times when you're in an abusive relationship and you might call the cops on them and then later on you felt bad and you don't want them to be hauled away to jail or you don't want them to get in trouble and you want to take it back. Like, yes, there are scenarios like that. But with Sarah Boone, very, very specific scenario, things were just not like your typical, I would say, one-sided abusive relationship.
Saying that an element of control is talked about.
Bruh, Flowers in the Attic, I read that shit when I was super young, okay? I got hooked into all the V.C. Andrews book, and those books are not made for children. But I read all of that when I was a kid. I think in middle school or something, or elementary school, I was like super obsessed with V.C. Andrews.
Greatly by the state by pointing out things hypothetically that they refer to. They refer to them as hypothetically. However, they refer to things that they're developing on this Boone. These show that there were in fact orders, and the orders were for no contact. So these are elements of control in relation to George Torres.
Okay. Response.
So in regards to the judicial notice aspect, we don't dispute that that can be a substitute for authenticity. However, they're not relevant, they're not admissible. They contain statements that were made by people who are not testifying. Just because an expert relies on something doesn't mean that it's admissible. What happened during redirect with Mr. Owens was he was asking, what are the hypothetical things that we rely upon in making these determinations as an expert about whether there's battered spouse syndrome or not. So one of the many inadmissible things that he mentioned was pretrial orders of no contact. So it's fine. The expert can certainly rely on the fact that there may have been pretrial contact orders or no contact orders that were involved in this case, and she considered that. That doesn't make them admissible. There has been testimony, I believe, from Ms. Moon that there was pretrial no contact orders and violations of them. It's not a fact in dispute. It's just that doesn't mean that the paperwork comes in as evidence. So that's our objection, is it's irrelevant and hearsay. Just because an expert relies on inadmissible evidence doesn't make it admissible.
What's your response to hearsay?
Judge, I think under the, as to hearsay, I think the statute takes care of that itself, because it says that the court can take judicial notice. So that's the foundationary part. And it's not hearsay. It's an order of the court. We're in a case where we've gotten evidence of past domestic abuse. There was evidence of it, started with the state, about control. And these are things of control. And I'm sure the state's going to, in rebuttal, they're going to come up with things that they feel either by body cam or any other evidence that shows her exercising control. This shows Mr. Torres exercising control. It is very relevant.
Okay. But how's it not hearsay? Just because it's a court record, it's still out of court statement. It's certainly being offered for the truth of the matter asserted. No contact order.
Judge, that's why we have the thing that the court could take judicial notice of. There are certain things.
So it seems like the defense wants to have these two no contact orders that were placed for George, no contact with Sarah Boone. They said the dates were June 16, 2019 and June 19, 2019. I don't know why there's two of them on two separate dates when the dates are so close to each other. I don't know. But the defense wants it in. The state says, no, this is hearsay. And then the judge is also asking, yeah, how is this not hearsay then?
But the case law says you can't utilize judicial notice to get around hearsay. I know 9202 says that I may take judicial notice. 9203 says that upon sufficient notice being provided, which the state is conceding based on their argument, the court shall take judicial notice of items identified in 9202. But my question is, the case law, as identified in Professor Earhart's treatise, specifically says in Dufour v. State, 69 Southern 3rd, 235, which specifically talks about notice of judicial documents in a court file, that doesn't get you around hearsay. So what's your response?
Let me go through hearsay in my mind again.
You're fine. Take your time.
Ooh, sharp objects. Yes, I reread it. Well, I listened to the audible of it. For sharp objects and then Gone Girl. Hey, Owens, bail him out. Come on now. Help him out.
Judge?
Yes.
I'll start this way first. One of the exceptions to the hearsay rule is business records exception. So if it's a business record...
This is not a business record.
...and it's kept in the normal course of business, then someone can come in and lay the foundational things for the business record exceptions to the hearsay rule. However, in this case, that would not be needed if the court takes judicial notice of it. That eliminates the necessity
Considered a business record?
to do a business record in that foundation, because the court, under the statute 90.2026, can take judicial notice of court orders. This is a court order, it's certified. I think it's an exception to the hearsay rule. Also, I think the probative value of these documents outweighs any prejudicial effect.
Any other argument?
No, Your Honor.
Any other argument, State?
The fact that there was a pretrial court order of no contact between them is going to come in. I mean, on one of the body-worn cameras, Mr. Torres is like, well, you know, the court said I couldn't, but she said I could come. And I believe she testified to that during her examination. My objection is to the paper and the grounds that I've argued.
Okay. All right. Thank you very much. State v. Mobley, 98 Southern 3rd, 124 by the Florida 5th District Court of Appeal, cited in 2012, says that there's a procedure that specifically needs to be followed for judicial notice, as set forth in 9202 and 9203. State is conceding that although there's not a writing, they're not objecting to the judicial notice concept. They're objecting to the evidentiary bases. I do find that it is relevant, but the problem is I have with hearsay, and the court, in relying on the Florida Supreme Court decision in Dufour, D-U-F-O-U-R v. State, 69 Southern 3rd, 235 at pinpoint 253 by the Florida Supreme Court in 2011, which states, while the court may take judicial notice of documents in a court file which were properly placed there, this notice would not make the contents of the documents admissible if they were subject to challenge, such as when a document is protected by privilege or constitutes hearsay. It is an out-of-court statement that is being offered for the truth, to wit, it is a no-contact order, and the requisite requirements for a business record under 98036 subsection A have not been met, nor has there been a certificate from the custodian of records as to
So it's not considered a business record.
Those things as
Under section whatever the fuck that he just said.
required by section 6, paragraph C, and the timeliness of a certification. So I cannot accept judicial notice of these two documents, even though the state is not conceding the procedure for judicial notice. I am sustaining the state's objection as to hearsay under the grounds and the exceptions that you have offered.
So again, the no contact order is not coming in as evidence, but I mean, I'm trying to think. Was it mentioned previously in some other people's testimonies? No, right? No contact order. No contact order. I don't think so. No contact order. Yeah, I don't think so. Nick?
Judge, we do have the clerk of court subpoenaed. I don't know where they are. I assume they're somewhere in this building. I believe they sent some message to us back before the hurricane about what date they were to come, and we said to be continued. So we haven't gotten back up with them yet. So it would take me some time to check on that. It's 4:30.
Was the subpoena still for this time period?
Yes, I believe it was a 3-week period.
Okay.
But we haven't followed back up with them. This came up
Sure.
late.
I'll give you an opportunity to do that.
I don't know whether you could just go ahead and send them to home for the evening, and let me see if we could find the clerk maybe in the morning, and then we could rest in the morning, and then the state has Dr. Werner.
No, I still think the body cams will come in. I don't think there's any issues with the body cams.
It's probably going to take me a little bit to find.
I'll give you that opportunity. Absolutely. If you want to, sure. If you want to try to do it now or do it tomorrow, I'll leave it to you. Because I can't imagine it would take long if we're able to get a records custodian or a person to lay the foundation. I can't imagine it would take that long.
Aren't they in the building?
Yes. 3rd floor? Sure.
I suggest we go ahead and let the jury go. It's 4:30.
Okay.
I don't know how long it's going to take to do that, but we could present that in
No one's like, can we do it tomorrow instead?
the morning and then rest in the morning, and then they can.
All right, that works for me.
What do you say he's going to rest in the morning?
We go ahead and let the jury go. It's 4:30.
Okay.
I don't know how long it's going to take to do that, but we could present that in the morning and then rest in the morning, and then they can.
All right, that works for me.
We're going to present that and then rest in the morning, he says?
I'm not going to make some poor employee come in and do that. I was conceding the authenticity. I don't understand the relevance of it coming in.
Are you now withdrawing your hearsay objection?
Well, I still believe it's hearsay, but I think it's cured by it's a.
I mean, just make the poor employee come in, I guess. So they can't have the actual record come in and then, like, I guess, like, show it to the jury. They have to have someone come in and testify and talk about it. And so Jay's like, oh, I don't want the poor employee to have to come in. You know, was it the clerk of court that was subpoenaed? They'd have to come in and do that. And he's like, oh, don't bring them in.
It's public record and it's stamped and all that stuff.
I know, but no one's made that argument yet.
I don't want to punish some poor clerk.
Okay.
I won't object to them coming in, but it's a slippery slope for other records. We'll see what we do as well.
Okay. All right. So the state is still maintaining its hearsay objection. I do find that it is relevant.
But I don't want to make the clerk come in.
So then what do you want to do, Mr. J?
I'm stipulating to if the hang-up for the court and the defendant is that they believe a clerk of the court needs to come in and testify, I'm conceding that issue so that person does not have to do whatever that issue is.
Okay. All right. Fine. Then, based on the court on the concession by the defense, by the state. Excuse me.
How's it punishment? My understanding is they probably thought the no contact papers were going to come in. The judge said, no, that's hearsay. So let's have the clerk of court come in and testify about the no contact order. Are we ready to do it today? Owens is like, Judge, it's 4:30. You know, why don't we send the jury out and then we'll do it tomorrow morning? Mr. J gets up. He kind of feels bad. He's like, I don't want to ask this person to come back the next morning if defense can't do it today. I think that's where it was at. I think Mr. J the person's probably waiting to go right now, and then, or they're probably waiting to be called to possibly go right now, but then instead they're going to be called tomorrow instead. That's how I understand it.
Do you have any other objections with regard to these two no-contact orders, Mr. J?
No more objections.
Okay. For the reasons previously articulated, I do find it's relevant. The state has withdrawn its hearsay objection. Do you want these as a composite or individual?
Individually.
Okay. Madam Clerk, could you pre-mark them and then we'll identify them, please?
No, it's not the judge's fault. The state decided to withdraw the hearsay. Oh, I don't know if you can hear me. No, it's not the judge's fault. The state decided to withdraw the hearsay objection. The judge is just going off what everyone's saying, okay? He's not going to make his own determinations. If the state doesn't want to do something, then he's like, okay, fine. All right, withdraw your objection. Go ahead. Oh, you're saying the clerk did not have to certify it or something? No, I think they wanted to bring the clerk of court to come in here and testify to it. That was my understanding. Yeah, which trial was notorious for that? Oh my God, what trial was it again? Where it's like you couldn't even the schedule was never being followed. It was just a shit show. Was it the Rush movie trial?
The no contact order in 2019 MM 5062, dated June 16, 2019, has been pre-marked as AB. And the no contact order in 19 MM 5114, dated June 19th, 2019, is dated as AC. Mr. Owens, you can approach. Let's just tackle a couple other housekeeping matters that we have. You can move those in when our jury returns into evidence. Are there any other witnesses, evidence, or testimony, sir, that you're going to be offering this afternoon?
I don't believe so, but we're intending on resting either this afternoon or first thing in the morning, but we want some time to talk to Sarah Boone and explain to her, why we think we should rest, not call any further witnesses, not introduce any other exhibits, just to make sure that we're all on the same page with her about what our strategy is. So we need a little bit of time. I don't know if you want to go ahead and excuse the jury for the night and then have us come back in the morning and do that colloquy with the defendant. But we do need some time with her.
Okay. All right. So then here's what we'll do. I'll bring in the jury and I'll excuse them. You can save those pieces of paper and you can move them into evidence tomorrow morning and then present. That'll work. Thank you, Madam Clerk. We'll bring the jury back at 9 a.m. tomorrow and you can continue with your evidence presentation at that time, including but not limited to calling any additional witnesses. Court can have any further colloquy with the defense at that time. The state then can put on its rebuttal case. The state, how long do you anticipate ballparking it for the court, your rebuttal case?
I don't believe Dr. Werner will take long on our part. I'm not sure how long it will take on their part. And then there's about...
How long is that for your part?
I'm not going to hold you to it, Mr. J.
Probably less than 30.
How long do you anticipate your cross being? And ballpark it. Again, I won't hold you to it.
His direct is 30. My cross is probably going to be 30.
Okay, what else do you have to present?
And then there will be about 2 hours of videos from body-worn camera and from the phone extraction. Mm-hmm. And then reading a good bit of phone text messages with the record.
Separate and apart from the 2-hour video presentation. Okay, got it. All right. Okay, so that's going to take us in tomorrow afternoon. Are we going to be in a position...
Are we going to hear from Brian Boone again? Oh, quick question. American Werewolf in London. There's a 1981 version and 1997. Are both acceptable? Is one better than the other? Thoughts?
For the state to rest its rebuttal case tomorrow and proceed with closings, or are we going to proceed with closings Friday morning after had the opportunity to have a full, not that we would not have a full charging conference, but after having a charging conference Thursday afternoon with regard to the jury instructions?
I just don't know how long. I think all the instructions are pretty relatively simple and straightforward, except for 3.6.
Agreed. 3.6F. I agree.
That's not going to be simple or straightforward in any way.
The instruction is complicated. I agree.
And the special jury instruction on battered spouse that we're going to be requesting.
Okay.
There's different courts, Judge, here in Florida that have used the special instructions. There's different courts in other states that have used a different instruction. We've looked at a bunch of them, so I don't know what this court is going to be inclined to do if the court would be so inclined to give a special instruction on battered spouse, and whether or not you want to consider one of the local courts, the Palm Beach County case that I mentioned before with Dr. Brannon. There was a special instruction in that case. And then we've got some from other states. I don't know what the state's position is going to be on that. So we may.
1981. Okay, thank you. I appreciate you guys.
Has a draft of that been circulated yet?
Not to the court.
Okay. All right. All right. So here's what we're going to do. Okay. Let's just see how long the rebuttal case takes. And then if we have to do closings Friday morning, we'll have to do closings Friday morning. I'd rather go through and spend the time to make sure that we're all on the same page with regard to the instructions, especially due to the complicated nature of 3.6F. With regard to those, the court will have Ms. Barrios email you all. She just started her drive back to Kissimmee, so it might come a little bit later this evening. I will have Ms. Barrios email to you all the red line that the court has worked on so far of the jury instructions provided by the state.
Is it closing Friday morning?
The defense is to provide its markup of the 3.6F and 3.6G instructions and any other defensive instructions that the defense seeks to have read to the jury.
Before 9 o'clock in the morning?
I think so. That gives the state the opportunity during the lunch hour to review them in advance of our charging conference.
I'll have it done before 9.
Okay.
Judge?
Yes, sir.
There was one thing. The state had filed a motion requesting a special instruction as to, I think it goes to voluntariness. I read the motion and the proposed instruction. I have no objection to it.
Okay, all right. So just so the record's clear, we're referring to the state's request for special jury instruction regarding Florida Criminal Standard Jury Instruction 3.9B, defendant's statements filed October 22, 2024. The provision that the state seeks to add to the 3.9B instruction reads as follows. Law enforcement is not legally required to ask a suspect whether he or she wants to talk to law enforcement after Miranda warnings are read to a suspect. This is, however, one of the factors you may consider whether the defendant's statements were voluntarily made. The state have I read that correctly?
I believe so, without reading it myself.
And defense, you have no objection?
No objection, Judge. And it's my understanding that's going to, there's already the standard instruction. That's an add-on to the standard.
It's just a matter of where y'all want it. So I will add this to the red line to be set out this afternoon. Ms. Boone, I want to have a couple other conversations with you, ma'am. Again, I don't want to know specifics of anything that you or your attorneys have discussed, just whether or not you've had those discussions. Did you hear the court read the proposed additional language to the jury instruction about your statements?
Just now?
Yes, ma'am.
Could you please read it one more time?
I can. So just to give you some background, ma'am, there's a form instruction. It's 3.9B, and it talks about how the jury is to consider your statements that were read to them and provided in evidence through the course of the trial. And that they're to consider the voluntariness of those statements and whether they were coerced. The state is seeking to add the following language to that instruction. Law enforcement is not legally required to ask a suspect whether he or she wants to talk to law enforcement after Miranda warnings are read to a suspect. This is, however, one of the factors you may consider whether the defendant's statements were voluntarily made. Do you understand that portion of the instruction?
Yes.
Do you have any questions about it?
No.
Okay. Have you had conversations with your attorneys about the proposed additional language that I just read to you?
Not yet.
Okay. let's go ahead and have those conversations tonight when you all break, and we can go over this tomorrow when we have the charging conference. But I'll go ahead and add it to the red line for the purposes of our discussion tomorrow.
Thank you, Judge.
Okay. Anything else, State, we need to address?
Thank you, Your Honor.
Defense, anything else?
No, sir.
Okay, let's go ahead and bring our panel back in, and we'll tell them we'll commence tomorrow with additional evidence and testimony at 9 a.m.
Megan? Oh, Megan the movie? I wasn't a huge fan of Megan. You love the movie Megan too? I think there'll be a 2.0. I don't know. I think Megan people also hyped the shit out of it as well. So maybe that's why my expectations were super, super high. Evil Dead Rise. I like that. Skeleton Key. Oh, yes. Oh, Skeleton. Oh my God. I think it was Skeleton Key. Does closing mean the trial is over? Closing is when they make their closing arguments. So you know how there's opening statements where the state goes and the defense goes. In closing, they both make their closing arguments, just kind of like a summary of everything. And then from that, they will send the jury with jury instructions, and then they get to deliberate, and then we get a verdict, and then sentencing. If there is a guilty verdict, then sentencing. If there's not a guilty verdict, then no sentencing. Okay, so the jury was sent home.
Sir. All right, we'll see you all tomorrow morning at 9 a.m. Thank you very much. Court's off.
No, sir.
All right, we'll see you all tomorrow morning at 9 a.m. Thank you very much. Court's off the
Army
record.
of Darkness? I don't think I've heard of that before. Army of Darkness. Okay, a lot of recap today. Army of Darkness. It's a horror comedy. Army of Darkness. Why do I keep thinking 10 a.m.? 9 a.m., 9 a.m., 9 a.m. Oh, thank goodness this case is going to be over soon. I'm so tired. So tired. Waking up early is hard. All right, well, let's watch Sarah Boone leave, and let me look at... We're going to recap what happened today. So again, I will have this full live stream up. You guys can watch the entirety of the live stream. What is it, like 8 hours long? And then I will edit a video where I kind of do a shorter version of the trial and kind of get straight to the point. So I will upload that. Apologies for yesterday. Yesterday I wasn't able to upload the video. It took forever for it to go on YouTube. It took forever. It's like a 4-hour video. So I don't think that uploaded until like late night at like 3 a.m. or something like that. But hopefully today there'll be less hiccups. That'll be great. And I'll have that video out to you guys in a couple of hours. But first, before I go, let's do a recap of the Sarah Boone trial for day 4. What are your guys' thoughts on Sarah Boone trial day 4? What are our thoughts? Sam Rooney, thank you so much for the 5. Thank you for keeping me company. Sam, thank you so much for hanging out with us. Thanks for being in here, and I appreciate it. Thank you so much for the super chat. Really, guys, thank you so much for the support. I do appreciate it. Thank you. Oh, Long Legs. Yes, Long Legs is now available for me to rent on Amazon, so I added it to my list. I've been saving up my credits, my digital credits. So for Amazon, if you choose to delay your shipping, you get Amazon credits, and then you can use it for movies and stuff like that. So I got my credits saved up so I can use it. Yeah, hit the like button for the super. Thank you so much. You think the state showed up today? Yeah, the state I think was way more awake today. Is Long Legs gory? I have no idea. Oh, Jay, thank you so much for the super chat. Oh my God, they're so cute. What is that, like lemon head? Are those fruits playing trumpets? Jay, thank you so much for the 5. I appreciate it. Thank you. I don't know if Long Legs is gory. I don't know. Does anyone in the chat know if it's gory? You don't think the defense proved anything towards the BSS defense? All right, y'all. Oh, paranormal movies? Yes, I love all the paranormal activity stuff. People say it's cheesy, but I freaking love the paranormal activity stuff. You're waiting for Smile 2? Gosh, I don't know. I had nightmares for a while with Smile 1. It was so creepy. I watched the recap of the whole trial early in the AM before we start the day. Oh, thanks, Jem. I appreciate that. Thank you, thank you. Leela, thank you so much for the 49. Thank you, thank you. Wait, is MX, is that like pesos? What is MX? MX. Peso. Thank you so much for the Mexican peso. Thank you so much, Leela. On set. Is Smile gory? No, I don't think so. I don't think Smile's gory. Smile is savage though with their jump scares, but I don't believe it's gory. Right? Is it gory? I don't think so. Leela, thank you so much. I appreciate the support. Thank you so much for the Mexican pesos. Thank you. Law and crime. All right, y'all. So, ew, not this screen. Let me minimize this. Get Sarah Boone off the screen. Oh boy, did I like Us? I forgot which movie that is. I get them all mixed up. Us, them. I get them all mixed up. But I think I liked all three of them. All the movies that Jordan Peele has made so far. Dan, thank you so much for the $9.99. Thank you. Your funny comments. Oh, thank you. You guys keep me busy as well, okay? Y'all are so funny as well. I've seen the comments in the chat, okay? I definitely laughed in my head about the Lego hair thing. Dan, thank you so much for the $9.99. Thank you. That's so generous of you. Thank you. Is Hugh Grant in that one? Hugh Grant. In which one? Smile? Us? Hugh Grant. Who's Hugh Grant again? I know who Hugh Grant. I definitely know who Hugh Grant is. I just can't think of the face right now. Oh yeah, Maxine is on my list too because it finally popped up on HBO Max. So Maxine's on there. You loved Us. Is Us the one with Steven? With Steven in it? Steven Glenn from Walking Dead. What's his name again? Steven Yeun? Oh, Steven Yeun. Is that Us? Hugh Grant, the guy with Julia Roberts. Wait, they're together. I don't know anything about celebrity couples. Wait, Hugh Grant's the guy that was in Runaway Bride? Ew, I see. Heretic, Lupita, My Best Friend's Wedding, Bridget Jones' Diary, Hugh Grant. Let me see. If I look up his face, I would know. Hugh Grant. Yeah, this guy. Yeah, I know him. Hugh Grant. Wait, was Hugh Grant in Smile? Oh, Hugh Grant's in Heretic. Oh, Heretic is the A24 movie, right? I think I really want to watch it. Is it A24? Yes. I want to watch this so bad, but this is something that's in theaters, right? Yeah, I want to watch it so bad. But here's the thing. No one wants to watch scary movies with me, so I watch it by myself. You expect me to drag someone to go watch a scary movie in the theaters? My only friend that will watch scary movies with me, she's in China right now, so whenever she can come back to the US, it'll be great. But for now, ain't nobody gonna watch scary movies in the theater with me. Lupita was in Us, and oh yeah, Lupita. Oh, okay. I think Us was my least favorite of the Jordan Peele movie. Yeah, I think Us was my least favorite. I really liked the one, the first movie he did, and then the last movie he did. And then Us was like my least favorite out of all the three, but it wasn't bad. Still enjoyed it. It wasn't bad. Let me get my notes up for Sarah Boone. All right, y'all. Sarah Boone, trial day 4. Oh boy. All right. Exhale, inhale. Let me pull up the stream. Sarah Boone, boom, 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 boom. Sarah Boone. Who was the first officer that testified? Oh no. Why is it buffering? I'm waiting for this to... Hello? Okay, so day 4 of the Sarah Boone trial. So yesterday, again, Sarah Boone testified on the stand. It was a very, very long day. And then we got into cross-examination. The defense is presenting their case right now. So these are the defense's witnesses. We started off with Deputy Jessica Ramirez Delgado, witness number 2, and she responded to a July 25th, 2018 incident where a male was found kicking a female. They didn't witness it, but that was what the call was for. And Sarah Boone was arrested. Sarah Boone asked why she was arrested, and it was because she fucking fought back. All right. That was with the black guy that we saw with Sarah Boone, and the black guy looked pretty fucking bad. And then we got to hear from Deputy John Alden, witness number 3, John Alden. Okay, so John Alden, again, came for a battery call. Said that George had redness on the left side of his neck. Oh, no, this is Sarah. Sarah had redness on the left side of her neck. She had an old injury in her right eye. George also had injuries in his left eye as well. And George, in this case, I think George was maybe the only one that was placed under arrest. George also refused to say what happened. And then we called back our Detective Koepsell. Detective Chelsea Koepsell came back onto the stand, and it was mostly to impeach our other witness, Abraham Moreno, the maintenance worker. Abraham Moreno claimed that Sarah Boone saw him that day, the day that law enforcement was at the apartment, that George was found in the suitcase, went up to him and said, oh my God, like, we were having fun playing games. We were playing hide and go seek. And then I was trying to teach him a lesson. And so they brought Detective Koepsell up here to try to impeach that statement, that he apparently never said that because it was never in the interview, the recorded interview that she did with him. However, I think if Sarah Boone told Moreno that she wanted to teach George a lesson, that is on track with what she talked about on the stand, how, she wanted George to know and treat her better, essentially. She put it in the suitcase and she was hoping that the next day George would treat her better. So that sounds like to me teaching someone a fucking lesson. Even though on the stand, she wouldn't concede to that. She wouldn't say that she was going to teach him a lesson. But when she described the action to Mr. J, it sounded like someone that wanted to teach someone a lesson, but she just didn't want to admit it on the stand. Johnny Lambert, thank you so much for the super chat. Thank you, Johnny. I appreciate that. Thank you. And then another important testimony that came through Detective Koepsell was that apparently Abraham Moreno said that Sarah Boone had told him a couple days ago, her and George got into a fight. She was grabbed by the hair and then he took her down the stairs. So remember when she tried to say that, those 2 neighbors that heard the huge fighting and then the loud banging noise? Well, that wasn't from the night when George and I were drinking and he was in the suitcase. That was from the night before. They are not remembering it correctly. But it's like, could it really follow Sarah Boone? Could it really follow her? Could we really trust in her memory? It seems like her memory is only conveniently remembered, if it's convenient for her, or if it serves to answer some inconsistencies. So it seems like, either she just happened to just remember this, forgot about it, or she has good memory all of a sudden. I don't know. But I'm going to still believe the neighbors over her. Now, I think it's possible that she may have told Abraham this, although I think it's weird that she only told Abraham this at the scene while she told everyone else that they were having a good time that day. I think it's weird that she told Abraham this. So I don't know if she really told him that, or maybe he misremembered correctly, or maybe he's telling the truth, right? Maybe he's telling the truth because he was interviewed pretty quickly. However, it's possible that she saw this. It was like, oh my God, I forgot that I told Abraham that George grabbed me by the hair and pulled me down the staircase. You know what? Maybe I'll use this and I'll try to fit it in a narrative to explain the whole staircase, loud banging, crashing noise thing. So that's why I was wondering, when did she come up with the staircase incident? Was it after, when she was pro se, or when she had access to these documents and then she heard what the neighbors said about her, and then she, after the fact, retrofit her story to explain the staircase loud banging noise? Or did it actually happen? We'll let the jury decide. Next, we have Dr. Michael Brannon, and I think Dr. Michael Brannon, I think he did really well on the stand. He is an expert, talked about battered spouse syndrome. And essentially, he just talks about how battered spouse women, they respond very differently. Men can as well. And that their reaction or their strategy developed by the abuse. Oh, he talked about the reactions. And basically, when you're someone who's a battered spouse, you might react differently in a situation than people who have not seen themselves in violent situations. So he basically just talked about the generalizations of a battered spouse, He didn't apply it to Sarah Boone directly, though, because he never, seems like he didn't evaluate Sarah Boone. That's my understanding, that he didn't evaluate Sarah Boone. But there are some traits that he would talk about where it seems like, it seems to also fit George as well and Sarah Boone. So he talked about coercive control with the social interactions. Basically, Sarah Boone having control of George's phone, right? Some of us saw that like, okay, Sarah Boone was also maybe being having coercive control over George as well. Jay, oh my gosh, thank you, Jay. Thank you so much for joining the membership. Welcome, welcome. Thanks for joining the membership. Welcome, welcome. Enjoy your emotes, and thank you so much. I really appreciate your support. Yay, we got another member. Thank you, thank you. Oh wait, I forgot. I had to do something. Give me 1 second. You think she looks good? She's pretty. Yeah, she's very pretty. Oh, it's all good, C. Marie. It's all good. You being here chatting, being in the background, that's all fine too. It's all fine. You are good. All right. So back to the coercive control. So when he was talking about coercive control, I was like, you know what? Coercive control could actually apply for Sarah Boone, because Sarah Boone seems like she oversaw what George did, all of his activities and stuff like that. So again, like a broken record, I'm going to repeat this again. It seems like Sarah controlled what George did as if he was a child. Hey, George, today we want to make sure you have a sense of accomplishment so you feel good about yourself today. So I want to make sure we get to do some of the cleaning, the laundry, the chores. Let's do all the chores first, and then we can reward ourselves by getting drunk at 12 o'clock with a giant bottle of wine, okay? And then it was also George not having a cell phone. Now, some of you guys might believe that he didn't have a cell phone because he didn't afford one. He just didn't have a cell phone. Or did Sarah try to control by saying that, like, hey, I'm going to be the one that has a cell phone and you can use my cell phone. And that way, she could see who he calls, what he does on the phone to see if he watches the porn or not. And then also the music that George listened to. It seems like she also dictated that as well. There are certain types of music that she didn't like George blasting because she said it would be too rowdy and loud and it would make him be rowdy himself or angry. The term that she used was the music was too fractious. And then we got into the cross-examination of Dr. Brannon. Again, Dr. Brannon said everything on the stand, seemed fine. He seems very knowledgeable. But what I appreciated was that the state was able to use Dr. Brannon's knowledge on battered spouse syndrome and abuse and trauma. And it seems like he was also able to apply it in a way that went against Sarah Boone as well. So he talked about, a person. So a person who was accused of a crime, right? Could there be some credibility issues? Could they have reasons to kind of want to lie in order to have the truth be in their favor, right? That's a possible thing as well. Talked about the alcohol impairing people and how it can cause someone to be deceitful. There could be some aggression in there as well. And that whoever's evaluating the person must take everything into account and not just look at like one small slice of the picture. You have to look at it comprehensively. And then Mr. J had Dr. Brannon define narcissistic personality disorder. And so with narcissistic personality disorder, I try to take notes as much as I can, but there's definitely some that I'm missing. But he did mention that you might have a grandiose sense of self-worth. So, Sarah Boone continually, reminding people that she's a good person, great mother. She said she was a straight A student, and this was something, back in high school or something. What a weird achievement to kind of like harp on when it's been like 30 years. It was like 30 years ago, like a long time ago, or 20 years ago. So consideration of self over anyone else. And, you're basically having an inflated self, inflated, what am I trying to say? You have an inflated view of your own self. And that, other people should also recognize this as well if they didn't. He also mentioned that men could also be victims as well. And Mr. J was like, abusers, would they typically insult and maybe lower the value of their victims? He's like, yes. And then he got really specific with the control of birth certificates and identification papers. That's why I was like, is Mr. J going to introduce something that Sarah Boone did in the past to control someone? Because it was very specific, and I think he will. But now I'm like, is he going to call Brian Boone? Because it seems like when they talked about what they're going to do for the rest of the scheduling, Brian Boone's name wasn't brought up. So I'm like, maybe they're not going to call Brian Boone? I don't fucking know. I don't know. I'm just trying to guess, but I don't know what's going on. Okay, we don't know what's going to happen. And then also Dr. Brannon. Dr. Brannon was like, in a legal setting, someone could have the motivation to present them in a certain way. Sarah Boone testifying on the stand. And that in a divorce setting, you could also lie to make yourself look better. And so we know there's some, issues with Sarah Boone and her previous ex-husband. I mean, they're already divorced and stuff like that, but there were some issues with whether or not, like some marital, post-marital stuff with the alimony and the child support. I think she still wanted money in payment for that, even though she was being housed in a jailhouse. I don't know. That's what it seems like. Next, we have to hear from witness number 7, Pearl Walker. Where is Pearl at? Poor Pearl Walker, just the sweet old lady from the neighborhood. Sweet old lady from the neighborhood who would chat with Sarah Boone when Sarah Boone would be walking her dogs. And Miss Pearl Walker, she said she lived in the same apartment complex as Sarah. It's been 4 years. She said her husband and her would be sitting on the porch, and Sarah would be coming with the 2 dogs, and she'd be like, "Hey, Sarah, how you doing?" She mentioned that sometimes she would see some choke marks around Sarah's neck and some marks on her arms. Sarah was very nice to her, I guess, not disrespectful to her. That Sarah Boone, at one point, she did remember Sarah Boone having a black eye, and it looked like she had been choked. The interesting thing, though, was that when she was asked, so Sarah Boone, when you would see her, would you ever see her drunk? And she's like, no. And it's like, that's different what all the other neighbors said. Because all the other neighbors were like, yeah, they were always drunk as fuck, and we always avoided them, okay? It was chaos. We just avoided them. Now, she wasn't sure when she saw the injuries, doesn't remember the dates of it. And of course, cross-examination, it was like, oh, okay, and you don't know who could have caused those marks, right? It's like, yeah, I don't know who could have caused that. But I think the jury knows better. Jury's like, yeah, it's probably George. Probably George. Now we got to witness number 8. This one's a lengthy one, but witness number 8, Dr. Julie Harper, who is a forensic psychologist. Again, she first evaluated Sarah Boone back in June of 2020. This is when Sarah Boone had the private attorney working with her at the time. And of course, that private attorney withdrew, I think, like right before her trial was supposed to start. But anyways, they decided to hire Dr. Julie Harper again because Mr. Owens was short on time. And it's like, you know what, let's just get the same person, someone who's already knows about this case, has met with Sarah Boone before. Let's get the same expert to evaluate Sarah Boone. And so she evaluated Sarah Boone, and she said that Sarah Boone is someone that has PTSD and is considered a battered spouse. Now, Owens did try to use his own witness to maybe discredit his other witness that testified when asking about the narcissistic traits. She did acknowledge that Sarah Boone does have some narcissistic traits, but she is not diagnosed as someone with narcissistic personality disorder. With the narcissistic traits, it was being described as Sarah kept telling people, she told people that she was a straight A student. In quotations, reiterate her abilities, reiterate her abilities. It was evidence of her having low self-esteem, and coping mechanism was to identify what was it that made her stand out. And so this is what I was trying to say, that like maybe Sarah Boone liked to have George around because George was someone that she can take care of, show everyone that like, hey, look at this guy. He's having a rough life. He's not a good person, but here I am making him better. Same thing with maybe I might be overreaching here, but with the dogs as well, right? What if she had these 2 dogs that were disabled, and it was because it made her look like a good person? Like, oh my God, Sarah Boone, you're such a great person. You're taking care of like disabled dogs. I don't know. I think that's a possibility. It seems like Sarah Boone loved to be a teacher, loved to be someone seen as like, oh, a caretaker. Someone who's like, oh, look at this person, great qualities. You love to take care of people that need help or have animals that are disabled. So maybe that made her look good, and maybe that's what she used to, get people to be like, oh, what a great person she is. Sorry, that was me just repeating myself over and over again. Next, we got into, she didn't think that Sarah Boone was feigning her results in any way, she said. She also believes that Sarah Boone also suffers from alcohol use disorder, which is just like another term for like alcoholism. It was recategorized in the DSM, they said. They did talk about self-defense a little bit and the February 23rd, 2020 event. So like I said, I didn't really agree with the majority of what she said, because I do agree that, yeah, I'm sure Sarah Boone does have PTSD, you know, but do I believe that she was the one who was like purely just a victim and it was just her? No, I think the PTSD, you know, probably her and George both had PTSD because they were both being awful to each other and abusing each other, and it went back and forth. She went back to talk about the February 23rd, 2020 event, and she said that Sarah did have battered spouse syndrome during the time of the event, and that pattern of behavior was ingrained within her, that she had a heightened sense of danger. I'm like, yeah, sure, okay, like, sure, maybe she had BSS back then. However, I don't think that it absolves her from the murder of George in the suitcase. You know, I still think that her story is nothing but just a load of shit. When it comes to self-defense, you know, like I don't know. I'm just trying to imagine. Say you took someone and then you put them in like an empty tank and then you like chained them down, right? And all of a sudden you're slowly filling up the water, and then the person is able to get out of their chain slowly, and they're trying to crawl out of the tank because you're slowly filling them with water, and like they're weighed down and they don't want to drown. And imagine the person standing on top and like smashing their fingers and crushing them, saying, please stop doing this to me. Stop doing this to me. Why are you doing this to me? Why are you trying to get out and save yourself and not have yourself killed? It just doesn't make sense to me. It seems to me that George was trying to get the fuck out of the suitcase, because who wants to be in a suitcase for a long time, especially when things are getting really aggressive with your partner? He was trying to get out of the suitcase. He probably knew that maybe to him, his life was in danger and that he didn't want to suffocate, you know, like, and then she's too busy poking him, saying, oh, don't do this to me. You know, why are you doing this to me? Stop that, stop that. It's like, dude, he's trying to fucking get out because he didn't want to fucking die. I don't know. Really fucking crazy. I don't buy the self-defense thing, but I don't know. Hopefully the jury knows better. We'll see what the jury believes. Yeah, and he's the one who had all the bruises and stuff like that, you know, in comparison to Sarah Boone. What does she have, right? She had the one bruise on her hand from doing the thing with the baseball bat. But she says that Sarah Boone used words as weapons, and she also used weapons as weapons. And that when Sarah Boone becomes stressed, anxiety, she becomes really short in tone. I'm like, okay, all right, sure. Now, in cross-examination, I do think Mr. J did pretty good with cross-examination. Mr. J was trying to say that, you know, what about two people being in a relationship that's like really abusive? Maybe to them, that's not PTSD. And she's like, yeah, that's right, you know. Again, agreeing that men could also be subjected to trauma. So Mr. J again trying to introduce that it could also be George who's the victim in this relationship, or maybe the both of them. I was like, well, I wonder if she ever talked to Sarah but determined whether or not Sarah had PTSD after killing George. Did she have PTSD? Did it affect her in any way from killing George? But I don't think they got into that. Again, Mr. J reiterate that if someone said something like, I'm the best thing that will ever happen to you, is that considered like, you know, some sort of abuse? And she's like, yes. Or if you're withholding their identification papers or birth certificate or other belongings, and she's like, yes. Or using the legal process to threaten someone, and says yes. Now, something new that we heard today was something about the first date. Apparently, this wasn't testified on the stand by Sarah Boone, but apparently, during the first date, Sarah Boone claimed with George, first date with George, and again, this is different than what she testified to yesterday, but Sarah Boone told Dr. Harper that during the first date with George, George smashed her phone, was hitting her for the first time. She's never been hit before. Made her crouch on the porch in fetal, and then her back was hurting, threatened to sodomize her, bruise her up, and this was the first time she met him. To me, it just doesn't really make sense in those stories. It's like, I don't know, super fucking special and crazy or something like that. But usually there's like a honeymoon period with people who are abusers. But I don't know. I was like very confused if I just didn't hear correctly. But it seems like that is what Mr. J said. And that seems like that is what Dr. Julie Harper agreed to, what Sarah said happened on the first date. I don't know. Again, Sarah Boone wanted George to be a better person, a better husband, a better ex-husband, would make George call his family members, make them send money. Seems like Sarah Boone was getting $1,000 a month in alimony, and I think additionally $1,000 a month in child support. The way that Mr. J said that seems like she was getting it separately, but that seems like a fuck ton of money. $2,000 a month. I mean, I don't know. Maybe Brian Boone has a pretty decent job because $2,000 a month of support, like, oof, that's a lot. They talked about, let's see, George possibly, I don't know if this happened, George driving her in the car. Oh, there were some of these past incidents, but the questionings were kind of all over the place. Apparently in January 2018, Sarah Boone came in looking for a pastor, and she was really sad that her husband and kid were out of town. So I think these were times when Sarah Boone was, I guess, forced to, maybe she was having some like mental health thing. They were forcing to commit her. Like I said, the questioning around this was a little bit hazy for me. I was trying to follow it. It was a little all over the place. But January 2018, apparently she came in looking for a pastor. She mentioned that she was like depressed because her husband and kid were out of town and she had just lost her job. I'm like, oh, what job is this? Now the state was trying to say, well, George wasn't mentioned here whatsoever, right? She's like, no, George wasn't mentioned. But it took her a while to say that, I feel like. There was another thing in October 2018 when she was trying to go to a hospital to see a counselor, but no information about that. Oh, the funny thing that, the interesting thing that Dr. Harper said was that Sarah Boone was not aware that she was inconveniencing others. I'm like, are you sure she wasn't aware that she was inconveniencing others, or did she just not give a fuck because she placed herself above other people? Her wants and needs mattered way more than other people. She didn't care about other people or their schedule. And it seems like that's how she treated Brian Boone. It was like, okay, well, maybe I'll pick up, my son today. Maybe I won't. And then Brian Boone always was the backup to take care of everything and to take care of Sarah Boone when shit would go down, right? Talked about sense of entitlement. I don't know if she thought that Sarah Boone had a sense of entitlement. Maybe, possibly. Now, in terms of who did Dr. Julie Harper interview that was close to Sarah Boone, she interviewed Melissa Sexton, which I believe is a property manager, but did not interview Brian Boone. Brian Boone is a huge component of her life. I don't know why Brian Boone wasn't interviewed. And Brian Boone is the most intimate person in Sarah Boone's life, aside from George, who is deceased, right? Why not interview Brian Boone to get more, I don't know, just more background history? Sarah Boone apparently did not describe herself as being intoxicated that night of the suitcase. Apparently did not remember taking the suitcase video. She does remember that they were doing hide and go seek and they were doing puzzles and things were good between the two of them. And that, oh God, this is where there's like indiscrepancies with like Sarah Boone's story. Depending on who she told, the stories are a little bit different from each other. So I think from her understanding, she was trying to say that Sarah Boone got mad because George said that he couldn't breathe. And then she remembered the times that she couldn't breathe when George would choke her out. And that is something that made her really mad. However, when Sarah Boone testified, it was a different version of that. Also different from what Mr. Owens said as well. I think Owens said that the fingers coming out was what made Sarah Boone triggered and angry or something. Fuck, I don't remember what. There's so many different stories now that I don't remember. I can't even keep track. It's so hard. When she said that, she claimed that George said something that made her mad, but Dr. Harper, for some reason, didn't ask her and elaborate. Oh, what was that something that George said? Met with her 9 times, right? Never elaborate. What was it that George said that made her mad? She's like, oh, it's because when I'm doing these evaluations, it's like an open chat. I don't want to interrogate them. It's like, yeah, but wouldn't you want to ask? Like, what? Oh, okay. Like, don't interrogate them, obviously. But at the same time, be like, oh, what was that? What made you mad, Sarah? Like, what happened? Like, what did George say that made you mad? Instead of letting Sarah just go on and talk and yap. I don't know. Let's see. Sarah Boone apparently was planning on leaving him the suitcase for 2 minutes, which we know is complete bullshit because he was in there for, more than 10 hours? Not for 2 minutes. She didn't ask why. Oh, she did ask why Sarah didn't help to get him out. And apparently Sarah Boone says it never occurred that he couldn't get out. Never occurred that he couldn't get out. Sam's Rock Collection. Hello. Thank you so much for the $9.99. The 99. Thank you. Thank you so much for the 99. I appreciate that. Thank you. Can they give her max? I mean, my understanding is that she's looking at 22 minimum and then like max life, unless something has changed. But I don't know if they're going to include lesser, if they're going to have lesser included. I don't know. All right. She mentioned that there was no fighting that day. She wanted him to be uncomfortable, that they were poking and nudging. But again, you saw the injuries on George. There was not poking and nudging. It seems like the bruises were really bad. And if you didn't see the injuries, the descriptions of the forensic pathologist said that there was some deep, deep bruisings on George. There definitely was one aggressor that night. And then they got into the no contact order. This is after a break. So the defense wanted to include some no contact order from June 2019. There were 2 of them. So basically a no contact order for George. He couldn't contact Sarah. And we got into some scheduling stuff. It seems like the defense, they are possibly going to rest tomorrow morning. And state says Dr. Warner is the one that evaluated Sarah Boone. And I'm guessing, she'll have some very interesting things to say about Sarah Boone and what her thoughts are. I think they said that might take about an hour for direct and cross-examination. And then there's going to be a 2-hour video body cam footage, some text messages that they're going to read into record. And I don't know, no mention of Brian Boone. No mention of the property manager testifying, so I'm not quite sure if that's going to happen. And then the state will be completely done, and then hopefully closing arguments Friday morning. And then we'll be done. Well, not done, but closing arguments Friday morning, and they'll give the jury instructions, and then the jury will go and they will deliberate. Now, I wonder if they're going to deliberate and decide to come back Monday morning and continue deliberations, or if they were, given instructions to deliberate, let's say afternoon. Are they going to take a couple hours and then come back with a verdict, or are they going to come back next week? But I think a lot of them were expecting for this trial to be a lot longer. I mean, this trial is like, 1 week long if you just include opening statements to closing statements? No way she could wrestle him into that little thing, says hairdo. I don't know. I think she hit him with a baseball bat. The judge can, let's see. I think 40 is on the table. I don't think 40 is on the table. 22 max, 22 minimum. Yeah, I heard 22 minimum. That's all I heard. 22 minimum. I think that to call Brian, I think maybe, so I thought they were able to use Brian Boone and say that like, hey, you claim to be in an abusive relationship. What is it true that you're also abusive as well? But I guess they're not able to get Brian Boone and his version of the abuse because I think that's something that's maybe too prejudicial to Sarah Boone. And so I don't think that door was open. So Brian Boone can't talk about what he went through when he was with Sarah Boone. That's my understanding of it. Because I was like, oh, now that, battered spouse syndrome is in, they can call Brian Boone. But I was like, oh, maybe not actually. Maybe they can't call Brian Boone and ask about his history with Sarah Boone. So that might be why we haven't asked Brian Boone about his relationship with Sarah Boone yet. And how, she would also attack him. But that's it for the scheduling, and I will see you guys tomorrow morning. Tomorrow morning, the defense that they're going to rest. So I will see you guys. We saw how hard it was for her to unzip the suitcase. Yeah. And then she tried making a statement saying, oh, wow, this is a lot harder. It's like, maybe it was just hard to begin with. I don't know. Maybe she'll try to say the zippers have rusted while it was in evidence holding. And that's a lot harder now. Oh, gosh. But anyways, I think the defense team did a lot better than I thought. But at the same time, the story still sucks. Okay? The story still sucks. If you're going to pivot your story many times and you're going to come up with a new story when you're presented with the evidence, then, it could just be because you're lying and you're just trying to get yourself out of being in trouble. You don't think she will walk? Hey, Forky, kind of just in time. Yay. All right, y'all. Thank you so much for the movie recommendations. I appreciate it. Thank you, everyone, for the super chat, the new memberships. Welcome, welcome, welcome. Thank you so much for being here. I appreciate y'all being in the chat and talking or having me in the background. Again, we'll have the full live stream up. And if you guys want to watch like a more, not the whole entire live stream, I will have a video out that will be shorter. So keep an eye out for that one. And yeah, I will see you guys tomorrow. I guess I'm going to go eat some. Oh, shit. I got the code so late. Yeah, bye everyone. Thank you again. I'll see you guys. Bye.